Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is true potential in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 10, The Demon Within. Anko-san, what are you and your team doing here? Han questioned, once again in surprise. Naruto was the one to answer, a smirk on his face. We're here to help. These guys are doing down Databia. The IWA shinobi looked at the Konoha shinobi in shock. They couldn't understand why Konoha would willingly help an IWA team under attack. Han was also surprised that another group of people were willing to assist him. After years of despising humanity, he had been helped by two groups of humans one after another. This went against everything he believed. Konoha shinobi, this doesn't involve you. Get out of here. Nasumereta ordered, his eyes glaring at the newcomers. The Konoha shinobi turned their attention to the two men in front of them. Naruto was, once again, the first to answer. Like hell we are going. You guys tried to attack our friends, so you're gonna pay. He informed them. Friends? When the hell did we become friends? Risho questioned suspiciously. He wasn't one to deny assistance when it's needed, but he couldn't but be suspicious. Naruto, stand back. Anko ordered her student as she stood in front of her team. She didn't want her student to be the first one these men attacked when the fighting started. We are here to defend and assist the IWA shinobi. Now, who are you guys? Why are you attacking? Tell us this and get out of here and we'll leave you both alone. These two managed to make Han use the Gobiz chakra. They must be really tough. I'll need to take this serious. Anko noted as she studied the two men in front of her. Humph. Such arrogance. Think you can order us around, Mitarashi Anko? Kakuzu noted in amusement. Anko's eyes narrowed at having her name called out. If you are going to interfere, then I guess we just have to kill you too. I recognize you from the bingo book and I know what you're worth. You have a decent bounty on your head, so killing you will be worth the extra energy. The Konoha genin got into position, ready to fight at any moment. Anko got into her own personal stance while she continued to study the men in front of her, trying to identify them. We don't really have time to be dealing with both of these teams, Kakuzu. Taking on 8 targets at once would be a pain. Nasumereta grumbled. Let's split up the work and get this over with. I'll take the Konoha team and you take on the IWA shinobi. Seems you want the easier job. I'm fine with that though. Kakuzu shrugged. Just kill them fast. I may need assistance with capturing the Jinchuriki key. Naruto's eyes widened at the words. Neither of the Akatsuki members were paying too much attention to him, however, so it went unnoticed. I know that, Kakuzu. I won't take long. Nasumereta informed him as he walked forward towards the Konoha shinobi. You better not. His partner threatened. His eyes turned and focused on Yen, who was hiding behind a tree in the distance. I'll give you this land as your battlefield. Meet me in the forest when you're done. That's where I'll be fighting. With those words, Kakuzu charged directly at Yen. The merchant's eyes widened in fear. This overwhelming fear caused Yen to pass out, his hand landing in front of the tree he was hiding behind. The IWA shinobi realized what the man was doing and immediately chased after him to stop any attack on their client. Anko and her team were about to join them but were stopped as Nasumereta blocked off the way towards the IWA shinobi. Nuh-uh, not going to happen. You aren't passing. You're dealing with me. Nasumereta informed the Konoha shinobi as he continued to study them. In the distance, Kakuzu ran past where Yen was and headed off into the forest. The plan to separate the two shinobi groups worked, as the IWA team was still on his tail. The Konoha team realized that they were going to have to fight Nasumereta. Each member of Team 3 got into position again, ready to fight. Before we begin, though, are you the current Hyuga heiress? The former Kumo ninja asked as he focused on Hinata. The members of Team 3 turned to Hinata, wondering why the man wanted to know about her. Hinata was equally confused. Why yes. What about it? I was right then. You're the Hyuga Kumo tried to kidnap years ago, weren't you? Nasumereta questioned. Naruto and Shikamaru's eyes widened at the information while Hinata was starting to get nervous. You're a lucky girl that your daddy saved you. Wish my mother had the same luck, but whatever. Looks like your luck's run out. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. It was at this moment that Anko realized something about the man in front of them. Ah. Now I remember who you are. The Jonin stated. Nasumereta, the elder brother to Darui, the current Raikage's right hand. You got a high bounty on your head and a kill on sight from Kumo. Nasumereta laughed almost maniacally in response. Bingo. You're looking at the man that will bring Kumogakure to its knees. In just a few years, the clouds will be covered in blood. What did you mean about your mother? Hinata asked quietly. Nasumereta's laughter stopped and his eyes hardened as he glared at the Hyuga. My mother possessed a rare bloodline limit that Kumo wanted. And unlike you, she had no one to save her from being kidnapped. What? The heiress gasped. That's dash. Disgusting. Immoral? Complete bullshit? Hell yeah it was. The Akatsuki member nearly screamed. That damn village ruined her life and basically put her in a breeding program. It got too much for her and she ended up killing herself shortly after my younger brother was born. Darui was too young to really understand what was happening, but I knew. I saw it. I saw her body hanging from the ceiling in our damn apartment. Nasumereta's voice continued to get louder with each sentence as his rage increased. It's all Kumo's fault, but they will pay. First with their Jinchuriki, then with their lives. The Akatsuki will ensure that. All of the Konoha genin were surprised at the venom in the man's voice. Hinata, in particular, was terrified. His mother, could that have been me? If father didn't save me, would I have? Akatsuki. Anko questions. Anyway, none of that matters. I'm getting way off topic. Nasumereta stated, calming himself down. The former Kumo shinobi undid his robe as he continued to speak. We have a fight to do, and I need to kill you all. Underneath the Akatsuki robe, Nasumereta wore a dark blue gi and pants that clung tightly to his muscular body. Over his gi was a light brown bag with more silver lightning rods sticking out of it. Nasumereta took out a second silver lightning rod and held both of his rods up to the sky. Storm style, summoning jutsu. Thunder could be heard from the sky above. Lightning flashes were also visible. What once was a clear, sunny sky was replaced with black clouds with visible lightning traveling between the clouds. The thunder continued to get louder each second. Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, stay back and keep your guard up. This guy is way out of your league. Anko informed them as she made a hand sign. Leave the heavy fighting to me for now. Satisfied with the storm above him, Nasumereta lowered his lightning rods. He pointed one towards Anko and released a bolt of lightning at her. Anko jumped out of the way as her students backed up to avoid the blast. The special Jonin then faced Nasumereta and took in a deep breath before releasing a giant fireball from her mouth at him. Fireball jutsu? Seriously? What do you take me for? Nasumereta scoffed as he jumped backwards to avoid the blast. I'll show you a true jutsu. Nasumereta unleashed another bolt of lightning from his lightning rod towards Anko. Anko retaliated with more fireballs. The two shinobi continued to dodge the others' attacks while remaining on the offensive. Anko's genin students stayed at the edge of the battlefield, watching their sensei fight her opponent in a state of awe and surprise. At the same time, though, they were looking for an opening. If Anko-sensei can get an opening in, we can take it. We can help kill this guy quickly. Shikamaru noted as his eyes remained glued to the fight. His other teammates were thinking along the same lines. Still, I'm curious about that thunderstorm. What is that Kumo guy going to do with it? He questioned, trying to work out what was going on. Looks like Nasumereta is taking this seriously. Kakuzu noted to himself as he looked up at the sky. Finally. Maybe he won't waste time and kill them quickly so he can assist me in capturing the Gobi. The IWA shinobi looked up at the thunderstorm with caution. I don't trust that storm. Han spoke to his students. Watch the sky for any sudden attacks. The three genin nodded in agreement as they got in fighting stances, preparing for the first strike from the Akatsuki member. Thanks to you, I'm going to have to take some time to get a new Earth Heart, Kakuzu informed Han. Let's get this over with. Lightning style, Jian. The 4 IWA shinobi jumped out of the way of the lightning blast, which exploded upon impact with the ground. Han took the time to get close to Kakuzu. The red chakra of the Gobi surrounded his fist as he tried to land a hit on the man. The Akatsuki member avoided it, causing Han's fist to make impact with the ground. Another explosion resulted from the impact. I see. So you use the Gobi's chakra in a similar manner to your steam. It's used to increase your strength and speed, Kakuzu noted. It seems even more powerful than your steam. You still talk too much, Han replied as he attempted to punch Kakuzu again. The former Taki ninja, once again, barely dodged the attack. Han's genin decided to take the time to strike at Kakuzu. Kurotsuki maneuvered in first, making hand signs. Lava style, quicklime jutsu. The corrosive gas flew from the kunoichi's mouth towards Kakuzu. He dodged the blast and then barely avoided a hit from Han. Risho and Roto then came forwards, ready to deliver their own strike at the former Taki shinobi. Wind style, Achugai. Kakuzu shouted after making a single hand sign. Kakuzu's wind mask released a tornado-shaped mass of wind from its mouth. The wind was then scattered around Kakuzu and his masks, hitting everything around them. The IWA shinobi tried to remain standing still, but were blown back by the blast of wind. While Han was only knocked back a few feet, his genin students were knocked back much further with multiple cuts on their exposed skin. They all hit the ground deep within the forest hard. Risho. Roto. Kurotsuki. Han shouted at his students in fright. Damn brats. Can't let you all gang up on me like that. Kakuzu stated annoyed at what had happened as he made another hand sign. Water style, water clone jutsu. 2 clones of Kakuzu were formed from the water vapor in the air. The shinobi and his clones then charged forwards towards the IWA genin, ready to finish them off before capturing the Gobi. To his surprise, Han jumped in the way and attempted to deliver another chakra-filled fist at the original. Kakuzu jumped out of the way while his clones merely turned direction and faced Han. Interesting. I'm surprised you would try and defend them. Reports said you didn't care for your students, Kakuzu noted in mild amusement. You won't kill them. You are dying here, Han shouted as he made a hand sign. Kakuzu only smirked in response, making another hand sign. His clones got into position to charge at the IWA shinobi. This should be interesting. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Anko unleashed multiple fireballs flying directly at Nasumereta. The former Kyumo shinobi responded by holding up his lightning rods to the sky. Storm style, Shield of Lightning. He shouted as his lightning rods started to light up. Blue lightning fell down from the sky and struck the lightning rods. The lightning then spread from the rods and formed a protective shield around the storm user. Anko's fireballs made contact with the lightning shield and faded away immediately. You're starting to kind of bore me, you know? I actually enjoy a good fight, so try and entertain me. Nasumereta taunted as he lowered one of his lightning rods and pointed it at Anko. The blue lightning surrounding him was immediately channeled into the lightning rod and shot towards the Konoha special Jonin. Anko barely jumped out of the way in time. The lightning caused a massive explosion on the ground, causing debris to scatter and hit Anko. The woman grunted in pain before she got out of the way of the debris and held out her hand. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. 4 snakes appeared from underneath Anko's sleeves and shot forwards at Nasumereta. They moved at a speed faster than her fireballs and made contact with the Akatsuki member. 2 of them gripped onto the lightning rods and tossed them away while the other 2 bit into both of his hands, holding him tightly in place. The former Kyumo ninja winced in pain. Anko smirked as she pulled her hand back, attempting to drag Nasumereta back towards her. Nasumereta glared at Anko as he stood his ground. He closed his eyes before he channeled his chakra into his hands. The shock of his storm chakra caused the snakes to let go of his hands, setting him free. The man then reached into his bag to take out 2 more lightning rods. As he was pulling them out, arrows were fired at him. He immediately jumped out of the way before he turned to face Anko's genin. They were all poised ready to strike at him. Hinata, in particular, had another arrow loaded in her bow. Eager to die are you? I was going to kill you three after your sensei was dead, but I'll be happy to kill you all now if you want. He hissed. See if you can. Naruto replied as he made his favorite hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. The three genin were surrounded by 100 Naruto clones. The clones didn't waste a second before charging directly at the Akatsuki member. Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru followed closely behind. Shadow clones. Interesting. Maybe you'll be fun after all. Nasumereta smirked as he made a few hand signs. He then pointed his lightning rods at the genin and the clones. Storm style, laser circus. Multiple beams of blue lightning were released from the lightning rods and went towards the approaching clones. They made direct contact with many clones, causing them to disappear before they could get close. In mere seconds, half of Naruto's clones were destroyed. Hinata fired more arrows at the man while Shikamaru threw kunai that had explosive tags attached to them. When Nasumereta noticed them, he stopped his jutsu to get out of the way from the incoming attacks. This gave Naruto and his remaining the clones the opportunity to get in close to the man. The original and his clones all raised their fists and prepared to beat him down. Nasumereta quickly held his lightning rods up and used his storm style, shield of lightning. The blue lightning surrounded him before any of the clones landed a successful blow at him. By the time the clones struck, they were attacked by the lightning around him. They were all immediately destroyed. Naruto was sent flying backwards in pain, electricity moving through his body. Shikamaru caught him before he could fly too far back. Nasumereta dropped his lightning shield and channeled his lightning into his lightning rods. He pointed them at the Konoha genin, ready to kill them. Before he could release the lightning, however, Anko got in close and delivered a punch to his face. Nasumereta fell to the ground and accidentally released all of the lightning in a random direction, hitting none of his targets. Anko immediately jumped on top of the Akatsuki member, a smirk on her face. Careless, aren't you? Anko taunted as she made hand signs. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Anko breathed out fire from her mouth which made direct contact with the man on the ground. Nasumereta's body was burnt to a crisp before it faded away, leaving nothing but a small lightning rod and blue lightning in its place. The blue lightning then charged at Anko. The special Jonin cancelled her jutsu and jumped out of the way as quick as she could. A clone, huh? Damn it! She cursed before her eyes wandered the battlefield. Okay, where are you? Nasumereta responded by jumping out of a tree near the edge of the forest and released his storm style, laser circus. All the beams of lightning were aimed at the special Jonin. Anko-sensei, look out! Naruto said as he got up from his position in Shikamaru's arms and made a hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto breathed out a strong gust of wind that collided with the multiple beams of lightning, causing most of them to fade away. Anko was then able to avoid the remaining beams and join up with her students. Looks like you got that jutsu down pretty well. Thanks for the help. Anko praised her student, a smirk on her face. Naruto nodded in acceptance before he focused back on the Akatsuki member. He seems impossible to hit at close range. He always uses that shield technique to block any close attacks. I'm also too far away to actually use my shadow possession on him. Guess we have to keep up the long range, or make an opening so that one of us can get in and strike him hard. Shikamaru informed his team. Hinata nodded in agreement. Shikamaru-kun and I can keep attacking from a distance. Naruto-kun and Anko-sensei may be able to take advantage of any opening we can create and hopefully stop him. That's how we have to handle him, yeah? Anko replied. We're doing good. We just have to keep this up. The Konoha shinobi stopped discussing amongst themselves and prepared to strike again. Hinata prepared her bow while Shikamaru reached for more kunai. Anko and Naruto were ready to get in close and strike. Damn them. Every time I'm about to kill one of them, another one intervenes. This is pissing me off. Why does every Konoha shinobi have to act like a frickin' hero? Nasumereta grumbled in his head. I've wasted way too much chakra already in this fight and earlier. If I actually want to help Kakuzu capture the Gobi, I'm going to have to kill them now. No more playing around, let's finish this. Ninja Art, Steam Cannon Jutsu. Fire Style, Zokoku. Han released a beam of steam from his furnace at Kakuzu while Kakuzu's fire mask unleashed a gigantic fireball at the IWA Jonin. The two jutsu collided and created an explosion. As the explosion faded away, the two water clones charged at Han. Han blocked both clones' fists. He then retaliated with a kick that went straight through one of the clone's body. The clone immediately turned back to water. Han then tried to punch and destroy the other clone, but it avoided the attack. It then got behind Han and held him in a chokehold. Before Han could react, Kakuzu made hand signs, causing his fire and wind masks to come forward. The two masks then released Fire Style, Zokoku and Wind Style, a Chugai simultaneously. The two jutsu combined and created a massive firestorm that was aimed solely at Han. The IWA Jonin was able to release himself from the clone's chokehold and destroy it before the firestorm could reach him. He then made a hand sign, causing more of the Gobi's chakra to appear around him. The chakra then hardened around him as the firestorm struck him. His new hardened chakra protected him from the attack. By the time the firestorm faded away, Han was still standing in the same place. His chakra turned transparent once again and the man began breathing heavily. His furnace was overheating more and his armor had burn marks on it, but not nearly as many as he should have had. Oh? So you hardened the Gobi's chakra and use it as a second armor to protect yourself from my attack? Very impressive. Kakuzu noted. However, you seem very tired. Even more than you were earlier. The technique must have taken a lot out of you. Han gave no reply. His heavy breathing was enough of an answer for Kakuzu. You can't handle much more fighting. It shouldn't take that much before we can capture you. The Akatsuki member stated as he charged at Han again. The Gobi Jinchuriki got into a defensive stance, preparing for Kakuzu's next attack. Before Kakuzu could reach Han, Kurotsuki rushed forward from the back of the battlefield. She breathed out her lava-style, quicklime jutsu at the man. Kakuzu jumped out of the way of the corrosive gas. Immediately after landing on the ground, he was flanked by both Risho and Roto. Risho stabbed the man's side with his sword while Roto stabbed him with a kunai with a poisoned tip. Kakuzu winced slightly in pain before he raised his fists, ready to strike down at the IWA Genin. Before he could hit them, Kurotsuka breathed out another quicklime gas cloud at Kakuzu. The three ninja were forced to jump out of the way, preventing Kakuzu from striking the genin that were at his side. Damn brats, he cursed. It's a shame I have to kill you all now. A few years later and you all might have been worth a high bounty together. The three IWA genin hurried over to their sensei's side. Are you okay, Han-sensei? Kurotsuki asked. Yes, I'm fine. Han replied between breaths. You three, that was great teamwork. Good job. Heh. Naturally. Roto replied to his sensei's praise with a large grin on his face. Kurotsuki had a similar grin on hers. Even Risho couldn't help but smirk in response. Anyway, stay focused you three. We need to finish him off soon. Han stated as he got into a position to charge at Kakuzu. His three genin nodded in agreement and got in similar positions. Alright, let's do this. Anko informed her team. Shikamaru, Hinata, you guys get us an opening. Naruto, stay behind me. Be careful you guys. The three genin nodded at their sensei's words before they went with their plan. Hinata and Shikamaru attacked from a distance with their weapons while Anko and Naruto proceeded to get closer. Nasumereta dodged all of the attacks coming his way. After a few seconds, the man jumped backwards and raised his lightning rods upward. Naruto and Anko stopped their movement, waiting to see what the man was going to do before getting any closer. Storm style, lightning rain. He screamed. The lightning rods lit up once again. The sound of thunder started to get louder, causing all of the Konoha shinobi to feel pain in their ears. Soon after, multiple bolts of blue lightning rained down from the sky and fell down throughout the battlefield. Shit. Anko cursed as she immediately made a hand sign for substitution. Everyone, get out of here now. Anko's words in her jutsu came too late. The blue lightning struck down before they could react, hitting the Konoha shinobi. All four ninjas screamed in pain before they fell to the ground. Static was visible all around the shinobi. The four shinobi tried to stand up after the lightning, but each one found out they couldn't. No matter how much energy they put, they couldn't get up. What's going on? Hinata asked in a voice mixed with unimaginable pain and fear. I can't move. Shikamaru gasped. No. Naruto moaned. Body, come on. Give up. It's useless. Nasumereta replied nonchalantly as he approached the Konoha shinobi. The man was breathing in and out, as if the jutsu he used took a lot out of him. That technique of mine paralyzes anything it hits. Granted, it's only for a short time, but you all will be dead before it fades. Dead? No. I can't die. Not now. Naruto panicked as he tried to get up. I can't let him kill my friends. Shit. Anko cursed as she struggled in her paralysis. This isn't how it's supposed to end. I won't let him kill my students. It's my job to protect them and I'll do my fucking job. Come on, Anko. Move, damn it. Nasumereta chuckled. And despite my words, you all still try to move. Just stop. Relax and try and enjoy your last moments. He said as he walked towards Hinata. Anywho, I'll start with you, Hyuga. Hinata gasped in fear as her attempts to move increased. She still couldn't move. The girl started to cry, realization creeping over her. I'm sorry everyone, I can't do anything. It's any consolation, when I kill you, I'm going to destroy your eyes. That way Kumo or any village won't be able to take your bloodline for their own. Nasumereta informed Hinata as he grabbed her by her jacket. He placed the tip of his lightning rod by her throat. He's going to kill Hinata. He's going to kill her. Naruto nearly screamed in his head as he continued to struggle against his paralysis. Are you going to let him do that? Are you just going to watch him kill her? A voice in Naruto's head asked. No. He roared in reply. Then I have a gift for you. Use it to stop him. The voice spoke, starting to get louder. An image of the Kyuubi appeared in Naruto's mind. Use it. To kill him. Naruto and the voice spoke in near unison. Red chakra formed around Naruto. His fingernails began to develop into claws and his whisker marks became more noticeable. His eyes turned red and narrowed at Nasumereta. Anko, despite her paralyzed state, noticed Naruto's chakra developing. Shit. So it's happening. The Kyuubi is taking over, damn body, move. I need to help my students. Nasumereta was about to slit Hinata's throat when he noticed a new, malicious chakra developing around him. The hell is that? He mumbled as he turned his head to face its source. Naruto was slowly standing up, breaking out of his paralysis. The more he got up, the more his new appearance developed. A red tail of chakra formed after the blonde shinobi was standing up. The Kyuubi had taken almost complete control. The Iwa shinobi and Kakuzu were about to continue their fight when they noticed another large powerful chakra source appear. They all turned to face the new source to identify it. That's a powerful source of chakra. Powerful and dark. Kakuzu noted, surprise on his face. It's similar to the Gobi's chakra actually. Is one of Konoha's shinobi a Jinchuriki? Does one of them have the Kyuubi? Naruto. Han realized what was happening. Naruto was pushed too far and had to draw out the fox's power. What is that? I'm not even a sensor and I can feel that chakra. Roto exclaimed. I'm not for certain. It feels like Sensei's chakra. Risho mumbled quietly. It is. It feels just like it. Kuratsuki nodded. Her mind was filled with questions and thoughts. Does that mean that someone from Konoha is a Jinchuriki like Han Sensei? Who? I can sense about one tael worth of chakra. That's still dangerous, especially since he probably doesn't know how to control the Kyuubi's chakra. I'm going to have to help him before he destroys everything and everyone here. Han thought. The Iwa Jonin made a hand sign, summoning more chakra from the Gobi. Another tail of red chakra appeared next to the first tail. He then got ready to charge at Kakuzu. I have to end this quick. That, no way. He can't break out of that paralysis. No human can. Nesumerta's eyes widened in shock. And that form, is he Konoha's Jinchuriki? No, it can't be. Zetsu would have informed us if the Kyuubi was involved with the mission as well as the Gobi. It can't be. Finally free from the paralysis, Naruto wasted no time in charging at Nesumerta with newfound speed. Nesumerta had no time to react, Naruto was already in front of him. The Jinchuriki delivered a powerful, chakra-filled fist right in the face of the former Kyuumo ninja. He was sent flying backwards, dropping his lightning rods and Hinata in the process. The girl hit the ground with a loud thump. "En Naruto-kun." She mumbled in shock, both from Naruto saving her and from Naruto's current physical state. Nesumerta landed on the ground near the forest by the bridge. He got up as quick as he could. Naruto was still glaring at him angrily and was poised to attack. No, no. Jinchuriki or not, he must die. I will not let him kill me. The Akatsuki member declared as he pulled out 2 lightning rods from his bag. Naruto noticed the man's lightning rods. The Jinchuriki responded by making hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. Storm style, shield of lightning. Naruto released a gust of wind from his mouth. The storm in the sky rained down blue lightning that covered Nesumerta and his protective shield. The wind collided head-on with the lightning shield. The 2 jutsu held each other in a standstill, competing to overwhelm the other jutsu. No, my shield should have stopped that wind on impact. He should not have the power to be able to fight back. It must be the demon in him. He must really be a Jinchuriki. Nesumerta noted, fear starting to take over his mind. I've wasted too much chakra in this fight and the fight earlier with the Gobi Jinchuriki, and my jutsu's strength is based on my chakra. If this keeps up, then... Nesumerta's thoughts were interrupted as the wind overpowered the lightning. The shield faded away, allowing the wind to him, blowing him back further at a great speed. Nesumerta made direct contact with a tree, knocking the breath out of him. 2 kunai knives were then thrown at him, pinning him to the tree. He screamed in pain. Naruto charged forward. Nesumerta closed his eyes, the outcome obvious to him. Shit, Pain-sama, I failed, please, destroy Kyuumo for me, he thought. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki delivered a powerful punch straight into the Akatsuki member. He was sent straight through the tree he was pinned to and any other tree he made contact with. Nesumerta eventually stopped moving backwards after hitting a large rock formation deep within the forest. The man fell to the ground immediately after impact, dead. With its summoner dead, the thunderstorm in the sky faded away. Han charged at Kakuzu faster than earlier. The Akatsuki member had no time to react. The Iwa Jonin delivered a punch straight through his chest, crushing another of Kakuzu's hearts. He coughed up blood. Han then removed his fist and delivered a kick that sent Kakuzu crashing back to a tree, causing him to cough up even more blood. It was after the impact of tree that Kakuzu noted that the thunderstorm was no longer in the sky. This mission just reached its worst possible situation. Nesumerta is dead, 2 of my hearts are destroyed, and another Jinchuriki is here. I could maybe salvage the situation with the Gobi and capture him, but I would be killed immediately by the other Jinchuriki. Kakuzu noted as he got up from his position by the tree. He immediately made a hand sign and called his masks back into his body. There's no other choice. I need to retreat. Han noticed what the man was doing and immediately charged again. You're not getting away from me that easily. It was too late. Kakuzu used the Shunshin and got away in time before Han's attack. The Gobi Jinchuriki's fist made contact with the tree and caused it to fall to the ground. Han immediately scanned the area, looking for the Akatsuki member. He's still in the area. I can sense him. I'll hunt him down and kill him before he can get a dash. The man's thought process was interrupted as he felt the chakra source from earlier increase. I'll deal with him later. First things first, I need to help Naruto. Han immediately ran towards the direction of the chakra source. His students, all curious about the chakra, immediately followed behind. That man had a partner. His partner must be out there somewhere. He'll try and kill your friends. He'll try and kill you. You must find him and kill him. Destroy everything in your way until you find him. The Kyuubi told Naruto. Naruto only roared in response, giving his agreement. The boy had no real say in what he was doing. The Kyuubi had taken nearly full control over his body and actions. As Naruto was preparing to go on his hunt, Nezumerta's paralysis started to fade away in his teammates' bodies. Hinata, Shikamaru, and Anko, who had been struggling to get up, were finally able to stand and get moving. The three Konoha shinobi immediately hurried over to Naruto as quickly as they could. The paralysis was still affecting them, however, causing their movements to be slower than usual. The three eventually got over to Naruto and were surprised at the sight of Naruto in his one-tailed form. "And Naruto?" Shikamaru questioned. Naruto turned his attention to the Konoha shinobi. Despite the Kyuubi's influence, he was still present. Relief appeared in his eyes, knowing that his friends were okay. They are going to get in the way of the hunt. Remove them. Kyuubi ordered. Naruto was about to walk forward and comply with the Kyuubi's demand before he stopped himself. He grabbed onto his head and started shaking it. "No. They are my friends," he replied. "They are going to be in the way." The fox replied. "Naruto? Are you okay?" Shikamaru asked his friend. Naruto's only response was a loud yell. He was trying to fight back the urges to kill his friends. Shit, 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 shit. Kyuubi is really taking over. Damn, why is my body not in top condition? Why can't I do anything for my team? Anko cursed herself. She then took another look at her student. Naruto, you are tough, fight that damn fox back. Hinata took a slow step forward from her fellow shinobi. Her eyes were filled with even more tears now that she saw Naruto in the anguish he was in. "And Naruto-kun, it's over. That man is dead. We are done fighting." Hinata told him as confidently as she could. "It's all over." "No, it's not. That other man is still alive. She's trying to stop you. Get rid of her," Kyuubi demanded. "And no. She's my friend. They're all my friends. I'm not going to kill them," Naruto replied back. As Naruto struggled against the fox's control, Han arrived at the scene. The man wasted no time in hurrying over to Naruto's side. He then grabbed Naruto's head with both of his hands. The two Jinchuriki froze immediately in place. What's going on?" Hinata asked nervously as she stared at her crush and the Iwa Jonin. Anko and Shikamaru said nothing. They continued to stare at the two Jinchuriki as well. After a few seconds, Han's students hurried over to join the group. They, too, watched both Jinchuriki stand in place. After a few minutes, they finally moved. Han fell to one knee while Naruto passed out on the ground. The tailed beast's chakra faded away from the two, leaving them both without any demonic influence. "Naruto/Naruto-kun." Shikamaru and Hinata shouted in unison as they rushed over to their friend as quickly as they could. Anko followed behind, but gave Han a look. "What did you do? How did you stop the fox?" she asked him. I made a mental link between us and our tailed beasts," Han replied in between breaths. "The fox got its first taste of blood in years, and was being unruly. Naruto-san and I convinced the fox to calm down. It took a lot out of us though." Anko nodded in response before she rushed over to her student's side. She sat with Shikamaru and Hinata and watched over Naruto to make sure he was okay. Han watched the Konoha shinobi look after Naruto. He knew they had witnessed him in his one-tailed state, but they didn't care. Not every human is like that though. I know quite a few who are different. They are my friends. They were just focused on him and if he was okay. They saw him not as a demon, but for he was. They saw him as Naruto. Naruto-san, looks like you were right. There are humans that see you for who you are. Han realized. Han-sensei, are you okay? Han then turned his head and saw his three genin students. Kurotsuke, Risho, and Roto were staring at him just like the Konoha shinobi were staring at Naruto. They were looking at him with concern for his well-being. "I'm fine. I just need rest," Han told them. The Jonin's eyes started to close and a smile appeared on his face. Looks like I may have people just like you, Naruto-san." With that thought, Han passed out from a combination of physical and chakra exhaustion. The battle with Akatsuki was over for now. The Gobijin Churuki had time to take a well-deserved rest. Chapter 11, Mission Complete. The first thing Naruto registered was a bright light. The blonde winced in pain, the light blinding him. Only after a few seconds when the light started to fade did the boy see or feel anything else. Naruto realized he was lying on grass near a campsite located within a forest. To the far left of his peripheral vision, he could see a bridge, revealing to the boy where he was. "Guess I'm still in Kusan no Kuni," he noted. The boy then gripped his head for a second. "Ugh, my head hurts. How long have I been asleep for?" Naruto started to sit up. The boy was now simply sitting in the grass instead of laying down. With his new position, Naruto could now see where he was better. He also was able to see he wasn't the only one in the area. Hinata and Shikamaru were standing by a tree near the boy. The two were engaged in discussion, having not noticed their friend wake up. "Shikamaru-kun, she's a nice girl. You should be nicer to her," Hinata informed her friend. She's nice. But troublesome." Shikamaru shrugged in response. "I'm nice enough already. But you could try and talk to her more. She's always trying to talk to you," she said. "Yeah, to get information about Konoha. She's kind of fun to talk to at times, but I'm not interested in talking about the village every second," he replied. So Shikamaru's got a thing for Kurotsuki?" Naruto asked, finally making his presence known. Shikamaru and Hinata immediately stopped arguing with each other and faced Naruto. Both of them had a look of shock on their faces before excitement and relief came over them. They then rushed over to his side. "Naruto-kun, you're finally awake." Hinata cheered with a loud smile. Naruto returned her smile and got up. "Hey, be careful, man. Don't stress your body that much," Shikamaru advised as he bended to help Naruto up further. The blonde just dodged his friend and stood up on his own. "No need. I'm fine. I feel perfectly fine," Naruto said before a frown crept on his face. "How long have I been knocked out if you guys are that worried for me?" "About a little more than a day," a new voice stated. The three Konoha genin then turned their heads to see both Anko and Han. Han was standing in front of a nearby tree while Anko was sitting on one of the tree's lower branches. "Anko-sensei." Han. Naruto greeted with a wave. "What's up, Whiskers? Feeling okay? Anything wrong?" his sensei questioned. "You too, sensei." Naruto sighed. "Other than my head hurting a little, I'm fine. You better damn well be. After all that rest, you should be fine for a while," Anko noted with a laugh. "Oh ha ha ha." Naruto mimicked his teacher's laugh with a scowl. The scowl disappeared almost immediately when he saw the sleeping bags and the campfire. "Are we still by Tenchi Bridge camping out?" "Correct." Han spoke up. "That fight with those men drained everyone involved, you and me in particular, Naruto-san. When I woke up from my unconsciousness, your sensei and I agreed we would camp together for the next 3 days to give you time to wake up and for everyone to recover." "I see." Naruto shrugged. "What day is it now?" "The 1st. Shikamaru answered. "You actually woke up about 3 hours after Han-sama," Hinata added. Her words caused Han to sigh. "Please, don't call me that. I hate it when people give me honorifics. I only barely tolerate sensei from my students. Speaking of them, where are they?" "And Yen-san?" Naruto asked. "Troublesome. You ask way too many questions," Shikamaru noted. Naruto scowled, causing the Nara to grin. Shikamaru had missed their daily banter. Yen-san wanted to go on a walk, and they accompanied him since he needs to be watched. "They'll probably be back in an hour." The blonde boy nodded in understanding. "Naruto, I know you probably want to talk to Hinata and Shikamaru, but Han and I need to speak to you alone for a little bit. Won't be long. Anko said. Her students noticed that she didn't use their nicknames, meaning that they were going to talk about something serious. Okay. The Konoha Jinchuriki replied before he turned to his friends. Guess I'll catch up with you guys in a second. Be back soon. Okay. Have fun, Naruto-kun. Hinata said. Shikamaru only gave a wave in response. With that out of the way, Naruto hurried over to the senseis. They then walked into the forest, ready to converse. So, those guys were attacking because of the Gobi? Naruto asked out of clarification. Both Jonin nodded. They outright informed me. I think they thought they would capture me and didn't bother to hide behind some lie. And they probably would have been able to capture me if you all didn't assist. Even with my students, the man I fought, Kakuzu, was tough. If I had to keep fighting both him and his partner at the same time, they might have been able to overpower me. Han admitted. Naruto let the information sink before he sighed in relief. Good thing we came then, Databia. And also a good thing we got rid one of them. Yeah, I'm not sure if that last bit matters much. Anko spoke up with a sigh. Before the fight, Nasumereta, the guy we fought, mentioned something called Akatsuki. I think they may be part of a whole organization. They also seemed rather professional when I fought them both. I could tell they were fighting with the intent of knocking me out, not killing me. They had an agenda and seemed to follow it perfectly. I agree with Anko-san, those men were part of an organization. Han stated. And I think it's safe to say that the other members of this organization are equally strong. Naruto seemed to get nervous about this information. What do you think they want? They outright said they wanted the Gobi. If I had to guess, I'd assume they are targeting Jinchuriki. The Iwa Jonin guessed. Silence filled the air after Han's words. It was finally broken a minute after by Naruto. Well, then we just get stronger. He declared. I refuse to be captured by them. I'll keep training so when they come for me I can take them out all by myself, Databia. That's the plan. Han nodded in agreement. We are targets. We must get stronger and be ready. Not just you guys. Anko interjected. I'm not gonna let some bastards get a hold of my student, or anyone for that matter. We all have to get stronger so we can kick their asses. That's the spirit, sensei. Naruto cheered. The mood seemed to have turned around completely. Oh, I wouldn't cheer if I were you, Whiskers. Training will become 10 times more brutal at least. Trust me when I say that. The Takubitsu Jonin replied, a sadistic grin developing on her face. Naruto immediately shut up, now afraid of whatever his sensei was planning. Perhaps I could be of assistance as well. Han said. We have 3 days right now. I could teach Naruto-san on how to get better control of the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto's fear went away and was turned into excitement. The blonde beamed at Han before asking rather quickly, you can do that? Naturally. Us Jinchuriki can draw power from our tailed beasts. I can currently use 2 tails of the Gobi without losing control. Han mentioned. I'm uncertain how far we can get in just 3 days, but I can definitely give you a foundation that will help you get control of the Kyuubi and its chakra. If you both are going to train during these days, then you both better take it easy. Anko nearly ordered. I wasn't going to start any training until we got back to the village. Everyone needs to rest for a while. You two in particular. Take it easy until you both are at 100%. The training I have in mind won't take much out of us. You'll see. Han informed her. Anko simply shrugged in response. Anyway, we have plenty of time. Go say hi to your friends, then meet up with me out here and we'll begin your training. Come back in an hour. Han told Naruto. The blonde nodded and was about to start running off. But before you go. Naruto turned back to Han and gave him a quizzical look. Yes. Those 2 friends of yours, cherish them and never leave them. Han nearly ordered. They never left your side the entire time you were unconscious. They were always within hearing distance if you were to wake at any moment. You made good friends, Naruto-san. I'd make sure you keep them. Naruto looked completely surprised at Han's words. The last time he brought up his friends with the man, he gave a rather cynical speech on how they would turn on him. Now the man was telling him to never leave them. Then it registered what the man said: Hinata and Shikamaru had stayed by his side the entire time he was unconscious. This surprise soon turned into pure happiness and excitement. Don't worry, I never will Databia. Meet you back here in an hour. The blonde then ran back in the direction he came from. He waved to Yen and the IWA Genin, who were back now, and then immediately rushed to Hinata and Shikamaru. He then crushed both of them in a hug, causing all three to fall to the ground. Shikamaru gasped and Hinata nearly fainted. Anko and Han watched from a distance. Anko burst into laughter at the sight while Han chuckled quietly. You've changed, Han. A hell of a lot. Anko noted between her laughter. I suppose. My opinions on you humans haven't really changed per se, I've just found exceptions. He noted with a smile. In the back of his head, he was thinking of his own students as well as Naruto and his team. An hour passed quickly. Naruto told his friends goodbye again before heading back out, deep into the forest. It didn't take him long to reach the part in the forest where Han and Anko talked to him. Anko was no longer there, but Han was. The IWA Jonin was currently meditating in front of a tree. Once Naruto had arrived, the man opened his eyes and gave the blonde a look. You're punctual. Roto could learn from you. He said with a sigh. Anybody could learn from me. Naruto boasted proudly before he remembered that he was here to learn himself. Anyway, how do we do this? How can I learn to control the Kyuubi? You're interested. Good. Hopefully that means this lesson will stick, because I don't think you'll like it based on your personality. Han noted. Now, Naruto, the key to obtaining control of the Kyuubi's chakra is meditation. Huh? Naruto questioned in both confusion and disappointment. Han sighed. Let me ask you a question, when you summoned the Kyuubi's chakra in the fight, how were you feeling? What emotions were you feeling? Naruto put some serious thought into Han's question. His head was still hurting, affecting his memory a little about the incident. He did remember enough though. He felt completely useless and he saw nothing but red. I was angry. Very angry. And I was nervous that my friends were going to die. He voiced his thoughts. The IWA Jonin nodded in understanding. You felt strong emotions. These emotions affect you and make it easier for the tailed beast to affect you. Sure, you'll get chakra, but this way results in you becoming little more than a puppet to the beast. Naruto scowled at this. He did remember that clearly. He remembered how the Kyuubi attempted to kill Hinata. He was grateful he regained control of his body and he was going to do everything in his power to prevent that from ever happening again. Meditation will help you keep your emotions in check and help prevent the Kyuubi from taking advantage of your emotional state. Han explained, interrupting Naruto's thoughts. Also, it will increase your mind and your internal strength. This is the strength you use to draw out the beast's power from within. If you can get your mind strong enough and your emotions calm enough, you'll be able to draw chakra from the Kyuubi with no risk of him taking over, provided that you aren't taking too much chakra. Han then made a hand sign. Almost immediately his body was covered in red chakra and a tail formed. Soon, a second tail formed. Naruto took a step back in shock. As you can see, I have complete control right now. This is my limit, 2 tails of the Gobi's chakra. It is important that you discover your limit and only stay within it until you can push yourself further. Han explained before he released his hand sign. The chakra faded away almost instantaneously. Holy crap! That's so badass! Naruto exclaimed. He then got into the position he saw Han in when he got to the forest. So, meditation helps me do it? How do I actually meditate? Close your eyes and relax. Free yourself from the world around you. Don't speak and don't move. Try and control your emotions and find your inner peace. Han advised. The more you do this, the stronger your inner strength and your mind will be. This should also help with your focus, which can be useful when you're in a general battle as well. Naruto nodded and closed his eyes. He took in a deep breath and exhaled it. Han watched over the boy in his meditation and curiosity. Nearly a minute had passed before Naruto's eyes opened and a frown developed on his face. This is really boring. He grumbled to himself before closing his eyes again, trying to meditate again. Han couldn't help but facepalm. This is going to take a lot of work. Han and Naruto spent the rest of the day working on Naruto's meditation. While the blonde had difficulties concentrating in the beginning, the two had made notable improvements. They quit for the day when Yen informed them that dinner was ready, telling each other they'd continue the next day. Dinner was peaceful, especially in contrast to the night before the Akatsuki attack. Almost everyone chatted pleasantly amongst each other. Even Han spoke every few minutes, throwing out a few words or his opinions. Only Risho, who still refused to associate with the Konoha shinobi, was silent. Near the end of dinner, Han decided to prepare tea. The man went away for a few minutes before coming back carrying a teapot and cups for everyone. How you can carry all of that and not drop anything, Han-sensei? Roto asked. Do you need any help? No thanks. And I don't know, practice? It's not that difficult. The Jonin shrugged before he set the pot down. He then gave a cup to everyone and poured them tea. First Sensei eats with us, then he actually talks and associates with us, and now he's made us tea. I don't know how it happened, but you've changed, Han-sensei. Kuratsuka noted mentally with a smile. Her teammates were thinking along the same lines. They, along with the Konoha shinobi and Yen, then took a look at the cup of tea. There was a little steam coming out of it and the cup itself felt hot. Oh God! Anko now remembered the tea Han was drinking when she first met him away from camp. I didn't have enough time to make it as hot as I prefer it, but I presume it should suffice. Han informed everyone as he took a large drink of his tea. Well, I guess it isn't like that other cup. How hot can it really be? Anko wondered as she took a sip. At the same time, everyone else took a small sip from their own tea. Ah! Han immediately stopped drinking and looked around him. Shikamaru, Hinata, and Yen were on the floor nearly unconscious with bright red faces. Naruto, Roto, and Risho were all running to get water canteens, shouting variations of water. Anko was already chugging her own canteen of water, trying to cool herself and her tongue. See, come on everybody. It's not that hot. Kuratsuka stuttered, trying to keep herself calm. Her efforts were not working, however, as visible tears were falling down her face. Han looked at the chaos around him caused by his tea. He then took a look at his tea before he took another sip. A little cold. Han mumbled in disappointment. It seems humans have weak tongues. The Jonin then noticed Naruto was back. He had already chugged his water canteen and was now begging anyone for their water canteen. Han's sweat dropped in response. I stand corrected. It seems Jinchuriki can have weak tongues as well. Han noted with a frown before he turned his attention back to his tea. Dinner ended shortly after the incident with the tea. Everyone went off to do their own things. Naruto, Hinata, and Roto went together to go look for more firewood. Anko and Han went to go scope the surrounding environment for any threats to camp. Risho and Yen chatted together by the fire. Shikamaru found a spot near the bridge that gave a good view of the sunset in the sky. He laid down on his back and started to watch. A few minutes into it, however, he was joined by another person. Room for one more? Kuratsuka asked with a grin as she laid down next to him. Ugh, troublesome. Shikamaru grumbled. You can watch, yes. You seem upset about that. Don't want me here? She asked with narrowed eyes. It's not that. You're actually a pretty cool girl, especially compared to some that I know back home. But, I just want to relax right now dash. All you ever do is relax, lazy ass. She snapped, interrupting him. And all you do is ask me questions about Konoha that you can ask anyone else. He replied, ignoring her interruption. The Iwa Kunoichi shrugged in response. What can I say? I'm just curious about Konoha, considering every story you tell me is different from what I've heard about you guys. No, really. The Nara asked sarcastically. Considering our villages don't have the best relationship, that isn't surprising. I know that. So I like hearing what you guys have to say about your village. Especially you, because you don't sugarcoat your village and just say how you see it. I can actually believe what you have to say about it. You're blunt and I like that. And it actually sounds a lot like IWA, just with fewer mountains and more trees. Kuratsuka stated. Shikamaru accepted her response, now understanding why she always came for questions. A question of his own then entered his mind. What are the clouds like in IWA? Considering the mountains, you guys are probably a lot closer to them. Clouds? She asked. Yeah, they are a lot closer to us than they are here or probably in Konoha. It's kind of cool actually. Shikamaru gave her a look. Well, if you go up high enough, it feels like you actually are in the clouds. There's one peak near the edge of the village that actually goes up past the clouds even. Kuratsuka noted. It's actually really cool. Sometimes, if I go there, I feel like I'm flying. The Iwa Kunoichi then released what she had said and immediately blushed before she turned away. And not that I actually think about flying or anything. No, of course not. Because I know that's impossible. Of course you don't. Shikamaru said with a smirk. Kuratsuka scowled and lightly punched the Nara air in the arm. He grumbled before looking back up at the sunset. The girl's eyes followed suit. So you do this all the time? Really? Just watch sunsets and clouds? She asked. And stargaze at nights? Shikamaru added. The two shinobi said nothing as they continued to stare at the sunset. This was the first time Kuratsuka ever truly studied a sunset. She noted in particular how beautiful it was. It then dawned her that the sunsets in IWA might be even better. You know, this is pretty relaxing. She said. Heh, you're telling me? Shikamaru replied, his smirk on his face. The two continued to stare into the sunset, no words exchanged between them. They both enjoyed the silence and each other's company. Both of them would never admit this, especially Shikamaru, but the two were actually starting to see each other as good friends. Naruto, Hinata, and Roto were almost done with their search for firewood. The three shinobi had each collected quite a few pieces of wood. Only a few more pieces and they would be done. They were getting deep within the forest when Roto spotted something in the corner of his eye, a white flower with red dots on its petals. Oh. Now this is something you don't see every day. He noted as he examined the flower, putting his firewood to the side for a second. Naruto and Hinata stopped their search and stared at the genin from IWA. What are you doing? Shouldn't we still be finishing up with the firewood? Naruto asked. He then looked at the flower curiously. What's so special about that one? It's poisonous. Very poisonous. He stated excitedly as he took the flower. The boy then put it away in a pocket in his shorts. Oh yeah, I can definitely make a poison out of it. Oh, or medicine. Hinata offered. Roto looked over at her strangely. Well, I mean if why you neutralize the poison, that flower has a few qualities that are useful in medical creams. She explained. Roto took out the flower and examined it closer. Yeah, you're right. I guess it could. Interesting. Shouldn't you be more careful with the flower if it's that poisonous? Naruto asked. Roto scoffed in response. Trust me, after you've dealt with as many poisons as me, you've pretty much picked up immunities to them all. And if I don't have an immunity to it, then I'm pretty sure I have an antidote somewhere. He then turned to Hinata and smiled. Didn't know you liked flowers that much. Most people don't see the practical value behind them. Oh, I love them. I actually love to press flowers and I use some of them for medicine. She said excitedly. You're not like a lot of girls I know. Roto said as he stared at the girl for a second. A blush soon came on his face. Not like them at all. Hinata failed to notice the blush on his face, but Naruto caught it. He also caught how much the boy had been staring at Hinata. He had occasionally stared at her throughout dinner. The blonde scowled. He didn't know why, but something about all the attention Roto was giving Hinata bothered him. We can look at the flowers once we are done. Let's get this firewood stuff over with first, Naruto stated. Hinata nodded in agreement with her crush. Roto only sighed as he agreed, picking up his firewood. The search continued only for a few more minutes before the three shinobi returned with plenty of firewood. About an hour later, everyone ended up going to bed. Anko and Han rotated with the watch duty during the night. Day 1 was officially over. The remaining 2 days went by similarly and quickly. By the third day, everyone was back to nearly 100%. It was then time for both teams to leave. All right, take 2. Let's hope this time nothing happens when we separate, Anko joked. Indeed, Han noted. Yen walked forward and gave the Konoha shinobi a large smile before he started to speak. Anko-sama, Naruto-sama, Hinata-sama, Shikamaru-sama, thank you all. You've gone beyond what I paid for you. You are all extraordinary people and shinobi. I was truly blessed to have been given you as my escort. The merchant thanked. If any of you are ever in Tsuki no Kuni, mention my name. Come by my shop and take whatever you want for free. My door will always be open for you all. I think we'll remember that. I will at least. Anko laughed. It's been a pleasure, Yen. Have a safe trip back and we'll meet again one day. Yes, we shall. Farewell, he told them. Before we separate though, may I speak with Naruto-san in private? Han asked. Everyone looked at the Iwa Jonin strangely. They were in the process of leaving and now Han decides to have a private conversation? After a second, Anko shrugged. Sure. Go right ahead. Han walked off into the forest and Naruto hurried behind. You know, you all really like talking to me in private, Naruto noted teasingly. What's up, Han? Well, I wanted to congratulate you on your success with meditation. You are making good progress, Han told him. Oh, thanks, Naruto mumbled, a frown on his face. But I still got a long way to go. I can't concentrate enough to draw out the power of the Kyuubi yet. But you are making progress. You've done a lot to increase your focus. I'm wondering how your next fight will go. Your mind will be much stronger and your focus in battle will be stronger as well, Han noted. I have a feeling you'll do well and get control of the Kyuubi soon. Naruto's frown turned into a grin. Heh, thanks, Han. Thanks for working with me. I'm sure I must have been a hard student. You have no idea. The man deadpanned before he pulled out a scroll from a pocket in his gi. Anyway, as a gift for your progress, here's a scroll for a jutsu. I've had it for some time and it's pretty basic. It shouldn't take too long to learn. The Iwa Jonin tossed Naruto the scroll. The boy caught it and immediately read the title of it. Earth Style, Headhunter Jutsu. Naruto read. But I'm a wind type. Can I even learn it? A ninja's type only affects what kind of jutsus are their specialty. Your wind jutsus will be more powerful and require less chakra, but that doesn't mean you can't learn other types of jutsus. It would actually be wise to learn others. It'll give you some variety in attacks, Han advised. That jutsu is a D rank, so it shouldn't be difficult to learn. And I think it could add some tactics to your fighting style, especially with all of the clones you use. Alright. That's fine with me, Naruto cheered. Heh, next time you see me, I'll have this jutsu down. The boy then thought about the man in front of him. Han was a Jinchuriki just like him and understood him in ways no one else could. The man had spent days working on his meditation in hopes of getting the boy able to control the Kyuubi. He had now given Naruto a jutsu to learn. Naruto had gotten to know the man well and had gotten kind of attached to him. And now he was leaving. Naruto immediately rushed at the Iwa Jonin and gave him a hug. Han, in shock, returned the hug hesitantly. Thanks a lot, Han nii. He told the man. No problem. Naruto-san, don't call me that. I hate honorifics, Han requested. Well, too bad. I'm calling you it, Naruto replied stubbornly, tightening the hug. A couple of seconds passed before the two ended their hug and headed back to their respective teams. The Konoha Shinobi and IWA Shinobi then headed on their separate ways. Han and well, whatever. I'm excited to see what kind of shinobi you'll be when I see you next, Naruto Otauto. Han thought to himself with a smile. The journey back home to Konoha was peaceful and uneventful. Under normal circumstances, Anko would have complained about it. Considering the events that happened at Tenchi Bridge, she wasn't going to complain about peace for some time. For now, she was going to simply enjoy it. Team 3 got home faster than the trip to the bridge, considering they didn't have to slow down to Yen's speed. The four shinobi were excited to see the gates of Konoha. We're back. Finally! Naruto shouted. It's good to be back home. Hinata agreed with a smile. Come on guys, Ichiraku has ramen for us. It's been far too long. The blonde shinobi stated excitedly as he started to run off in the direction of his favorite place to eat. As he was about to get out of sight, Anko raised her right hand. Snakes shot out of her hand and grabbed Naruto by his shoulders. The snakes then dragged Naruto back to his team. Whoa their whiskers! Anko stated with a laugh. Trust me, I want nothing more than to get some dango right now. But first things first, after a mission, we have to go inform the Hokage about it. And trust me, we have a lot time to tell him. Naruto frowned at his sensei's words before he started walking towards the academy and the Hokage's office, grumbling about ramen. Shikamaru chuckled and Hinata giggled at their friends' antics as they, along with their sensei, followed behind. The four members of Team 3 made it to the Hokage's office as quickly as they could. They walked in as another Genin team left the office, most likely going on their own mission. The Hokage noticed the team and had a smile on his face. Ah, welcome back Anko-san, Naruto, Shikamaru, Hinata. Hiruzen greeted the team. How was the mission? Well, the mission was a success. We'll start with that. Anko stated as she gave her leader the scroll she got from Han before the Akatsuki attack. Hiruzen accepted it and filed it away. Then you'll have the money of the mission transferred to your account Anko. Pay your students accordingly when you get the money. Congratulations on your first C rank mission. He told everyone with a smile. After those words, his face got serious as he turned to Anko. Based on what you said, though, you have more to say don't you? Anko laughed humorlessly. Oh, you have no idea. Onaki, the Sandaime Tsuchikage, mumbled as he read the mission report. Weeks ago, he sent the team in front of him on a simple escort mission featuring a brief encounter with Konoha Shinobi. It seemed a simple mission on paper. The aged Tsuchikage was legitimately surprised when he read the report and saw it was otherwise. Attacked by missing ninja? Assisted by Konoha Shinobi in the combat. Onaki repeated the odd parts of the report. He looked up from his paper and faced the team that went on this strange mission. Kurotsuke, Risho, Roto, you three are dismissed. Han, I would like you to stay. He informed the team. Yes Tsuchikage-sama. Risho and Roto replied in unison. Yeah. Whatever. See you at dinner tonight Gramps. Kurotsuke replied. Show some respect for the Tsuchikage. Risho exclaimed at his teammates' words while they walked out. He's my grandfather. I give him the respect he deserves, but I'm also going to call him what I want to call him. The Iwa Kunoichi retorted. The two genin continued to argue loudly even after they left the room. Roto tried to calm his teammates down, but his efforts ended up failing. Onaki sighed in response to genin while Han chuckled slightly. She's much more mature on missions and in battle. You have a strange effect on her. Han noted to his leader. Tell me about it. Onaki sighed. Anyway, I presume you want to discuss the mission in more detail. The Gobijin Churiki asked. The Tsuchikage nodded. Yes. You were all vague with the report. Who exactly were these missing ninjas? That's something I wanted to discuss with you actually if you've heard of them. Han informed him. Their names were Kakuzu and Nasumereta. I recognize them. Kakuzu is an S-ranked missing ninja from Taki while Nasumereta is high-ranked from Kumo. The Sandaime noted with a frown. He didn't like the idea of two powerful shinobi like them attacking his shinobi. I believe they belonged to some organization called Akatsuki. Han added more information. Akatsuki. Onaki's eyes widened in surprise. I recognize that name. They're a mercenary group that I hired for some jobs here and there. The old man rubbed his head, the news seemingly frustrating him. So those two missing ninjas are part of Akatsuki, huh? Why would they attack you? Why would they attack any IWA shinobi? They were after the Gobi. The IWA Jonin answered simply. Onaki's eyes widened further for a second before they narrowed in anger. He slammed his fist onto his desk, nearly breaking it. Damn them. For their sake, they better not step foot in IWA again asking for another job. I will personally murder them all. He then took a deep breath in an attempt to calm himself down before speaking again. So you're telling me you were able to fight them off? And Konoha Shinobi actually helped with this? Correct. I'd go as far to say that without the Konoha Shinobi, I'd have been captured. Han answered. I see. Onaki frowned at the news, uncertain how he should respond. Why do you think Konoha assisted? They shouldn't have helped. Based on the details of the mission, they already completed their part. They had no reason to assist and our villages in particular don't get along. They helped because they that saw we needed help. The Gobi Jinchuriki replied. And based off some conversation I had with the Jonin sensei, Mitarashi Anko, I believe Konoha wishes to mend the relationship between our villages. Onaki's eyes narrowed again in suspicion. Are you certain of this? Yes. And to be honest, I feel like we might benefit from that. Han gave his opinion. Onaki's eyes widened again, especially once Han continued to speak. The war has been over for over a decade. It's time we try and move past it for the sake of both of our villages. We are lacking in allies. Making an ally out of Konoha might be for the best. Besides, I owe them my life. I'd rather have no other village have my back. Your opinion is noted, Han. You may leave. Onaki ordered. Han nodded as he left the office, leaving Onaki alone to his thoughts. The aged Tsuchikage had heard a lot about Konoha, every bit of it contradicted what he knew from experience. He wanted to ignore Konoha's aid, but he couldn't. It also didn't help that Han, a shinobi that openly hates humanity, was speaking favorably of these Konoha shinobi and was requesting a better relationship with the other village. None of this made any sense to Tsuchikage. Onaki needed a lot of time to think a lot about everything he heard. The Gobi Jinchuriki continued to walk out of the office and out of the mansion. As he stepped out and into the village of Iwa, he was stopped by an old man. The man had red hair and a ponytail at the very top of his head. He also had a red mustache and a red beard. He wore a light red shirt and pants with a black mesh armor underneath. He had a brown sash on his waist with a pouch attached to it. The man also wore an Iwagaku or forehead protector over his head in the shape of a crown. Good afternoon, Han. You were in there for a while. What questions did that stubborn mule for at Tsuchikage ask you? The man joked. Good afternoon, Rashi. He asked me questions about my most recent mission, particularly how Konoha was involved with it. Han replied. Typical. Very typical. The man, Rashi, said with a sigh. Well, did anything interesting happen? Well, anything I would find interesting. Han nodded and actually smiled at the older man. Yes. A few things you would. Especially considering I met another one of us. Rashi gave the man a surprised look before a smirk appeared on his face. Oh? Another Jinchuriki? Well, I guess I am interested. Come on. Let's go get some tea, my treat. You're going to have to inform me everything about this. Han nodded in agreement and the two men walked off together to a nearby tea shop, ready to engage in discussion of the most recent events in Han's life. 8 silhouettes appeared on large stones surrounding a statue in the center. 7 of the silhouettes were staring at the 9th stone, noting that someone was not here. And look, Kakuzu returns alone. One of the figures stated with a laugh. His silhouette had a visible ponytail. Kill off Nasumereta, didn't ya? The former Taki shinobi glared in response. He's dead, yes, and if you keep pissing me off, you'll be next, Deidara. Before the figure identified as Deidara could respond, Kakuzu turned his attention to the leader. Nasumereta was killed in combat. The mission was not as any of us anticipated. The leader's eyes narrowed on him. Explain. The Konoha shinobi interfered in the mission, something none of us failed to take into consideration. One of those Konoha shinobi also ended up being Konoha's Jinchuriki, the Kyubi container. Nasumereta was killed by the Kyubi Jinchuriki. I was forced to retreat, as going against 2 Jinchuriki and 6 other shinobi alone was suicide. Kakuzu explained. The leader nodded in understanding at Kakuzu's words before he closed his eyes and thought to himself about the situation. Kyubi, huh? Isn't that our target, Itaka-san? Another figure spoke. The one speaking looked similar to a shark-human hybrid. Heh, if he was able to kill Nasumereta, maybe he'll be a fun hunt. Your hunt will have to wait, Kisame. The leader spoke up as he opened his eyes and ended his thinking. All missions involving testing or capturing the Jinchuriki will be put on hold for now. Let me guess, with this mission against the Gobiya failure, both Konoha and IWA will bring back news about the attack. This, in turn, will alert the other villages, putting them on guard against any threats to their Jinchuriki. Another figure stated. He was a large figure with a gruff voice that looked almost metallic, even as a silhouette. That is correct, Sasori. We are going to have to be careful for the next few months or so. I will inform you of all of your individual tasks. He stated before turning to face Kakuzu. We have a new partner for you. Make sure you don't waste this one. And be careful, Kakuzu. You in particular have probably generated a lot of suspicion. It should be expected that you'll be a target to the shinobi villages as a threat to their Jinchuriki. Kakuzu, if he was a weaker man, would have glared in response at his leader's words for reminding him of his failure and for the subtle insult about his failure. The man, however, was not a weaker man and knew he couldn't respond that way to his leader. Understood. He simply said. This meeting is dismissed. Await my orders. The leader informed everyone. The silhouettes disappeared without a trace. Chapter 12, The Need to Get Stronger. Storm Style, Lighting Rain. Shit. Everybody get out of here now. Anko ordered her students. Anko's words came too late. Blue lightning rained down from the sky and struck the 4 Konoha shinobi. All 4 members of Team 3 screamed in pain before falling to the ground, blue static surrounding their bodies. The 4 shinobi tried to get up, but found that they couldn't. The lightning had paralyzed their bodies. What? What the fuck? Anko questioned as she struggled to get up. Give up. It's useless. Nasumereta replied nonchalantly as he approached the Konoha shinobi. That technique of mine paralyzes anything it hits. Granted, it's only for a short time, but you all will be dead before it fades. No. Body, move, damn it. Anko ordered herself. Nasumereta walked over slowly to Hinata and picked her up by her jacket. The girl started to cry. He wasted no time in stabbing the girl through the throat. The tears that had run down her eyes mixed with the blood dripping from her throat. He then tossed the corpse of the Hyuga heiress over to the side before walking up to Shikamaru. Hinata! Anko screamed as she tried to get up again. Why you, stay away from my students. Shikamaru continued to struggle against his paralysis, but his efforts failed. Nasumereta grabbed him and impaled his lighting rod straight through the Nara's head. Shikamaru! The Takubetsu Jonin screamed again. Nasumereta then walked over slowly to Naruto. The blonde tried similarly to Shikamaru to get up, but he too failed and was grabbed by the former Kyumo ninja. The boy was then stabbed straight through the heart before being tossed to the side. No. Naruto! No! Anko cried out. Nasumereta walked slowly to Anko. The Takubetsu Jonin kept trying to get up, but her efforts were not working. Gee God! Damn you! She hissed to the approaching figure. The former Kyumo shinobi grabbed the woman by her throat. His face then immediately changed. Instead of Nasumereta, Anko was now looking into the eyes of her former sensei, Orochimaru. I must say, Anko-chan, I'm impressed. Even I wasn't able to kill off all my students. You really are a sensei beyond comparison. Orochimaru taunted her student as he licked his lips with his snake-like tongue. Anko didn't have time to react. Orochimaru had already stabbed her in the chest with the lightning rod. Her vision started to fade. AHH. Anko let out a blood-curdling scream before she got up, her eyes completely wide. The Takubitsu Jonin looked around at her surroundings frantically. Instead of the battlefield by the Tenchi Bridge, she was in her bed in her apartment in Konoha. There was no battlefield, no missing ninja, and no corpses of her students. She sighed in relief. Okay, everything's okay. They're okay. They're alive. She told herself, breathing hard. Damn it. That nightmare gets worse each night. Ever since the battle against Kakuzu and Nasumereta, Anko had been having nightmares. They all involved her students dying at the hands of Nasumereta and always end just as the man is killing her. The nightmares got worse with each subsequent one. This one in particular surpassed the others when the image of her former sensei, Orochimaru, appeared in her dreams in place of Nasumereta. Anko immediately got out of bed, grabbed a glass bottle of sake from her kitchen, and walked out into Konoha. It was early morning, the sun was just starting to rise. The Takubitsu Jonin walked while drinking her sake, trying to clear her mind. She was currently mulling over the reason she believed she was having the nightmares. We should have died. We got so lucky that it isn't even funny. Anko thought bitterly. If Naruto didn't release the Kyuubi at that moment, if Nasumereta hadn't wasted so much chakra in the fight, if Han didn't stop the Kyuubi from taking complete control over Naruto, if any of that didn't happen, we'd all be dead. The snake summoner started to chug on her bottle. After finishing it off, she crushed it in her hands. Glass punctured her hand, but she was too deep in thought to care. I couldn't do a damn thing. I got paralyzed and that was it for me. I couldn't help them, I couldn't save my students. It's my job to protect them and I failed, heh. Some sensei you turned out to be Anko. Anko's walking soon turned into running. She was now heading in the direction of Training Ground 44. I fucked up badly. Now it's time to fix that. I have to make sure I can get stronger so something like that can never happen again. I have to get stronger to protect them, and I have to get them stronger to protect themselves. Anko thought. All of the rage over her nightmares and the incident were converted to determination. Her speed increased as she continued to head to the training ground, ready for a workout of her own before she met up with her students. Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru could tell there was something wrong with their sensei. She was acting funny when they met up for their daily training sessions. On a usual day when they arrived early, the members of Team 3 would sit and chat before starting the warm-up. Today, Anko immediately had them start their warm-up. Anko, herself, didn't look to be in good shape. The woman had bags under her eyes and bruises on nearly every part of her body. Her right hand was bleeding as well. The woman seemed to not notice her condition, or she didn't care about it. She was more focused on the warm-up. The warm-up, in itself, was also odd. Anko had doubled the work she traditionally assigned. It could be compared to the work Guy assigned to his team. This caused her students a lot of pain. The three genin were in the middle of push UPS when Hinata fell to the ground in exhaustion. She didn't have time to rest, however, as Anko had tossed a kunai right in front of her. We aren't over yet. Keep up the work. She ordered. Eep. Hinata gasped as she continued her work, breathing hard and being very slow with it. Give her a break, Anko-sensei. Naruto said while doing his push UPS. After all the running, the sit UPS, and all the other crap you've had us do, we are exhausted. The enemy doesn't care if you're exhausted. Hell, they'll be excited. Makes you an easier kill. Anko retorted, giving her blonde student a glare. Now stop yapping and focus on the work. Naruto had nothing else to say. He just continued silently with the warm-up. After another good 10 minutes, Anko had stopped the warm-up. Her three students immediately fell to the ground in pure exhaustion. All right, now we'll work on something else. I'm going to work on your reflexes, she said. Immediately as she said that, Konao came flying at her students. Hinata and Shikamaru were able to dodge in time, but Naruto was hit by one in the leg. He winced in pain. Ah! What the hell? He cursed. You should have all dodged those easily. She stated sharply. We're exhausted. Naruto retorted back. And like I said, enemy shinobi don't care. Now, back to work. Dodge properly and that should be the only injury you get. She replied before tossing shuriken. Her students then immediately got up and started to hurry out of the way of the attacks of their sensei. By the end of the session, Anko knew her students needed a break. Hinata and Shikamaru were close to passing out from exhaustion and Naruto was starting to take too many injuries. Alright, take an hour to cool down. Anko ordered her students. They didn't have to be told twice. Shikamaru promptly took a nap right on the spot. Naruto and Hinata then sat down and tried to ease their tired muscles. Maybe I'm being too hard on them. Anko noted to herself. I'll work on something I think they all will enjoy for the individual stuff. And I'll try to take it a little easier tomorrow. But I'm not going to soften up too much. I need them tough. An hour passed by quickly. The three genin stood up and got ready for more training. All three were still incredibly sore, but were feeling better than they had earlier. Anko immediately made 2 shadow clones. Okay, I'll be working with Shikamaru. Naruto and Hinata, you both have my clones. Now, let's get to work. The 2 shadow clones immediately went off with their respective students, heading in their own direction. Shikamaru was left alone with his sensei. Okay, she only calls us by our names and not those troublesome nicknames when she's being serious. Something's up with her. Shikamaru thought to himself out of concern for his sensei. Okay lazy ass, it's about time we finally worked on something I can legitimately teach you. I worked on your reflexes, your strength, and your mind each time, but now let's work on something to give you some variety. Anko told him as a smirk appeared on her face. And now she's back to the nicknames and smirking like a little kid. Anko-sensei, you are too troublesome to figure out. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. So what exactly will we be working on? Shikamaru asked. His sensei nodded in response. It's about time we started working on your jutsu other than your shadows. This'll also give you some offensive attacks other than just spamming your explosive tagged Konao. Now, watch my hands. Anko then ran through a few hand signs before she shouted, Fire Style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Multiple fireballs were released from her mouth. The fireballs made direct contact with nearby trees, lighting them on fire. Anko smirked before she used a water-style jutsu to put out the flames. You see that? It's pretty easy to learn as far as fire jutsu go and also packs quite a punch. I also know quite a few who use the fire to cover shuriken. You can come up with a few different tactics for it. Shikamaru actually grinned at seeing it in action. I could work with it. You better. Anyway, were you watching the hand signs? Try and do it. Anko ordered. The Nara nodded and made the same hand signs he saw his sensei make. He then took in a deep breath and attempted to breath out fireballs. Instead, however, he only caused his mouth to get very hot and smoke to come out. The Nara immediately started choking. Heh, you're only just starting with fire. Expect that to happen a lot when you just start. Anko told him while laughing. Troublesome. Shikamaru managed to eventually say between the coughing. By the time coughing died down, the two immediately continued work on the jutsu. One of Anko's clones led Hinata away from everyone, near a small clearing surrounded by wooden posts. When the two arrived there, the clone turned and faced the Hyuga. Alright Stutters-chan, you've gotten good with the bow. You know more than I can possibly teach you, so you're going to have to improve on your own with it. She informed her student. Hinata nodded in understanding. So we'll have to work on something else for today. Now quick question, you're still working with your clan on the gentle fist, right? Yes. Hinata affirmed. Whenever I don't have missions that interfere, father still works with me on it. The clone of Anko nodded in acceptance. Good. Then I guess I'll leave Taijutsu training to your family then. So, how about we work on some ninjutsu? The clone then pulled out a blue scroll and tossed it to her student. Hinata grabbed it and looked at its title. Water Style, Gunshot. She read. C-rank Water Style Jutsu. Can be used at any range. You turn your chakra into water and then spit it out in the form of rapid-fire water bullets. The more chakra you have, the more bullets you can use and the larger they can become. She explained. Fun fact, the Nidaime Hokage used this jutsu as a basis for developing his advanced water manipulation that allowed him to turn water vapor into a source for water. How he did that, I have no fucking clue. But hey, it's interesting trivia. You know a lot about multiple types of jutsu, sensei. Hinata noted. Of course. Anko's clone scoffed in response. Fire is my specialty, yeah, but I don't want to stay behind in the other elements. It's good to have a few different tricks up your sleeves in case you fight certain opponents. It also just makes you a balanced shinobi. Hinata nodded in understanding before she turned her attention to the scroll. She was already studying the basics of it and the required hand signs. Heads up, you will fail the first time you try. It may be C-rank, but it's pretty complex. It's going to require you to concentrate a lot of chakra in your mouth and solidify it into water. She informed her student. Keep practicing though. The important thing is that you get this jutsu down eventually, so don't stress if it's taking time. Right. Hinata agreed as she placed the scroll down and made the necessary hand signs. Water Style, Gunshot. The Hyuga heiress concentrated her chakra into her mouth and attempted to create the jutsu. The end result caused the girl to go into a coughing fit, losing concentration on her jutsu. Yeah, that sounds like your average first attempt on that jutsu. Just like if you just starting working with fire jutsu. Anko's clone joked as she watched her student continue her coughing. She eventually went over to her, and patted her on the back, helping her out. Well, because of that coughing fit, I can tell you got the chakra concentration part down relatively well. Now we just need to work on turning it into solid water that won't choke you. The clone stated. How about I demonstrate for you before you try again? Hinata nodded and the clone started to make hand signs, ready to demonstrate the jutsu. Hinata watched dutifully, hoping to recreate the jutsu quickly. The second clone of Anko led Naruto to an empty part of the training ground that was barren, no trees, no training posts, nothing. Okay Whiskers, let's the clone started. Wait, sensei, can we work on this? The blonde asked as he pulled out the scroll Han gave him. Anko's clone gave the boy a curious look before she took the scroll and looked at it. Her eyes widened when she saw what the scroll was for. Headhunter? Where'd you get an Earth-style jutsu? They aren't overly common here in Konoha. She questioned. Han gave it to me and he thinks it'd give me some variety in jutsu. I agree, so can we work on it? He asked again. Han The clone repeated the name in her head. Guess they were closer than I thought. Pretty surprising that Han gave him a jutsu though. The original me might find this really interesting. Whatever. I'm just a clone, I don't have to follow my original's orders when she isn't here. She shrugged, changing the plans for the blonde student. Yeah, we can work on the jutsu. Yeah. Awesome. Naruto cheered, jumping up and down a little. Okay, now let's get to work. Whoa, settle down Whiskers. Anko's clone mumbled. Naruto stopped jumping around and stared at her, waiting to hear what she had to say. Now, have you looked at the jutsu at all yet? Naruto shook his head. Not really. Only a little bit, but I kind of would have preferred to start practicing it with you in case if I screw up. I figured you could help me with any problems that I have with it. Fair enough. Understand though that I don't know this jutsu and earth is probably my weakest element, so I don't know exactly how much help I'll be with this. But I'll do my best. She said before tossing the scroll back to Naruto. Now, just try it I guess. Naruto nodded before he looked over the scroll again. He studied it for a few minutes, the details behind by the jutsu and the hand signs. He then put the scroll away and made the necessary hand signs. Earth style, Headhunter jutsu. Naruto shouted. The blonde, however, used too much chakra in his attempt. This caused Naruto to sink into the ground itself. He fell down to his shoulders, shouting the entire way. Ah! Damn it! What the hell? Naruto cursed as he tried to get out of the clone. Anko's clone, after witnessing the attempt, immediately fell to the ground in laughing fit. Oh god! I didn't know it was possible, but you just got shorter. Her laughter only annoyed Naruto, whose struggling increased. Ugh! Hey, sensei! Quit laughing and help me out of here! He shouted. Can't do whiskers. She replied between laughs. You wanted to learn this jutsu, so you should fix the problems you make with it. Naruto grumbled to himself as he struggled to get out of the ground. He was going to have to practice this jutsu and he couldn't do it like this. Why do I have a feeling this is going to be a really long day? He grumbled to himself, still trying to pull himself out. All three genin were exhausted after their individual training. They had spent every second working on the jutsu assigned to them. Shikamaru and Hinata were both suffering from chakra exhaustion while Naruto experienced physical exhaustion from having to constantly pull himself out of holes. In addition, all there were still worn up from the earlier training from that day. You all look like shit. Anko laughed. Naruto and Shikamaru glared in response at their sensei. Even Hinata gave her an annoyed look. This only caused the Takubetsu Jonin to laugh in response. Yup. And it seems like my lovely little brats are pissed. Now that right there is the reason I love being a sensei. She stated before she stopped laughing and gave them all a serious look. Yeah, I know I probably tired you all out a lot today more than usual and I admit I was a bitch today, but I need you guys to get tougher for the future. I want to make sure that if something like our last C rank happens again soon, you all will be able to have a fighting chance on your own without my help. So expect the next few sessions to be rough, but I think it'll be worth it in the end. The three genin of Team 3 stopped glaring at their sensei and gave her a shocked look. They all then nodded simultaneously. I'll be a little more lenient tomorrow, since I probably did go a little overboard, but the training will still be difficult. I am going to do my part to make sure you three can live a long fulfilling life as shinobi of Konoha. We get it. No big deal, Anko-sensei. We're just going to get stronger after all, so no complaints from me. Naruto stated excitedly. Good. Good to hear. Anko stated with a smirk. Anyway, I have some plans today, so no missions. You are all dismissed. Just take it easy for the rest of the day and relax. You all earned it. See you brats tomorrow. Anko made a hand sign before using the shunshin and disappearing, leaving her students alone. Show off. She just loves that shunshin. Naruto grumbled. Naruto, this is Anko-sensei. She loves flashy entrances and exits. Are you just now realizing this? Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Shut up. Hinata giggled as she watched her friends argue. Well, if we got the day off, I'm probably going to go head to Ichiraku. Want to come? Naruto said as he started to walk off. Both Shikamaru and Hinata nodded. The three members of the team were then off, heading to go get lunch. It didn't take Anko long to reach where she was heading, the memorial stone for ninja killed in combat. The stone was not too far away from the training ground, making it only a small walk to get there. The Takubetsu Jonin grinned when she arrived there. Just as she was hoping, a man was there. He was a tall man with white, spiky hair. He wore the Konoha flak jacket and a pair of pants that had kunai holders on them. He also had on a mask over his face and his forehead protector covered his left eye. Kakashi. What's up? She shouted at him. The man, Kakashi, looked away from the memorial stone and faced Anko. He gave her a smile behind his mask before he walked over to her. Good evening, Anko. It's been a while. He replied. Need something? You usually don't come out here. You would know. You're out here every day. Anko noted. Kakashi shrugged. True. I feel that I should be though. There are many people here who don't get as much respect as they should. Anko nodded with a frown on her face. The mood of the conversation had taken a rapid turn from positive to negative. Yeah, I understand. We both know quite a few people on there, don't we? Yeah. The white-haired man replied before he gave another smile to the woman. Anyway, you probably didn't come to talk about stuff like that. What did you want to ask me? The Takubitsu Jonin immediately perked back up. Spar with me. Kakashi gave her a strange look. You heard me. I'm looking for a sparring partner and I want to know if you'd be willing to be my partner. She explained. Odd. Why me? Aren't you closer to someone like Kurane? Wouldn't you rather ask her? He asked. Because you're good. Real good. And don't deny it. Anko stated sharply as she noticed that Kakashi was going to interrupt her. I spar a lot with Kurane, yeah, but I need someone a little tougher. I need someone who will push me beyond my limits. I figured you probably would be the best person to come to. I see. Kakashi noted, rubbing the back of his head in slight embarrassment at the praise from his colleague. Well, I'll be free in about 4 or 5 hours if you want to spar today. Where do you want to meet up then? Your training ground will be fine. She replied, a large grin on her face. Thanks a lot, Kakashi. No problem. We haven't sparred in a long time anyway, so maybe this'll be fun. Kakashi told her with a smile behind his mask. Anyway, I'm probably going to have to go soon. I'll see you then. Where you heading? She asked curiously. What are you running late to now? I'm supposed to meet up with my genin team. He replied simply. Anyway, see you later, Anko. Kakashi waved goodbye before he disappeared in a shunshin, leaving Anko alone. A Jonin sensei showing up late to his genin's training sessions. Typical Kakashi. Anko scoffed. Well, whatever. Not my problem. Anyway, I ought to prepare myself. Our spar is probably going to hurt. Anko then hurried off to go prepare for her spar. She was excited that he had said yes and was ready to see if the spar could help her improve on her skills. Itadakimasu. Naruto shouted loudly before he started scarfing down his ramen. Hinata and Shikamaru were much quieter, and slower, as they ate their food. In 30 seconds, the two of them had only gotten through a small portion of their bowls while Naruto finished his off and was requesting another bowl. Ah! I missed this place. If there's anything I missed from being out of Konoha, it was ramen. Naruto mentioned with a content smile while he waited for more ramen. Go figure. Shikamaru chuckled as he took a second away from his bowl to talk to his friend. If I were to say what I missed most, it would be my bed. I forgot how much easier it is to sleep on a real bed. That would be what you miss, lazy ass. Naruto stuck his tongue out at his friend. Hinata giggled to herself as she continued to eat on her ramen. She loved moments like these where Naruto and Shikamaru argued amongst each other. They amused her a lot. Shikamaru was about to respond to Naruto, but Tuka came forward from the back and gave Naruto another bowl of miso ramen. The blonde immediately turned his attention solely to the bowl and started eating again. Have we done that comparison between you and Anko-sensei on who is the faster eater yet? You and your ramen versus her and her dango. Shikamaru asked. We haven't, but we should. I know I could take her down, Databia. Naruto said proudly between slurps. Speaking of Anko-sensei, did you guys notice something off with her? Hinata questioned her friends. Naruto stopped eating and faced the Hyuga heiress. Well, yeah, she even admitted it. She was being really tough on us to work on improving our training. Yeah, but it goes beyond that. Shikamaru spoke up. Her mood seemed to change over and over again, more often than usual. And she seemed stressed still. Still. Naruto and Hinata said in near unison as they gave the Nara heir a strange look. You haven't noticed? He questioned. Well, ever since that fight with those missing ninja on the mission, Anko-sensei has been acting different. Sure, she would joke around and be her troublesome self, but she seemed always like there was something on her mind. It only got worse each day. Something was bothering her and stressing her out, and it still is. Today was the worst she's been. How did you notice all that? Naruto asked. Attention to detail and paying attention to subtle changes in character. I might be wrong, but I don't think so. Shikamaru shrugged. So, what do you think? Naruto and Hinata remained quiet for a few seconds before Hinata spoke up. She probably is, she said, a frown on her face. Should we do something? Like what? It's not like she told us any of this. The Nara grumbled. Oh, I know what we can do. Naruto spoke up. The blonde immediately told his friends the idea. Hinata and Shikamaru both smiled after hearing what he had to say. Simple, but I like it. I'm sure she'd appreciate it. Shikamaru said. She will. Hopefully it'll help her feel a little better. Hinata stated quietly. I have a feeling it will. If I know Anko-sensei, it should. Naruto said, a smirk on his face. Anyway, we should go do it after we finish eating. We wouldn't want her to head over there before we can do it for her, would we? Right, right. The Nara nodded in agreement. She said she had some plans today, so we might have a little bit of time. Hinata told them. A thoughtful look then appeared on her face. I wonder what Anko-sensei's plans were anyway. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Anko unleashed a giant fireball from her mouth. Kakashi retaliated with the same fireball. The two jutsu collided with each other and cancelled each other out. Damn it, Kakashi. I didn't realize sparring with you would be just you copying every jutsu I do. Anko cursed at him, starting to breathe hard. I'm the copy ninja for a reason, you know. He replied with a smile. His forehead protector was no longer covering his left eye. It was wide open, revealing the Sharingan. He's screwing with me. I know he's doing that to me on purpose to piss me off, so that way my actions will get less focused. Well, I'm not going to let him get the better of me that way. Anko told herself before she ran forward to attack. The two shinobi engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Kakashi was able to parry her strikes with his own. He managed to land a good few punches directly at the Takubetsu Jonin, but she showed no signs of giving up. Realizing she was getting outmatched, Anko jumped backwards, made hand signs, and released another fire-style, fireball jutsu at Kakashi. The fireball flew faster than the other one and managed to hit Kakashi, causing him to wince under the flames of the fire. Anko smirked before she saw him disappear in a poof of smoke. Before she could react, a hand grabbed her from underground and pulled her down into the ground. She was dragged all the way down to her neck. Kakashi then appeared in front of her, giving his traditional smile behind his mask. This is the jutsu that Naruto wanted to work on today. Guess it's pretty effective. Anko thought to herself. Well, I supposed that should cut it for today, right Anko? Kakashi asked. I'm assuming you don't need help getting out? Her response was only disappearing in a poof of smoke as well. Kakashi's eyes widened in response. Shadow clone. He mumbled to himself before looking for Anko. I don't remember her even making one. That's pretty impressive to pull that off on me. He didn't have time to look much. Snakes shot from behind a nearby tree and grabbed the man with their teeth. They bit down hard on him, causing him to wince in pain. Heh, now let's get this over with. Anko stated as she appeared from behind the tree. She then pulled back on her hands in an effort to pull Kakashi forward. Her efforts worked, as Kakashi was sent flying towards the Takubetsu Jonin. She then made more hand signs. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. She shouted before unleashing a burst of fire from her mouth, heading at the approaching Kakashi. Ah, I see what she's doing. She used her snakes to immobilize me and pull me in close to her so she can use the Dragon Flame Jutsu, a jutsu that is more effective the closer you are to the target. Very effective. Kakashi thought to himself before he started to make hand signs of his own. However, Anko, I am not immobilized like you think I am. Water style, gunshot. Kakashi quickly launched a ball of water from his mouth that collided with the fire. The water quickly put out the approaching flames and continued flying at Anko. The Takubetsu Jonin was hit head-on by the jutsu, causing her to fly backwards and her snakes to let go of Kakashi. She landed on the ground hard. Damn it! She cursed before getting up and getting a position to keep fighting. Anko, that's probably enough for today. Kakashi told her as he moved his forehead protector to cover his Sharingan eye. We are not done. I can still fight. Now let's keep this up. Anko demanded as she pulled out a kunai. Anko, please. Besides the fact you were already bruised before we fought, I can tell your chakra is running low right now and that you're even more tired. We sparred for a while. We should call it quits for the day. The Jonin explained. We don't want to get you too tired. You'd be useless if you were overworked and exhausted. Just relax. Anko said nothing in return. She looked down in thought. He's right. I have been overworking myself today. I can't let that happen, otherwise I might burn myself out. I'm going to have to take it a little easier. She thought. However, Kakashi started, getting the attention of Anko. We can continue sparring some other time. Would every other day be okay with you? Anko immediately grinned in response. Hell yeah it would. Meet here same time. Kakashi nodded. Yep. Now, I'll see you then. Why don't you go and relax? Right. Thanks Kakashi. She thanked him, her grin seemingly larger. I'll see you later then. Bye. Anko then walked off, too tired to make a shunshin. She's better than I remember. I actually had to use my Sharingan and I got myself tired out a little bit. And if we keep sparring like that, we will both get better. These sparring sessions will be pretty useful. Kakashi noted before he pulled out an orange book from a pocket in his pants. Anyway, back to where I was when I left off. The Jonin giggled to himself with a blush on his face as he walked away from the training ground himself. After sparring with Kakashi, Anko went out to go get Dango. The sensei of Team 3 ordered a large plate of her favorite food and a cup of tea. As soon as she got her desired meal, the woman immediately started to eat at a rate that would cause Naruto to gasp. Every time I'm away on a mission, Dango gets better by the time I come back. She noted in her head as she continued to chew on her food in contentment. Anko was alone in the restaurant other than the workers. She took her time eating and tried to keep her mind focused solely on the food. She made an effort to avoid thoughts on her nightmares or her role as a sensei. She was able to relax. By the time she finished her meal, she was smiling peacefully and playing with a few of the sticks that her Dango were on. Okay, I feel better now. Kakashi was right. I needed to rest a little bit. I need to stop stressing myself out so much. She told herself. A clerk came over and took the plates away from Anko. She then turned her attention to him. Hey, so how much was it today? I know I went a little overboard on how many I ordered. Anko asked sheepishly, rubbing the back of her head. You? Nothing. The clerk informed her. Huh. She gave him a strange look. Look, don't screw with me. How much do I owe? As I said, nothing. 3 young kids came in today and paid a good amount of money and put it under your name. And you didn't eat as much as they paid, so you don't owe us a thing. He replied. Huh. Anko's eyes widened. Yes. A Hyuga, a Nara and a blonde-haired boy were the ones who paid for you. The clerk replied. They seemed to really look up to you and wanted to do something for you. We warned them how much it would probably cost to cover one of your meals, but they didn't care. Anko's eyes seemed to widen even further. Her students had paid for this meal? They had done something like that for her, especially after she was being, as she put it, a bitch to them? Okay then. Thanks a lot, sir. Anko told the man before she walked out of the shop and headed back to her apartment. Anyone who saw the Takubetsu Jonin that night would have seen a sight rarely seen. Anko was walking down the streets of Konoha with a smile on her face. Not a sadistic smirk or a mischievous grin, a plain, sincere smile. I'll have to pay them back somehow. Those 3, they're fine shinobi and great kids. And I'll do my part to keep them alive. Anko thought to herself with pure determination in her eyes. That night when Anko fell asleep, she was not greeted by the same nightmare that was tormenting her. The dream she had reminded her of a dream she used to get growing up where she, of all people, became the Hokage. She couldn't remember much about this dream, but it was a peaceful one and she enjoyed it. There was one thing she truly remembered from it though: Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru were alive and were proud Jonin of Konoha. The snake summoner knew she was going to do everything in her power to make sure her dream did come true. Time fell into a pattern for the members of Team 3. Days turned to weeks. Weeks turned to months. They continued meeting up each morning for training, which was still more difficult than it was prior to the mission to Tenchi Bridge. Slowly, the three genin became used to the new training method and encouraged Anko to make it more difficult. Their slightly sadistic sensei was more than eager to add to the difficulty. One notable change that occurred from before the C-rank mission was in the attitude of Anko. The woman seemed more attached to her genin. She occasionally joined her students when they went out to lunch at Ichiraku. If someone ever stopped her and asked her about her team, she would shower them in praise and say nothing but good things about them. It was true, the infamously sadistic Mitarashi Anko was becoming a softie for her genin students. Not that she would ever admit that to their faces. No, of course not. As the members of Team 3 improved from training, they improved in their mission-taking skills. They took more missions now and went through them quickly. They had been able to complete 22 D-rank missions and 8 C-rank missions, a record very impressive for rookie genin. Things were becoming routine for the members of Team 3. No matter what any of them would say, the 4 members were secretly hoping for something to take them away from the same activities. Their secret hopes were answered when a bird wearing the crest of Uegakuer flew into Konoha, carrying a scroll on its back. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew he was getting old, so he felt the need to read the scroll twice. He then read it over a third time to make complete sure, and then a fourth time to fully understand what was going on. Uegakuer had just sent a notice to the Hokage that the village was sending 2 genin teams to participate in the Chunin exams that were being held in Konoha this year. The Sandaime lit his pipe and looked out of the window in his office, staring at the Hokage monument. The Chunin exams are coming up. They'll be here in 2 weeks. And it'll be the first time IWA has sent a team to a Konoha exam in over 30 years. Hiruzen thought to himself, breathing out smoke from his pipe. Something tells me that this year's exam will be very interesting. Chapter 13, Foreigners and Exams. The 3 genin students stood in front of their sensei, panting heavily. The team had just went through another rough day of training and were now awaiting whatever orders Anko would give them now. Brats, aren't you all used to this already? You guys shouldn't be so tired. Anko laughed. Used to it, kind of. Doesn't change that it's physically exhausting. Shikamaru pointed out between breaths. Whatever. Anko shrugged. Although, despite the fact that you guys shouldn't be so tired, I will say you all are making great progress. I can tell you guys are getting tougher. And by now, I can say that the jutsus I've been working with each of you in your private sessions and the jutsus we've been working on together are pretty much spot on now. You've all made noticeable progress, so good job. Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru gave their sensei a wide smile despite their heavy breathing. So yeah, why not you guys take a break? Relax. No missions for today. Anko informed them, a smile on her face as well. Besides, I got something I need to do today as well. What? Hinata asked for the group. Anko put her finger to her lips. Just tell us. Naruto demanded, giving his sensei a dirty look. Whatever. Sure. The snake summoner shrugged. Basically, the Chunin exams are coming up in less than a week. I'm supposed to go to a meeting and say if I think you all are ready to take it. All 3 genin stared at their sensei in shock and anticipation. The 3 of them seemed to no longer be tired. And? Are you recommending us? Naruto asked. Well, most likely. In the end, the decision belongs to you guys. But I'll give you all the permission to take it because quite frankly, you all can take it. Anko stated. Heh. Awesome. Naruto cheered excitedly. Once we pass, we'll be Chunin. That's one step closer to being Hokage. Hinata smiled, both at her crush's excitement and at her sensei's words. Troublesome. Shikamaru mumbled. Unlike his friends, he wasn't as excited about the exam due to all the work involved with it. Don't most genin have at least a year of training before they take it? I don't think many rookies take the exam. Most don't take it the first time, but I know plenty of teams back in the day who took it fresh out of the academy. Anko responded. Besides, I proctored the exam the last time it came to Konoha, so I kind of know what it takes to get through the exam here, and I believe you all are ready. Trust me, I wouldn't give you permission to do it if I didn't think that you guys could do it. I'll honestly be shocked if you can't get to the third stage of the exam. The 3 genin members of Team 3 looked at their sensei with shock evident in their face. They were surprised at how much faith she had in them. If you say so. Shikamaru replied, a smirk now on his face. Maybe this won't be that bad. We won't let you down, Anko-sensei Dadabiya. Naruto shouted with a grin on his face. Now, get on over to your meeting and recommend us. I know you won't. Their sensei replied before making her favorite hand sign and disappearing in a poof of smoke. Ah. I hate it when she does that. Naruto grumbled. We need to corner her the next time we see her and force her to teach us the Shunshin. Or you could just learn it yourself. It can't be that hard. Shikamaru shrugged. The blonde Uzumaki replied by sticking his tongue out. A few seconds of silence passed by Team 3 before Naruto decided to speak. Well, I'm off, you guys. I'm going to get some ramen. I guess I'll see you both tomorrow. He said as he started to walk off. And Naruto-kun, oh, 1 second. Hinata spoke up. The boy turned back and faced Hinata. The girl was playing around with her fingers and had a red blush over her face. Well. The girl started, shaking her head in embarrassment due to her stuttering. Well, we have the day off. Would why you like to go somewhere together and eat or something? Shikamaru immediately started to cough. Seriously? Of course. Naruto's eyes lit up at the question. Hinata's embarrassment turned to excitement as she gave her crush a large smile. It's been a while since the 3 of us just hanged out somewhere. I'm game. Hinata's excitement immediately faded away, realizing that Naruto misunderstood what she was asking. Shikamaru noticed her disappointment and decided to step in. I can't. Dad wanted me home as soon as possible today for some clan stuff. Sorry. The Nara heir shrugged. You guys have a good time without me. Really? Damn. Naruto cursed before he turned back to Hinata with a smile. Well, I don't mind if it's just us if you don't mind. Hinata's excitement came back as she gave the blonde a smile so wide that she had to close her eyes. I don't mind. Alright then, so where did you want to go? This was your idea after all. The blonde pointed out. Her nervousness about Naruto's answer now gone, Hinata could speak freely. I wanted to show you the bakery I always go to. You haven't gone to it yet after all. Oh yeah. That's fine with me. Let's head on out. The blonde stated. Later, Shikamaru. Bye, Shikamaru-kun. Hinata stated. She gave the Nara heir a knowing look. Thank you so much. Later. The boy replied while giving Hinata a similar look. You're welcome. Naruto and Hinata walked off on their own, Hinata leading the way. Shikamaru watched the two for a few seconds before he walked away in his own direction, a smirk on his face. Heh, Hinata really has changed. Good for her. Shikamaru noted. Naruto and Hinata headed off to the bakery Hinata was talking about. It was a small, gray shop called Pena located near the entrance to the village. When they arrived, Naruto ordered himself a few pastries and sat down in a seat. He was unprepared for the sight he was about to see. Hinata had gotten a little more than half a dozen large cinnamon rolls. The Hyuga heiress sat down at her own chair and started to devour her sweets quickly. Damn, Hinata-chan. You really do have a thing for cinnamon rolls. Naruto exclaimed. He knew this was her favorite food and he had seen her eat 1 or 2 before, but he had never seen her eat this many this fast. The girl stopped eating for a second as her face turned slightly red. In a second, though, the redness faded and a teasing smile appeared on the girl's face. True, but you're just as bad with ramen. She informed him. That's different. You can't just eat a few bowls. The blonde retorted. And you can't just eat a few cinnamon rolls. There is no difference, she replied. A moment of silence passed before the two genin started to laugh loudly. Conversation carried on from there as the two discussed anything that came to mind, from their daily training sessions to pranks Naruto was planning to a few books that Hinata was reading. The two members of Team Tree talked freely with no limits. It was during this conversation that Naruto truly noticed something. "Hey Hinata, your stutter is gone," he stated. Huh? The Hyuga heiress looked at him strangely. "Yeah, now that I think about it, you really don't stutter anymore at all," Naruto elaborated. "Only around people you don't know or if you're really embarrassed. You really don't stutter anymore." Hinata mumbled in thought, a smile appearing on her face. "I guess so. I've been getting more confident in myself. I can tell." "That's great," Naruto cheered. "And it's all thanks to you," she told him, her face turning red again. "Really?" the blonde asked. He then started to chuckle. "Well yeah, I guess time with a team as crazy as ours really must help. Especially Anko-sensei." "Heh, definitely. She has helped a lot, and so has Shikamaru-kun," Hinata agreed, her face still red. "Still, I owe most of it to you." "Really?" the blonde asked, now starting to look confused. "Why? Spending all the time we have with each from the academy and in our team has just helped. Your smile and your enthusiasm are contagious." The Hyuga heiress giggled. "Your determination is admirable. You encouraged me to believe in myself more so that I can be as strong and confident as you are. I really owe it all to you, Naruto-kun." "Oh really?" Naruto asked. His face was starting to turn red himself. Wow. I am glad to help out. Thanks for thinking that." Hinata noticed something and couldn't help but point it out. Naruto was really influencing her after all. "Hey. Look who's stuttering now," she teased her crush. So?" Naruto mumbled, shaking his head in defiance. The two friends continued to talk from there, even after they finished their food. After another hour, they got up and walked out of the bakery. "We need to do stuff like this more often." "That was fun," Naruto said, a large smile on his face. "I agree," Hinata replied, her smile even wider than her crush's. "So I guess I'll see you tomorrow?" the blonde asked. "Of course," Hinata replied. Her confidence at an all-time high, she did something she never imagined she could do. She walked up and gave Naruto a hug. "See you tomorrow, Naruto-kun." The hug surprised the Uzumaki, but he quickly returned it. "See you tomorrow, Hinata-chan." The two genin then walked their own way back home. Hinata's face was slightly red and she had a smile on her face that showed no signs of ever disappearing. I can't believe it. I just asked Naruto-kun out on a date. I just hugged Naruto-kun." Hinata cheered in her head. A few months ago, her actions and these feelings would be enough to cause Hinata to faint. Hinata, however, was not the same girl. She was now much more confident, a strong, proud kunoichi of Konoha. "I know Naruto-kun probably didn't see it as a date. I know he probably doesn't like me like that. But, this is a good start." Hinata's smile somehow grew larger. Maybe it's a sign that one day he will. Nothing could happen that day that would ruin Hinata's mood. Anko was one of the first to arrive to the meeting room. She took a seat in the back and waited impatiently for it to start. Seconds turned to minutes. The room started to get filled. She was soon joined in the back by Sarutobi Asuma and, to everyone's surprise, an on-time Heitake Kakashi. When the time finally came and everyone was here, the Sandaime Hokage decided to walk to the center of the room and speak. "All right, everyone, I think it's about time to start," Sarutobi said. "As well all know, it is time for this year's Chunin exams." All eyes focused on the Hokage. Each shinobi in the room were giving him their full attention. Sarutobi began the meeting by discussing the nature of the Chunin exams, something they all knew, but something he enjoyed reminding everyone about. Once he finished, he started to go into the true purpose. "Now, are there any Jonin senseis that believe that their genin squads are ready?" The Sandaime asked. One by one, Jonin stood and gave their recommendations. Anko watched with only mild interest. This whole process was boring her. Really boring her. She just wanted it all to end so she could leave already. After about 7 recommendations, a Jonin with bushy eyebrows and green spandex on stood up and gave the Hokage a thumbs up. I, Mato Guy, recommend my wonderful students, Rock Lee, Hyaganiji, and Tenten, for this year's exams. He proclaimed with a grin. His teeth seemingly shined after his words. The whole room sighed. Guy's an idiot, but his team must be pretty damn good if they survived him and his training. Anko thought to herself as more senseis were giving their recommendations. I'm sure they'll provide some competition for my brats at least. After a few more recommendations, it was now the turn for the senseis sitting in the back, the senseis of the rookie genin. I, Mitarashi Anko, recommend Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, and Nara Shikamaru for this year's exams. Anko proclaimed. What? Umino Iruka, one of the few chunin in the room, gasped. His attention was now focused on Anko. I, Heitake Kakashi, recommend Uchiha Sasuke, Inyazuka Kiba, and Harino Sakura for this year's exams. Kakashi stated after her. I, Sarutobi Asuma, recommend Abarame Shino, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Koji for this year's exams. Asuma added. Heh, looks like I wasn't the only one. All rookies are coming in. Anko thought to herself. Interesting. Sarutobi said to himself with an amused smile. Very well then. Then dash. Hokage-sama, I beg that you reconsider your decision to let these genin teams in. Iruka spoke up. All eyes turned to the academy instructor in the room. Teams 3, 7, and 10 are still rookie genin. They've only just started their careers as shinobi. I suggest they wait a year to develop further as shinobi. By then they should be ready to take the exam. Hiruzen sighed. While I understand your logic, it is not against any law or rules for rookies to participate in the exams. If their senseis believe they are ready, then they can participate. Iruka, in response to the Hokage's words, turned around to face the 3 senseis once again. Then I ask you 3 to reconsider your recommendations and give them more time. Relax, Iruka. Anko replied. I wouldn't recommend my brats if they weren't ready. They're kids though. He retorted. I was younger than them when I earned my promotion. The snake summoner shrugged. Same. Asuma spoke up, helping Anko's point. I was around the age of your youngest students in the academy when I passed the exams. Kakashi added nonchalantly. They aren't you. They aren't like any of you. Iruka shouted. Naruto's not, Sasuke's not, Shino's not, none of them are. People die in these exams, you all should know that. Anko noticed that Iruka's words were more filled with concern than anger. The Takubutsu Jonin was about to respond and try to quell his worries, but Kakashi spoke up first. Iruka, the second they passed the true genin exam, these kids left your authority and are now under ours. Team 7 is not your team, they are mine. If they are ready, then I would know it. Don't act as if you know better than us. The one-eyed shinobi spoke sharply. Iruka's eyes widened. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He had no argument. Harsh. Anko whispered to her friend. He needed to hear it. Iruka is a good guy, but he has to realize that they aren't his students anymore and that he shouldn't coddle them. Kakashi told her. I think that's enough of that. Hiruzen spoke up, gaining everyone's attention. The Hokage continued to discuss details of the exams to everyone. After he finished, he decided to tell everyone one last bit of information. Before we end this, I would like you all to let your genin know to be on their best behavior. Shinobi from other villages have already started to arrive in Konoha. He told everyone. With those words, the Hokage walked out of the meeting room. Everyone was dismissed. Naruto had left the bakery in a very good mood. He had spent with Hinata before, but this time was different. He didn't know why this time in particular made him so happy, but it did. He had fun hanging out with her. A lot of fun. The blonde was in such a good mood that he wasn't really paying attention as he walked back home. The Uzumaki bumped into someone, a boy that had war paint on, wearing a black full-body suit with a hood, and was carrying on his back some object wrapped up in white bandages. Ugh! Naruto grumbled to himself before he turned to the other guy. Sorry about that. You little brat. Watch where you're going. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Look, sorry about that. He apologized again. The blonde started to walk away, but the other guy walked in front of him and blocked his path. Not gonna happen, kid. Brats like you need to learn to give respect. He informed him, cracking his knuckles. I already apologized. Twice. Stop being stubborn and accept it, damn it. Naruto retorted, raising his hands in annoyance. Kankuro, don't make a scene. The two turned their heads in the direction Naruto had come by. They both saw a girl wearing a white garment that went from her shoulders to her thighs. She had a scarlet sash around her waist and she wore fishnets over her shoulders and her legs. The girl also had a large fan attached to her back and wore a forehead protector for Tsunagakuer tied around her neck. Naruto then noticed that the guy in front of him, Kankuro, was wearing the same forehead protector. They were both Suna shinobi. I'm not starting anything to marry. I'm just giving this brat a life lesson. Kankuro informed her. Shut up already. Like a guy who wears makeup could give me any life lessons. The Uzumaki rolled his eyes. Kankuro turned back to the blonde boy, his eyes red with anger. He immediately moved a hand to the object on his back and started to unwrap it. Naruto, in response, got in a fighting stance. He then cleansed his mind and started to pay attention to the environment around him, ready for any possible attack. It was at this moment, in this state of mind, that he felt the presence of a third figure. Just asking, though, is that guy with you? He asked the Suna shinobi, pointing to a nearby tree. Kankuro and Temari took a look at the tree and were surprised at the sight. Standing underneath a branch on the tree was a boy wearing a black full-body suit with a white sash over his shoulders and a gourd attached to his back. Gaara! Kankuro gasped. Kankuro, you are an embarrassment to our village. The boy, Gaara, spoke in a monotone, cold voice. The war paint-wearing shinobi was about to respond, but Gaara cut him off. Shut up, or I will kill you. Kankuro said nothing, only shivered in response. He and Temari both turned away. Naruto watched the scene with an urge to throw up. What the fuck, this guy reeks of killing intent. He thought. The boy with red hair disappeared in a spiral of sand and reappeared on the ground in front of Naruto. Up close, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki noticed that the boy had the kanji for love written on his forehead. I apologize for my brother's stupidity. He told the blonde. It's okay. No worries. Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head nervously. Who are you? My name is Sabaku no Gaara. The redhead stated. I'm curious about your name as well. Mine. The blonde questioned. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara repeated the name. I'm also curious how you were able to sense me. Very few shinobi have that ability. I have pretty good senses. Naruto shrugged. I meditate a lot. I can sense things better than most ninja my age. Meditation. Gaara seemed disappointed with the answer. He continued to stare at Naruto until a small, sadistic grin appeared on his face. I sense something in you. You are like me. Huh. Naruto gave him a strange look. Why is he smiling like that? Are you participating in the Chunin exams? Gaara asked. I think so. Naruto replied. I look forward to seeing you then. The redhead stated, his grin wider than before. He then turned away and started to walk. Kankuro, Temari, we're leaving. The other Suna shinobi nodded obediently before following him. Kankuro made sure to glare at Naruto before he and the other shinobi disappeared. What the hell was that? Naruto asked himself. The blonde continued to walk towards his apartment. Even when he arrived home, his mind replayed the events that he just witnessed. That Gaara guy was my age. How does he have so much killing intent around him? And what did he mean we are the same? I saw nothing like me in him. Shikamaru didn't lie to Naruto and Hinata, his father did want him to come to discuss some clan business. It, however, only lasted 30 minutes. Shikamaru left his clan's compound after the meeting and went out into Konoha for a walk. Nothing unusual happened at first, leaving Shikamaru to his thoughts, just as he preferred it. He was about to head to an open field to take a nap and when he heard some noise. You shouldn't even be here. Just get on out. I'm here for the exams. You and your little dog can go shove it. Shikamaru stopped his walk. That voice, was that? The Nara changed directions, heading towards the source of the commotion. A few steps later, he arrived at it. Two shinobi were arguing with each other. Both of them were very familiar to the Nara. One was Inyazuka Kiba, a classmate, and acquaintance of the Nara. He was accompanied by his dog, Akamaru. And the other, Kuratsuki. He spoke up. The two ninja stopped arguing and turned to face the Nara. Kuratsuki gave him a surprised look before a grin developed on her face. Lazy ass. It's good to see you, she exclaimed, causing Shikamaru to sigh. Man, I'm starting to hate that nickname. Shikamaru, you're just in time. Come on, help me get rid of this trash. Kiba shouted at the Nara. Akamaru barked in agreement. Kuratsuki immediately turned her attention back to Kiba. All right, shut the hell up, mutt. Can someone tell me what's going on? Shikamaru asked, rubbing his head in annoyance. An IWA ninja got in. Kiba exclaimed dumbly, pointing right at the brown-haired Kunoichi. So what? She hissed. I already told you, I'm here for the Chunin exams. You know, those things that happen twice a year where genin go to get promoted. I'm not a kid, you know. I know what they are. The Inyazuka growled back. What I'm saying is that Konoha would never allow an IWA shinobi to take the exam while it's here. Newsflash kid, they did. Now mind your own business. Kuratsuki shot back. Damn. Shikamaru was almost impressed with the level of tension in the area. Not fully impressed, though, because it was giving him a headache. Alright you guys, shut up. Shikamaru grumbled. Both shinobi turned to face him. Kuratsuki, you have proof, right? Like a passport or something. Well duh. She grumbled, raising her right hand. She was holding on to the passport. I've been trying to show it this guy, but he just won't accept it. Kiba, if she has proof, then you can trust her. She's here legally. Shikamaru told his fellow Konoha shinobi. The Inyazuka gave Shikamaru a surprised look, both from his apparent relationship with the IWA Kunoichi and from him saying that she could just stay here. This look soon turned to a scowl. I knew you were lazy, but I thought you were a decent guy, Shikamaru. Didn't know you associated with IWA. He growled quietly. Akamaru growled in unison with his owner. The boy walked away, grumbling to himself about the situation. Troublesome. Shikamaru sighed. Tell me about it. Kuratsuki sighed as well, more in relief however. A smile then appeared on her face. Really, it's good to see you. Likewise. Shikamaru replied. So, you're taking this year's exams? Where's your team then? Yup. And Han-sensei is, somewhere. I have no clue where he ever is. But my teammates are in our room at the inn. Risho didn't want to associate with the Konoha shinobi for too long and Roto was uncomfortable with all the looks the people here were giving him. She replied. It was then that Shikamaru noticed all the eyes on them. Citizens were walking by and glaring in their general direction at the Kunoichi. Yeah, our village wouldn't really be hospitable to any IWA shinobi, I guess. Troublesome people. How are you doing then? Shikamaru asked, trying to see if his friend was bothered by the animosity directed towards her. I've been better, but it's no big deal. She shrugged. Some looks and words aren't going to kill me. I was just walking around the village and seeing what it was like. Seems pretty fun. The Nara noted. Yup, but it'd be more fun to go around with someone. Want to come with? Kuratsuki asked. Really? He groaned. I was just going to go take a nap. Oh no. Hell no. Now you have to go with me. Stop being a lazy ass and show me around your damn village. Kuratsuki demanded. The Iwa Kunoichi grabbed the Nara by his shoulder and started to walk off. She's still as troublesome as last time. Shikamaru did not get a chance to nap for the rest of the day. The members of Team 3 met up at the training ground. Anko was holding paper forms in her hand, which caught the attention of her genin. So are we in? Naruto asked excitedly. If you're asking if these are the forms for the exams, then yes, they are. Anko replied. Hell yeah. The blonde cheered loudly. The snake summoner chuckled to herself before speaking again. So yeah, I got the recommendation forms for you guys and stuff, so you all can take it. But the decision really is up to you. So, do you guys really want to do it? Hell yeah. Naruto replied eagerly as he snatched one of the forms from his sensei's hands. This resulted in him receiving a smack in the head. Ow. Don't just take things from me, Whiskers. She grumbled before turning to Hinata. What about you? A month or two ago, Hinata would have hesitated. She would have had to think about if she really wanted to enter and would have ultimately entered solely because she wouldn't want to let her team down. In the present, however, having gone through multiple missions and becoming more confident enough to ask Naruto out, her answer was immediate with no hesitation. Of course. She exclaimed, a smile on her face. Anko smiled back to her as she handed her the form. And you lazy ass? Anko asked the third member of the team. Why not? I'm alright with it. Shikamaru shrugged. He took the form from his sensei as well. Good. Glad to see you are all ready. She told her team. Anyway, the exam is in 5 days, so we don't have much time until then. So, yeah, let's get training started. And trust me, this will be brutal. The smiling and excitement stopped. All 3 genin of Team 3 merely shivered to themselves. 5 days of hellish training passed. The genin of Team 3 walked up the academy, the location for the start of the Chunin exams. You all ready? Naruto asked as he opened the doors. As ready as we will ever be. Shikamaru answered. Hinata merely nodded in agreement. The 3 friends walked inside and headed up the stairs towards the 3rd floor. Hinata noticed a genjutsu on the 2nd floor, so the 3 continued walking up another set of stairs and avoided the commotion on the 2nd floor. On the 3rd floor, they found the room of the exam. They also noticed another person standing outside, their sensei. Anko-sensei? What are you doing here? Hinata asked. The sensei of Team 3 shrugged. Cause the senseis are supposed to make sure you all showed up. I don't really know. Waste of time for me. I knew you'd all show up. The 3 genin sweat dropped. Shikamaru also mumbled something about his troublesome sensei under his breath. I know you all don't need luck. I know you'll kick some serious ass. I'm expecting you 3 to get promoted to Chunin by the end of this thing. Their sensei stated, a proud smile on her face. So get in that damn room and show them what you're made of. Don't embarrass me, brats. Anko then used her shunshin and disappeared in another poof of smoke. Naruto grumbled under his breath about his sensei's obsession with that jutsu, which caused Hinata to giggle. Well, we heard her. Let's get in and do this thing. Shikamaru spoke up. His 2 teammates nodded in agreement. The genin of Team 3 walked. It was now time for the Chunin exams. Chapter 14, the exams begin. There's a lot of people here. Hinata mumbled to her team. The members of Team 3 walked into the examination room and were greeted by the sight of hundreds of genin. The genin ranged from different villages, ages, and appearances. Collectively, the group was intimidating to anyone who walked in. Nearly all eyes in this intimidating group were staring at the members of Team 3. I knew there would be lots of competition, but damn. This is going to be such a drag. Shikamaru groaned. Heh. Sure. Naruto laughed, his voice a contradictory mixture of confidence and uneasiness. The three friends walked further into the room, ignoring all the eyes on them the best that they could. They were about to take some empty seats when they heard yelling. "Hands off Ino pig! He's not yours! Shut up Forward! Stop being jealous of our true love! I recognize that annoying shouting anywhere!" Shikamaru grumbled. Team 3 walked in the direction of the yelling and found the sources, Yamanaka Ino and Harino Sakura. The blonde and the pink-haired girls were shouting at each other while clinging on to Uchiha Sasuke, who seemed more annoyed than usual. "That's really annoying," Naruto mumbled, rubbing his ears. He hadn't spent much time around the two girls recently, so their combined noise hurt his ears. "And improper." Hinata frowned. She didn't act like that around Naruto, so why do they do that to Sasuke? I almost feel sorry for him. Shikamaru added, rubbing his own ears. "Same here." Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru turned around and saw three guys approaching them, Akimichi Koji holding a bag of chips, Abarame Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba with Akamaru on his head. "Koji!" Naruto cheered, rushing up to his friend and gave him a high five. "Great to see you again Dadabiya." He then turned to the other two guys. "You too Shino, Kiba." "What's up Naruto? Been a while." Kiba noted. Akamaru barked in agreement. "Good to see you too Hinata." Shikamaru noticed that Kiba didn't greet him. "Probably still pissed at me." Whatever." The Nara shrugged before walking over to Koji to talk to him. "How long have they been fighting like this?" Hinata asked. 3 minutes, 27 seconds. Shino answered immediately. "We've been counting," Koji stated while holding out his bag of chips to Shikamaru. "Troublesome. Only those two would fight over him in a place like this," Shikamaru replied as he took a chip from his friend's bag. The Akimichi laughed in response. While the group of 6 talked, Sasuke was watching and progressively getting more annoyed. It was starting to show on his face, not that the two screaming kunoichi attached to him noticed. He wasn't one for conversation, but if it meant getting away from the screaming girls, he would talk for hours. With that mindset, Sasuke pushed Sakura and Ino off his arms and walked up to other 6 rookie genin. "Look who got away." Kiba laughed. "You alright?" "Humph." Sasuke grumbled, which the Inuzuka translated to alive. "Long time no see team," Naruto said, a smirk on his face. The Uchiha returned the smirk. "Dope. Will you guys keep it down?" Everyone, even Sakura and Ino who had just walked over to the group, turned to face the new voice. It belonged to a Konoha shinobi wearing a purple shirt, a white undershirt, dark purple fingerless gloves, and dark purple pants. The shinobi was also wearing a pair of glasses. "You're rookies aren't you? You're making a lot of noise and drawing a lot of attention. I'd try and be a little quiet if I were you," the glasses-wearing shinobi recommended. "Some of the other genin, like the ones from AIM, are a little bit antsy and are looking for a reason to get in a fight." "And you are?" Sasuke asked the stranger harshly. "I'm Yakushi Kabuto," he greeted, a smile on his face. "Kabuto-san, you seem to know a lot about the exams," Sakura noted, talking much quieter than before. "Is this your second time taking them?" "Actually it's my 7th. Kabuto answered, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. 7th? That says a lot about your skill," Shikamaru mumbled under his breath. The glasses-wearing shinobi was able to hear the Nara's comment, causing him to frown. "Don't say that. These exams are tough. Most people don't pass their first few times, and a few of them actually die. The exams, as well as the competition, are pretty overwhelming." Seriously?" Koji gulped. "Yeah. The exams are tough. But hey, maybe I can help you guys out a little," Kabuto said as he pulled out a set of orange cards from a pocket. "With my ninja info cards." "What the heck are those?" Sakura asked. "Ninja info cards." Kabuto chuckled. "They're chakra encoded and hold all the data I've acquired from my past exams. They have everything, from information on the exams to the number of genin from each village to information on the other genin. The eyes of the rookies widened as they gave Kabuto their full attention. Naruto was the first to speak up. So, can I ask you about someone? What do you got on Sabuku no Gaara from Suna? He asked. Huh? Shikamaru and Hinata both looked at their teammate with confusion. Naruto/Naruto-kun, who is that? I'd also like to know about Rock Lee from Konoha. Sasuke added, interrupting Naruto before he could answer. Hell, if you're looking up people, do me a favor as well. What do you know about Kurotsuka from IWA? Kiba asked. Shikamaru had then turned his attention away from Naruto to Kiba. The Nara then sighed. Yup, still pissed off about that run-in. Kiba, you're troublesome. He inwardly grumbled. What? Kurotsuka's here. Naruto's eyes widened at the information. Does that mean her team's here? Is Hanenii here? You all know the names already? That's boring. Kabuto sighed in mock disapproval. But yeah, I can get the information. First up will be the IWA Shinobi first, because I'm curious myself about any genin that IWA would send to Konoha. Kabuto pulled out a card and then put his chakra into it. He then stared at it for a few seconds and whistled in approval. Well then, this is interesting. Kurotsuki is the granddaughter of the current Tsuchikage, Oniki. The rookies outside of Team 3 all had wide eyes after hearing that. Her teammates are Kurogane Risho and Yaomuzi Roto, and her sensei is the infamous Yuji no Han. They've completed 8 D-ranked missions, 12 C-ranked missions, and 1 B-ranked mission. She has above-average skills across the board, with her main specialties being ninjutsu and tactics. She also possesses a Kekii Genkai, the lava release. Damn. Kiba mumbled in shock. He didn't expect that IWA Kunoichi to be that tough. Koji, Sakura, and Ino agreed with Kiba's thoughts. She'll be competition. Definitely someone worth fighting to test myself. Sasuke noted, a smirk on his face. I didn't realize Kurotsuka was that tough. Naruto mumbled to his friends. It makes sense though. Hinata replied, equally as impressed. Shikamaru only nodded in agreement. Something about the information bothered him, but it wasn't Kurotsuka's skills. It had more to do with the information source and how he obtained said information. How the fuck does that four-eyed Konoha guy know all that? Kurotsuka hissed under breath. Han's genin team had been listening in on the conversation between the rookies and Kabuto. Nearly every shinobi in the room was. However, the second Kabuto mentioned her information, eyes were now directed on them. A couple of the various shinobi were glaring in their general direction. Some were sizing them up. The team had now received more attention, something they did not want. If he has all of that on you, then he probably has that much info on all of us. Roto replied, shaking a little from nerves. That's kinda creepy. And scary. How does he know all of this stuff? I've never even seen him before. Is he some stalker? Oh, I'm sure I'd enjoy cutting off his head. Risho growled, raising his hand to his sword on instinct. Risho. Kurotsuka hissed. She and Roto glared at their teammate. Don't get us in trouble yet. Humph. The Kurogane grumbled. Wasn't going to. But you all have to agree that there is something wrong with him. He's more than just some nice veteran helping rookies. He knows things he shouldn't. There's more to him than it seems, and I don't like it. Roto and Kurotsuka only nodded in agreement. And there we have it. Kabuto noted, putting away another card. The rookies were staring at the older Konoha shinobi with shocked eyes. He had just described the profiles of the other two ninja. While Rock Lee seemed to moderately impress them, Sabuku no Gaara had a completely opposite effect. The Suna genin had taken no injuries during his entire career so far, even during a B-ranked mission. All 9 rookies were stunned at that revelation. How is that possible? That's not right. Naruto questioned in his head. Gaara had unnerved him earlier with his attitude and killing intent, but now, the boy was downright terrifying. If I run into him, I'll probably have to actually use the fox's power. Wish I could use more of its chakra though. Naruto barely listened into the conversation going on. He heard Kabuto discuss more exam protocol and talk about village. He also caught a slight comment about the size of Otagakure, a newly formed hidden village that had sent only one genin team to the exam. It was then that Naruto stopped paying attention completely. He saw something that distracted him. The Oto genin were approaching them from in the crowd of the genin, and they looked ready to attack. "Hey Kabuto, watch out!" he called out. Kabuto turned to Naruto for a second before noticing the Oto genin approaching. He dodged a kunai that was tossed at him from the spiky-haired Oto ninja and barely avoided a punch from a genin that was wrapped in bandages. "You seem pretty anxious," Kabuto noted as he adjusted his glasses to study the genin more. At that moment, his glasses shattered. HRK. The elder Konoha shinobi then fell to the ground and clutched his stomach. "Add this to your cards, the team from Otagakure will become Chunin at the end of the exams," the bandaged-wearing guy stated. Naruto's earlier fears were dispelled. He was now simply angry at a group who would attack a fellow Konoha shinobi for no true reason than to show off. He may have just met Kabuto, but he didn't deserve that. "What kind of jackasses do you think you are?" he shouted. "Brats like you should stay quiet," the spiky-haired boy taunted. He wore a beige shirt that had the kanji for death written on it. "Shut up or I can make you shut up." And how dash. Naruto's sentence was interrupted by a loud explosion in the center of the room. A man appeared from the explosion in a poof of smoke. He was a tall, burly man in a black trench jacket with a gray shirt underneath. He wore a Konoha forehead protector over the top of his head and had 2 scars running down his face. "All right you maggots, shut up," the man shouted. All eyes were on him. "I am Marino Ibiki and your first exam starts now." Shit. Naruto continued to curse inwardly. It had only been 15 minutes since Ibiki arrived in the room. In that time, he had all the students take seats while he explained that the first exam was a written test. Naruto had started to panic when he heard this. His worries increased when he heard about the penalties for being caught cheating, and they nearly tripled when he learned that a whole team would fail if one member failed. His fear reached an all-time high, however, when we started to actually look at the paper at the start of the exam. "I don't know any of this. Like at all," he hissed. The blonde Uzumaki was sweating. There was no way he was going to let a written test of all things stop him and his friends from continuing in the exam. There was no way. "I'm going to have to cheat. There's no other way. I just have to be very, very careful," Naruto thought. "None of my clones can help me here. Maybe the great breakthrough." Naruto sat for a few seconds trying to figure out how to use his wind-style jutsu to help him cheat when he felt his body stiffen. He tried to move, but he couldn't. His eyes widened. He then felt himself pick up his pencil and he started to write answers down quickly, answers that he did not comprehend. What the hell is going on? What am I writing? It's like someone has control of my body. Oh. Naruto realized what was going and gasped inwardly. A smirk then appeared on his face. Heh. Good thinking, Shikamaru. After Naruto wrote the answer for the 9th question, he felt control return to his body. He then turned around and looked at the genin taking the exam. 2 tables behind him, he saw Shikamaru. The Nara gave Naruto a thumbs up before he laid his head down on his table. Naruto mentally thanked the boy before he faced forward. In his peripheral vision, he could see Hinata a few tables to his left. She was currently filling down answers rapidly. Naruto noticed her Byakugan eyes activated, showing him how she was getting the answers. Heh, what was I worried about? The Uzumaki questioned himself. We're good. Now relaxed and no longer worried, he mimicked his Nara friend and laid his head down before drifting off to sleep. All right, it is now time for the 10th question. Ibiki shouted. Naruto grumbled as he lifted his head from the table. It took him a second to readjust himself before he focused his attention on the exam proctor. Before we begin, though, I must explain a few more rules about this question. The first rule is that you have the option not to answer the 10th question. He informed them. Huh. Naruto seemed confused. What happens if we don't take it? A name genin asked. If you do not, then you lose all your points and you and your team will fail the exam. The proctor answered. Multiple genin snorted in near unison. As they saw it, there was no reason to forfeit the question at all. Shikamaru, however, was not like most. He groaned, realizing something. So, what happens if we take it? The Nara questioned himself. Ibiki answered his mental question. If you do choose to take the question and you get it wrong, you will be unable to enter the Chunin exams ever again in any village. What? Naruto shouted. The genin all screamed simultaneously, some in fright and others in anger. That's bullshit. Kiba's scream was louder than the others. I know plenty of people who've taken the exams multiple times before. Some are here right now. You can't do that to any of us. Well, tough luck. You picked a bad year to apply. I made the rules this year and my rules stand. Ibiki said with finality. Now, will you all shut up? The genin quieted down a little, causing a sadistic grin to appear on Ibiki's face. I've given you all your options. If you wish to quit, then raise your hand. We will confirm your team number and you and your team will leave the room and the exam. Now, who wishes to quit? A hand is raised quickly by a Konoha genin. He and his team are then removed from the exam room. More genin follow behind. Team after team started to walk away from the exam room. Naruto watched the scene with annoyance. He had to bite his tongue and prevent himself from snapping at the proctor for his rules. He might have started yelling a few months ago, but now, with a little more maturity beat into him from his friends and his sensei, he sat in silence and fumed in his head. A minute passed and the room had lost multiple teams. Ibiki noticed that the genin in the room seemed to be focused on the exam. Still, there were a little too many for his liking. Is that all? If you fail this question, you will lose the opportunity to advance past genin. Ibiki reminded everyone. No one moved. They all stared at the proctor with anticipation. Naruto was also staring with annoyance. Ibiki did the math in his head. 24 teams, huh? Higher than I expected. But they all have guts. This year actually looks promising. A smirk then appeared on his face with that thought. You've all decided to stay? Very well then I must congratulate you all on passing the first exam. Ibiki said to the group. The room was silent. Then. Huh? Roto asked, confused. What about the 10th question? There was no 10th question. The question was whether you decided to risk your career and answer it. Ibiki answered. So you passed us just because we all decided to risk it? Tamari asked, confused herself. Correct. The ninja world is full of risks. In the future, as Chunin, you will be assigned missions with little information about the situation. Would you take the mission, risking yourself, or would you play it safe and take safer, easier missions while letting your comrades risk their lives? Anyone who would not take the risk, and anyone who would not answer the 10th question, has no right to call themselves Chunin. He answered bluntly. So that was the point of the exam? Then why did you waste our time with the first 9 questions? Kiba asked with annoyance. I did not waste your time. Ibiki glared, causing Kiba and his dog to shiver. Those questions had 2 purposes, weed out weak-minded shinobi as well as test your skills as information gatherers. The questions were designed to a level that no ordinary genin could answer them on their own. You would need to cheat to stand a chance. That was a test as well. We put in a few Chunin plants to be sources of information and were trying to see if you all could gather the information needed for the test. Ah, I see. That explains a lot. Naruto realized. He then frowned, remembering how he got his answers. I'm going to have to work on some more techniques. I can't rely on my teammates too much. I'm impressed, Ibiki-san. You're pretty good at explaining those lessons. Hopefully these genin take your words to heart. A new voice spoke up. The genin gasped and started to look around for the source of the voice, trying to figure out who was speaking. That voice, is that? Hinata's eyes widened, recognizing the speaker. You can come out, you know. No point to hide under your genjutsu any longer. Ibiki noted. As if on cue with his words, the corner of the room started to change. Originally, there was nothing. Now, there was a large banner with the words, Ui Kurane, Second Exam Proctor, on it. Standing in front of the banner Kurane herself. I was right. Kurane-san. Hinata recognized her immediately. She's pretty hot. Most of the male genin thought. Kiba and Kankuro were nearly drooling. You have a banner? I thought you were above things like that. Then again, considering who your best friend is, I'm not surprised. Ibiki sighed. I just wanted to stand out a little. Kurane answered, a polite smile on her face. Ibiki-san, I must ask a question though. Did you go easy on them? Because I was honestly expecting less genin. Nope. You saw me at work. The first exam proctor had a smirk on his face. We've got a good crop of candidates this year. The second exam proctor studied them hard. We'll see. I'll take your word for it. But after my exam the number will be down by half. A shiver went down the backs of the genin. Half. Hinata repeated the word. This exam gets better and better each second. Shikamaru groaned. Well, allow me to introduce myself to you all. I'm Ui Kurane, proctor of the second exam. Kurane introduced herself, pointing to her banner. Now, the second exam will begin in approximately 2 hours. Meet me at training ground 44 then. Anyone late will be disqualified. With those words, Kurane and her banner disappeared in a poof of smoke, leaving the genin to themselves. They had passed the first exam, but they were far from over. Welcome to training ground 44, the Forest of Death. Kurane stated. The genin all stared in awe, and a few in fright, at the forest in front of them. Tall, overgrown trees covered the area entirely. It was impossible to see past the trees in the front of the forest. A wire fence surrounded the entire fence and blocked it off. There were gates scattered throughout the fence with locks covering it. The sight of the fence was intimidating to the genin. The second exam will begin shortly. It will take place inside this forest and is essentially a survival mission. Kurane explained. She reached into a pack on her back and pulled out 2 scrolls. One scroll had the kanji for earth on it while the other possessed the kanji for heaven. Before you enter the forest, each team will be handed either a heaven or earth scroll. Your goal is to reach a tower in the center of the forest after collecting a pair of the scrolls. You must obtain the opposite scroll through finding another team with the scroll and taking it from them. There are 24 teams here. Therefore, there will be 24 scrolls distributed, 12 pairs of scrolls. The proctor added. Wait, so that means that at best, only half the teams will make it past the exam. Sakura gasped at the revelation. The red-eyed Jonin nodded. Correct, but that's a best-case scenario for you guys. That will most likely not happen. It will most likely be less than half and potentially even less than a fourth. A couple of genin gulped at the information. Also just saying, you can try and take the scroll through any means necessary. That means that you are allowed to kill in this exam if you feel the need to. Kurane added. Even more genin were getting scared. Gaara, however, heard the news and grinned. This exam also has a time limit of 5 days. You must have obtained a pair of scrolls and reached the center of the tower before then to pass. The proctor continued. There are 2 ways you can fail this exam other than just failing to complete it. The first is if you open the scrolls before you reach the tower. Doing so in the middle of the forest will not be very fun for you all. The second is if a member of team dies in the forest. So that's the exam. What's the deal with the forest? A voice asked. Kurane and the genin all focused on the source of the voice. She was a blue-eyed kunoichi with short red hair wearing a brown skin-tight shirt that showed off her curves and black pants and sandals. On her back was a long scythe that reached just below her hair. She also had a taki forehead protector on over her forehead. The deal with the forest. Kurane repeated her question. Yeah. Honestly, it doesn't seem that bad. Just big trees and stuff. I've seen worse on a few missions. She shrugged. Kurane noticed that the other genin seemed to lighten up at her words. She knew she had to do something about her and her confidence. What's your name? She asked. Mine. The Takikunoichi asked. Asuna. Kariado Asuna. You are not that nervous about the forest, Asuna-san? Kurane asked, a disturbingly sweet smile appearing on her face. She gestured her finger ever so slightly in the direction of the Takikunoichi and casting a genjutsu on her. Can you tell us what you think is in the forest? Asuna opened her mouth to answer that question when all of a sudden her eyes widened in shock. She then fell to the ground on her knees and looked like she was going to throw up. There are gigantic venomous spiders and tigers and other deadly animals. And poisonous plants. And nearly everything in the forest is deadly. She mumbled in fright. Kurane actually smirked a tad, especially as she noticed that the other genin were becoming paranoid again. Anko was right. Messing with these genin is kinda fun. The snake mistress was rubbing off on her a little too much. Scattered chatter spread across the other genin as they discussed all the information they had received on the forest and the exam. A few seconds passed before Kurane spoke up again. Alright, I'm going to call all the teams up at once. You all will come up here and will sign a release form stating that Konoha is not at fault for any deaths or injuries that could occur. Once you sign the form, you will receive your scroll and be escorted to your gate. The exam will begin in less than an hour. She stated. Now, for the first team. One by one each team went up, signed the forms, received their scrolls, and went off to their gate. They all stood there and waited. The exam was about to begin. 5 days without food. Koji mumbled in fright. Will you shut up already? Ino hissed. Is food all you can really think about? Koji-san, you don't have to be worried about the food. Why you ask? Because there will be plenty of animals and plants that we can eat in the forest. We will not starve. Shino noted. MPH. The Akimichi frowned. I know. So stop moping and help us think about how we are getting another scroll. Ino stated. It would be wise of us to lay a trap. I believe I can set up one in the forest, since I am familiar with and can work with many of the insect species that reside in this forest. Shino offered his 2 cents. If you say so. Ino shivered. Even after months of working, she was still bothered by her insect-using teammate. Alright guys, let me lead. This is my specialty. Kiba informed his teammates. Akamaru barked in agreement. I'm fine with that. You use your nose and lead us to another team. Then we ambush them and take their scroll. Suzuki smirked. It's a simple plan, but it should work. Right. Sakura agreed. She saw the logic and agreed with it. She also knew that Kiba was not weak. After the mission in Wave, we can handle anything. This exam will be cake. The Inyazuka proclaimed confidently with a grin. Stay out of my way. I'll handle this exam. Gaara ordered his teammates. Alright. Of course Gaara. Kankuro replied nervously. Tamari said nothing. She only sighed in annoyance and boredom. There was no reason for her to do anything. Gaara could take on every genin in this forest. This was too easy and boring for her. Thanks to that stupid Four Eyes guy, I think we have enough of a target on us already. Risho grumbled. Honestly, there's no need to try and hunt someone down. They'll find us first. Yeah, I know. Sucks too, cause I was looking forward to testing out my stealth. Roto sighed. Oh well. Not that it matters much in the long run. We can take anyone on. Of course. Kuratsuka nodded in agreement. A grin on her face. I'm excited. Let's bring it. Let the action begin already. We're going to have to be careful. We'll have to watch each other's backs at every second. Hinata noted with a frown. Naruto nodded. I'll make a couple of clones when we get in and scout the area around us. They'll keep us alert about the other teams and deadly animals and stuff. Not too bad of an idea, Naruto. Shikamaru agreed. They'll give us a better idea of what's going on around us and help prevent us from being ambushed. Hell, they'll probably help us ambush someone else. I'll also have Byakugan active. Hinata added. Right. No one will sneak up on us, Databia. Naruto grinned. I'll also see if I can make some false scrolls. The Nara said as he stared at their earth scroll. Maybe some rigged with exploding tags. Whatever you can do would be great. The blonde agreed. Team 3 continued their discussion, working out their plans for the exam. The remaining teams continued to discuss with their teammates about their plans on how they would obtain the opposing scroll. Only one team was an exception, a team from Kyuzagakur. The Kunoichi on the team was staring into the forest with anticipation in her eyes. No thoughts about the exam crossed her mind. First things first, find Sasuke and his team and give him my seal. Bring him and his eyes one step closer to my grasp. She laughed to herself. After that, I may go stop by and see what kind of team Anko-chan has trained. I'm sure they will be entertaining at least. Hehehe, such a busy day. She continued to laugh in her head. Chapter 15, The Forest from Hell. It is now time. The second part of the Chunin exams starts now. Kurene's voice boomed throughout the area. The gates surrounding Training Ground 44 were opened. All genin teams rushed into the forest quickly. Team 3 went in and kept moving until they reached a good distance away from the entrance. They stopped in front of one of the multiple large trees in the forest and Shikamaru sat down and took out a few scrolls. Alright, this shouldn't take too long. I'm just going to make 2 or 3 false scrolls that we lose if we needed to, only they'll be loaded with explosive tags. Shikamaru stated with a smirk. Take your time. Hinata stated as she activated her Byakugan to keep track of any teams that could come in and ambush them. She then turned to her crush. Naruto-kun. Right. Naruto nodded in understanding before making a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 10 clones appeared from in front of the genin. Alright guys, search the forest and find a team with a heaven scroll. When you find one, report back to us and we'll hunt them down. The Uzumaki ordered. Databia. The clones chorused in unison before heading out in different directions. Guess the exam is on. Shikamaru mumbled as he studied the outside of the earth scroll, trying to figure out he was going to recreate it. 30 minutes had passed since the exam began. In a clearing near on the gates, 2 teams had already found each other. Han's genin were standing next to each other, ready for battle. Across from them was a team from Omegakur. They were an all-male team. One member of the team, a tall guy with steel umbrellas on his back, stepped forward towards the IWA team. You guys didn't even try to hide. You were waiting for us. He noted. We figured we didn't need to hide. Why waste the time looking for someone when you can just wait? Some team was going to find us and try and attack. Kuratsuki explained, a grin on her face. I see. Makes sense. Guess it was just bad luck that we were the ones to find you all. The AIM genin said with a smirk as he held his hand out. Why don't you guys hand over your scroll? We won't have to hurt you all this way. Humph. Get a load of this guy. Risho snickered to himself. We're being threatened by a genin from a minor village that's been going through civil war for years. This is rich. A Konoha team would actually be more threatening than you. What? The AIM genin hissed. Shiger, kick his ass. One of his teammates shouted. The other teammate nodded in agreement. The guy, Shiger, nodded before he took an umbrella off from his back. You know, we almost went after a team from Suna instead, but I'm glad we went for you all. I'm going to enjoy taking that scroll from your corpse. He hissed before tossing the umbrella into the air and making a hand sign. Ninja art, Senbon shower. Senbon rained down from the umbrella towards the IWA genin. Risho stepped forward for his team and raised his right hand. The Senbon stopped in place. The hell? One of the AIM genin gasped. My chakra controls those. What the fuck did you do? Shiger hissed as he tried to force the Senbon to keep moving. His attempt failed and the Senbon stayed in place. Risho continued to snicker before raising his left hand. The Senbon immediately changed directions, causing Shiger and his teammates to sweat. Kuratsuki, Roto, I'll handle this trash myself. Risho informed his team as he made a pushing motion with his hands. This is what happens when you try to attack an IWA shinobi. Kurane was sitting down near the entrance to the Forest of Death reading a book when she heard a loud scream from the forest. She looked towards the training ground for a moment before chuckling quietly to herself. Looks like a team just lost their scroll, she noted. The exam proctor immediately turned back to her book and continued to read. I'll finish this chapter, then I'll head to the tower. Some of the faster teams will be there relatively soon, she thought as she turned to the next page. Now, where was I? The Tenkage picked up his staff and headed out into his village. He could sense the intruder in the marketplace. He needed to act quick before the intruder caused any harm. The Tenkage intended on showing the world that no enemy shinobi could enter Tengoku no Sato and escape with their life. He arrived. Kurane-san. A voice called. Kurane sighed as she put her book away as she faced the Chunin that called her. At first, she was annoyed that she was being interrupted, but then she noticed the serious and upset look to the Chunin in front of her. Something happened. What's going on? She asked, getting up from her seat. We have a problem. You need to see this. The Chunin informed her before running off. Kurane followed right behind. Team 7 marched forwards through the Forest of Death at a rapid pace. Kiba and Akamura led the team. The Inyazuka and his dog were silent, they were focused since the beginning of the exam. Eventually, though, Kiba spoke up. Alright guys, I found someone. He exclaimed. Just a little bit to our east. Good job Kiba. Sakura said happily. This part of the exam will be a piece of cake thanks to you. Lead the way dog boy. Suzuki stated. Just see if you can keep up ya prick. Kiba muttered under his breath. I hate it when he calls me that. The team started to move in the direction of the scent when Kiba stopped. He started to pick up another scent. A frown appeared on his face. I smell a snake. He mumbled to himself. His eyes then widened. Oh shit, the smell's getting strange. The Inyazuka didn't get to finish his sentence, a large snake came crashing towards them. It destroyed multiple trees and sent the 3 genin back. Naruto's clones moved quickly throughout the forest in their search to find information about the other teams. One of the clones was approaching a clearing near a river when he heard a loud noise. An excited look appeared on his face. That's gotta be a team. Boss will want to know what scroll they have. The clone told himself before running off in the direction of the noise. Naruto's clone reached a clearing and hid behind a bush. He saw a giant ball of sand in the sky. Sand was slowly falling back to the ground. The clone noticed that it was stained in blood. What the? He gasped. He looked downward and saw 5 people. The team from Suna that Naruto had met earlier was there. Gaara was standing in front of Kankuro and Temari. They were all facing 2 Kusa shinobi, both of whom seemed terrified and near hysterics. Please, spare us. One of the Kusa ninjas mumbled as she pulled out an earth scroll and tossed it forwards. Temari caught the scroll. Just take the scrolls and let us live. Your teammate was weak. Gaara mumbled quietly. I'm not satisfied. There needs to be more blood. The redhead genin raised his hands and more sand covered the Kusa genin. Both shinobi screamed in panic. Tears were rolling down their eyes as the sand that covered them was lifted into the sky. Sand burial? Gaara said, closing his hands. The sand crushed the 2 Kusa genin, killing them instantly. Their blood rained down throughout the clearing. Most of the blood landed on Gaara's body, causing him to grin maniacally. He killed them. Naruto's clone made a noise, holding back the urge to throw up. The Suna team heard him. Who is there? Kankuro asked. Damn it. The clone cursed to himself as it prepared to run. Die. Gaara shouted as he moved his hands toward the bush, causing sand to rush towards it. Naruto's clone attempted to run away, but the sand was too fast. The sand stuck him on his back and pinned him to the ground. The force of the sand proved too much and the clone dispelled. The original Naruto's eyes widened. He fell to the ground on his knees, which alarmed his teammates. Naruto-kun. Hinata ran over to him. Are you okay? Why yeah, I think. The blonde replied as he pulled himself up with Hinata's help. I felt like I was dying for a second. Dying? The Hyuga was started to get very nervous for him. Why? How? What happened? I don't know. Something flashed by in my head, kinda like a memory or something. All of a sudden, I saw Gaara in front of me. I saw him kill 2 genin from Kusa. I then saw him attack me and sand was hitting me hard. And then, my memory stopped. Naruto mumbled. I know that never happened, but I don't know how I could have imagined that. And the thing that really bothers me was that it felt so real. Hinata seemed confused, but didn't seem any less concerned. Has anything like that happened before? Shikamaru asked. A hypothesis was started to develop in his head. Not really. I think I've had some flashes when I'm fighting or sparring, but nothing like that. They all usually relate to the battle or the spar. Naruto answered. I think you saw the memory of one of your shadow clones. The Nara stated. What? Naruto looked at his friend in surprise. Hinata turned to face him as well. My dad mentioned once a long time ago that shadow clones were perfect for information gathering. I think I know how now. Shikamaru stated. If I'm right, when your clones dispel, you get their memories back. You see and feel what they did. Really? Naruto seemingly forgot the feelings of his memory and was now simply excited at the news. That's so cool. That just makes this jutsu more awesome, Databia. I can't believe I never noticed that before. You only make clones really for battles and, even then, you make hundreds of them. The chaos of the fights probably doesn't give you the time to analyze any memories you may gain. The lazy boy replied. I see. So cool though. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki exclaimed. His excitement soon faded, though, and his face turned serious. But in all seriousness, I saw Gaara kill a team quickly and it was one of the bloodiest things I've ever seen. And I felt him attack me. He's more dangerous than I thought. We have to try and avoid him and his team at all costs, and if we do have to fight him, we'll have to be beyond careful. Both Hinata and Shikamaru nodded in understanding. It was rare when Naruto was completely serious. They knew that he meant every word he said and that they would have to be extremely cautious around that Suna team. Yui Kurane was a very calm and collected person, very few things were able to surprise and unnerve her. Seeing the bodies of 3 Kusagakuer shinobi was enough to surprise her. Seeing the state of these bodies was enough to unnerve her. What happened to their faces? She asked. We don't know. We're still trying to figure that out. The Chunin answered with a frown. Kurane frowned as well. She looked at the profiles of the Kusa shinobi. She remembered them. She remembered giving this team an earth scroll before the second exam started. If they were dead, then who did she give the scroll to? Who was in the forest? An idea entered her head. She immediately turned towards the Chunin. Alert the Hokage of this and request Umbu assistance. I believe their murderer is in the forest and I'm going to go after him. Kurane ordered. Yes ma'am. The Chunin nodded before disappearing in a shunshin. Kurane rushed into the forest and began her search to find the murderer. A pale-faced man stood on a tree branch and stared at Team 7. Kiba was knocked unconscious, Akamaru was trying to help his comrade in any way he could. Sasuke was screaming in pain as he held onto his neck. Sakura was staring at the Uchiha with multiple different emotions, fear, distress, anguish, rage. What did you to Sasuke? She asked the man. I just gave Sasuke-kun a little gift. I'm sure he'll enjoy it. The man chuckled, his voice sending a shiver down Sakura's spine. My name is Orochimaru. Sasuke-kun has experienced a taste of my power and soon he'll come to me to get more. With those words, Orochimaru ran off, leaving Sakura and Akamaru alone with 2 unconscious genin. Their assailant was now moving quickly through the forest with a grin on his face. Sasuke-kun was impressive. And he will only get stronger as time passes. He will make a perfect host. Orochimaru noted. Now, I have some spare time before my presence is known. Looks like I will have the time to see Anko-chan's little brats after all. The man continued to move quickly through the forest. As he moved, He bit his thumb and proceeded to make hand signs. "All right, I'm done," Shikamaru stated with a groan. "That took way longer than I thought it would." Naruto and Hinata went over to their friend and checked his work. The Nara had created 3 additional scrolls that looked similar to their Earth scroll. Inside these fake scrolls, however, were exploding tags. Altogether, they now had 4 scrolls, 1 real and 3 they could lose if they needed to. "Great job, Shikamaru. Heh, hopefully we won't have to really use them, but it's good to have them just in case," Naruto said excitedly. "Heh, you're telling me. Can't hurt to be too careful," Shikamaru replied with a smirk on his face. "So are we just going to wait for one of the clones to come back? It's probably for the best," Hinata noted. "If they take too long, then we can just go out and look on our own." Yeah. That's what I was thinking," the Uzumaki agreed. "Of course you were, Naruto," Shikamaru said with an eye roll. "Shut up," Naruto snapped at Shikamaru's sarcasm. "I didn't say anything bad. I was agreeing with you," the Nara noted with a smirk on his face. Hinata giggled as the 2 boys continued to argue about Shikamaru's sarcasm. Her giggling stopped when she noticed something in the distance with her Byakugan. She focused on it and noticed that it was heading towards them. "Guys! Something's coming," she said loudly. Her 2 teammates immediately shut up and turned to her. "What is it? Are we getting ambushed?" Naruto asked as he prepared for combat. "I don't think so. It's not human. It's dash." Hinata wasn't able to finish her sentence. A giant snake appeared from a few trees in front of them and charged at them. The 3 genin jumped out of the way just in time and jumped to a high branch of a tree. The snake turned towards them, hissed, and charged again. "That snake looks like one of Anko-sensei's summons," Naruto said in surprise. "Great. So giant snakes like that live in this forest," Shikamaru grumbled. "Let's get this over with." The snake charged upwards at them, this time moving faster. Team 3 jumped out of the way again, but the snake predicted this and swung its tail at them. The tail made contact and knocked all 3 genin back, causing them to hit 3 separate tree trunks hard. The snake then charged again, this time at Shikamaru. The Nara pulled himself up just as the snake opened its mouth in an attempt to devour him. "Shit. Got to act fast and stop this thing for a sec." Shikamaru's brain was working at full speed as he pulled out of one of the fake scrolls and tossed it into the snake's mouth. He immediately triggered the tags inside it, causing it to explode just before the snake could reach him. The giant snake writhed in pain. Shikamaru took this time to jump over to his teammates. "That should stun it for a little bit. Want to try that trick we thought of?" the lazy genius asked. Naruto and Hinata knew exactly what their friend was referring to, a combination attack he suggested during group training. "Of course. Let's do it, Dadabiya," Naruto exclaimed as he made the hand signs. His teammates joined him. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Water style, Gunshot. The 3 friends released their jutsus at the same time and combined into one elemental blast. Naruto's wind jutsu surrounded Shikamaru's fireballs, increasing their size. Hinata's water bullets surrounded the wind. The attack took the form of an elemental tornado, which struck the snake hard. It hissed loudly in pain for a few seconds before it disappeared. "Was that a summon?" Hinata asked nervously. Before her teammates could answer, a noise sounded throughout the area, a clapping noise. The 3 turned around to see a pale-faced man standing on a tree branch clapping in applause. Hinata's Byakugan eyes were open wide in pure shock. "I didn't even see him get this close to us. And that chakra, this couldn't even be a simple jonin. Who is this? I must say, I'm very impressed. To defeat any summon snake so quickly is impressive." The man spoke with an amused grin. "But I wonder how you would do against a more dangerous snake. You summoned that snake? How?" Naruto questioned in surprise. "Who are you? You don't know me? How upsetting," the man said with fake disappointment in his voice. "I assumed Anko-chan would talk to her students about her sensei." Anko's, sensei. Naruto's eyes widened. She never spoke of her time as a genin. This man was. Shikamaru was piecing information together faster than his teammates. He remembered through studying at the academy that there was only one other known snake summoner, an infamous traitor. His eyes opened wide and a terrified look appeared in them. Naruto. Hinata. We have to get out of here. Shikamaru shouted. That's Orochimaru of the Sunin. We don't stand a chance against him. Both Genin's eyes widened. Both, even Naruto, recognized the name of Konoha's most infamous missing ninja. So you do recognize me? Orochimaru's grin grew wider and more sadistic. I was interested when I heard Anko-chan took up a genin team. I've been very curious about what you three can do. Care to show me? The Sunin gave them no time to respond. He released a large fireball from his mouth and fired it towards them. Team 3 had barely enough time to avoid the attack. Orochimaru then rushed to them and delivered to Shikamaru's chest. The Nara was knocked backward into a tree trunk, hitting it hard. The snake summoner then kicked Naruto and Hinata towards the Nara, causing the members of Team 3 to collide. They all groaned in pain. We have to get out of here. Shikamaru told his teammates as he pulled himself up. We're way out of our league here. There's no way we can win without help. He said he's trying to hunt and test us. There's no way we can escape if that's the case. He'll just keep chasing us. Naruto realized as he got up. He then got into a fighting position. But maybe he won't chase all of us. You guys make a break for it and I'll hold him off. Huh. Shikamaru turned to Naruto in shock. What? No. Hinata nearly shouted as she pulled herself up as well. You can't face him alone. I know that, but I can hold him back for a bit. The fox can be some help for once. The blonde retorted. You're right that we can't escape. Damn. I hate not being able to run away. Shikamaru started. Determination could be heard in voice, a trait usually not present in it. But if even one of us has to fight, then we all fight. You're not going against him alone. Shikamaru-kun's right. We're friends. We're a team. We stick together. Hinata added with the same conviction. Hinata, Shikamaru. Naruto could feel himself slightly tear up. How touching. I guess you all will just die together. Orochimaru exclaimed before jumping towards them. Shikamaru immediately used his shadow possession jutsu to try and stop Orochimaru from moving. The Sunin jumped away from the shadow and delivered another kick towards the Nara. Naruto jumped in the way and attempted to block the kick, but ultimately failed. The two genin were sent flying together again. Hinata then charged at the Sunin, aiming for his Tenketsu. He avoided all of her strikes easily before he delivered a punch to her face, knocking her straight down to the ground. Is this really all Anko-chan's students can do? I'm disappointed. He noted. He's just fending us off with taijutsu. He's way too strong, I was right. I'm going to have to use the fox. Naruto noted before he made a hand sign and recalled Han's advice. Calm yourself, Naruto, keep emotions in check and take only what you can. Red chakra surrounded the Uzumaki. The blonde's features became more feral and his eyes picked up a red tint. He took in a deep breath. This is all I can control, hope this is enough. Naruto charged at Orochimaru. His movement and strength increased as he was able to keep up with the Sunin and block his attacks. Orochimaru noted the improved taijutsu skills with a grin on his face. I was unaware Anko was given the Kyuubi brat as a student. Very interesting. Orochimaru thought. He seems to have some control over the fox, but right now, he's still too weak. After a minute of straight taijutsu combat, Orochimaru backed away from Naruto and raised his right hand. Snakes shot out from it and grabbed onto Naruto. The blonde was pulled in. The Sunin was about to land a punch directly at Naruto's face when Shikamaru tossed shuriken at the man. Orochimaru noticed and then pulled Naruto's body towards the shuriken and used it as a shield. Upon impact, Naruto was replaced with a log. A substitution with no seals, and while in pain as well. The snake summoner noted. Orochimaru turned his attention towards Shikamaru and charged. The Nara responded by charging as well. Just before the Sunin could strike, Shikamaru used his Shadow Possession Jutsu at their close range to paralyze him. Naruto! Hinata! Now! The Nara shouted immediately. His two teammates quickly made their hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. Water style, gunshot. The two elemental jutsu headed towards the two ninja. Shikamaru released jutsu at the last moment to get away. The wind and the water bullets collided with the Sunin. Shikamaru then tossed a kunao with an explosive tag at him, causing a loud explosion. A moment passed as the smoke cleared. The three genin did not see the body of Orochimaru, they only saw a brown husk of mud in his place. A clone. Substitution. Shikamaru cursed. Orochimaru appeared again behind the genin. He delivered a hard punch downward to the back of Hinata's head. The Hyuga hit the ground hard and fell unconscious upon impact. Hinata! Naruto shouted as he ran over to her with Shikamaru right behind. Orochimaru then released more snakes from his hands and grabbed Naruto by his neck. These snakes injected small doses of poison into him, causing him to choke. Orochimaru then, through his snakes, raised Naruto up into the air before slamming him into the ground. The blonde, too, was knocked unconscious. Naruto! Shikamaru screamed. You all have some good teamwork. You defeated one of my snakes and even destroyed a clone of mine. Perhaps you would have been marvelous shinobi if you were given the time. Orochimaru stated tauntingly. It's almost a shame to extinguish such potential before it develops. But I'm sure I can live with that. Shit. I can't let him kill us. I can't let him kill them. Shikamaru's brain was desperately trying to calculate some plan that would save him and his teammates. Orochimaru was about to approach, but stopped when he noticed something. He then made a hand sign. He could now see that multiple shuriken were flying towards him. The snake summoner proceeded to dodge them. Kurane jumped into the area, a kunao in her hand. She stood between Shikamaru and the Sunin. Ah, Yui Kurane, Konoha's genjutsu mistress. Orochimaru recognized the woman in front of him. For a second, I didn't even notice the genjutsu you placed to hide your shuriken. You certainly deserve that title you've been given. Kurane glared at the man in front of her, but spoke to Shikamaru. Get your team and leave. This man is out of your league. She ordered. Shikamaru acted immediately. He ran over to his unconscious teammates, picked them up over his shoulders, and hurried off as fast as he could. Orochimaru watched the Nara leave. He knew he could stop and catch him, but he already had his amusement with them. For the time being, he would let them live. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Kurane demanded of him. My. I figured you were more polite than that. The Sunin answered. I have no desire to share pleasantries with you. She hissed. So, you thought it was fun to just sneak into the village you betrayed and attack random genin teams during an exam. I just had some spare time on my hands, wanted to see the team my student was training. You know her, right? I believe you two were friends. Orochimaru grinned when he saw the woman hiss again. But that wasn't my main objective here. I already accomplished that. And that was? Kurane asked. You'll know in due time. The man chuckled. By the way, did you really think I wouldn't notice the genjutsu you placed since the beginning of this conversation? Kurane's eyes widened. Her genjutsu had finished working and the Orochimaru in front of her seemed to be pain, only to turn to mud. The Sunin then appeared right behind her and released a snake from his arm. Kurane could not avoid the bite. She fell to the knees and could feel poison going through her veins. Kurane cursed inwardly. I have to get out of here, let the Hokage know about him. Your genjutsu is good. However, I've faced someone who was much better with it than you. Orochimaru stated. A trace of bitterness was evident in his tone of voice as he remembered the person he was talking about, but it went almost immediately. You know, I could kill you right now, but I'll let you live. Just deliver this message to your Hokage, tell him that if this exam is cancelled, I'll destroy Konoha and burn it to the ground. With those words, Orochimaru left Kurane and retreated. He accomplished his mission and had his fun. Now, He had to wait. Kurane struggled to get herself up. The poison was affecting her body. She knew she wouldn't be able to chase after Orochimaru. Even if she could, she doubted that she could do anything. No shinobi has ever shut down her genjutsu before like that. I just got to get out of here and warn the Hokage. We have to deal with Orochimaru before it's too late. Kurane told herself as she started to walk slowly away. Guys. I found a team. A voice spoke. Two Dakigakuer shinobi turned in the direction of the voice. One of the shinobi was a tall, lanky boy with long black hair. He had on a blue jacket and black shorts and had multiple water canteens attached to his jacket. His forehead protector was around his neck. The other shinobi was a tall, muscular boy with brown hair. He wore a skin-tight brown shirt with the Taki village symbol on it and wore camouflage pants. He was also carrying a large axe on his back. Both shinobi were staring at Kariado Asuna, the red-headed kunoichi they called teammate. Asuna, are you sure? 'Cause that's what you said 20 minutes ago and we ended up finding no team. The lanky boy grumbled. Hey, shut up, Rei. There was a team there. They just left before we got there. Asuna shouted, crossing her arms over her chest. Gosh, you're so loud. The boy, Rei, continued to grumble. That got you in trouble with the proctor at the beginning of the exam. And it's going to get us in trouble here. Some tiger probably heard that. Or worse, an enemy team. We're going to get ambushed thanks to you. Rei, quit your bitching and shut up. Asuna hissed at him. She then turned to her other teammate. What do you think, Takuto? The muscular boy, Takuto, remained quiet for a minute before speaking in a monotone, deep voice. What village? Konoha. And this is the best part, 2 of the team members are down. It was a blonde guy and blue-haired girl. The only one up is some brown-haired guy and he looks exhausted. It'll be cake to beat him and take their scroll. She cheered. If that's the case, they probably lost their scroll. We'll just be wasting our time. Rei sighed. Rei. Asuna hissed. Both of you, quiet. Takuto spoke up. Both of his teammate were quiet. We'll go check this team. If they have a scroll, we'll take it. Now, let's move before we lose the opportunity. Rei nodded in slight annoyance. Asuna, however, was excited. Her hand immediately moved to the scythe on her back. Time to get our earth scroll and get out of this forest. She stated excitedly. The Dakigakuer shinobi proceeded to leave, heading in the direction of the Konoha team. Chapter 16, Scrolls of Heaven and Earth. Alright, finally finished. Shikamaru sighed in relief. 10 hours had passed since Orochimaru's attack on Team 3. Shikamaru's teammates were still knocked out. The Nara had spent the time getting them to a clearing, taking care of them, and rigging the surrounding area with traps for any possible threat. After 3 hours of design and work, Shikamaru had set up enough traps to feel satisfied and remotely safe. He proceeded to walk to a tree. His teammates were lying down underneath it with 2 of Naruto's clones watching over them. Thank God you created all of those clones at the beginning of the exam, Naruto. The Nara noted. The 2 clones had found him to give information on a team with a heaven scroll, but they were able to help with watching over and taking care of his teammates. Oi, Shikamaru. You finished all the traps and stuff? One of the clones asked. Yup. They'll keep animals and some weak teams away. And if something strong actually comes our way, they'll notify us that they are nearby. He answered with a yawn. You're tired, aren't ya? You should get some sleep. The other clone suggested. Shikamaru shook his head. Sorry, but if something happened to you guys and you dispelled, then no one would be able to protect Naruto and Hinata. I'm going to stay up at least until one of them wakes up. The clone shrugged in response. They turned their attention back to Naruto and Hinata, making sure they were still okay. Shikamaru walked over to them and sat down by his unconscious teammates. How hard did Orochimaru hit you guys? Seriously. I'm surprised you both are still knocked out. Shikamaru wondered before he shook his head. I shouldn't complain. We're lucky we got out of that situation alive. Shikamaru stayed by his friends' sides, watching over them with the clones. His eyes were slowly shutting, but the Nara would open them wide the second he realized what was happening. Time passed by slowly. Around an hour later, a loud explosion occurred, alerting Shikamaru and the clones. The lazy genius left the cover of the tree and headed out into the clearing. He listened carefully for any more sounds. Damn, someone's coming. I can hear movement. And I can't hear any more traps, so they're avoiding the rest of my traps. This is bad. Shikamaru noted. He then turned to the clones, who had just walked out of the cover of the tree. Guys, do me a favor and get Naruto and Hinata out of here. Take them somewhere with some kind of cover like another tree like this or a cave if you can find one. I'll catch up with you guys there. What about you? One of the clones asked. If someone's coming, then you're going to need help. You can't take on a team by yourself. I have no intention of taking them on. Just stall them for a little bit. I got a plan. He answered. Shikamaru then turned his attention back to the clearing. Seconds later, a team from Takigakure jumped down into the clearing. They stood across from him. Shikamaru actually recognized the team. Aren't you the girl who told the proctor that she wasn't afraid of the forest? He asked. What of it? Asuna grumbled in response. She's definitely a hothead. If I egg her on, I'll definitely distract her and her team and keep them from noticing the clones getting away. Shikamaru realized. A smirk developed on his face. So what kind of monsters did you see in the forest? 'Cause I know you saw a couple in that genjutsu and I was curious if there are any more. He asked. Go fuck yourself. She hissed. Look Asuna, he's not even taking us seriously thanks to you. As usual. Rei sighed. Fuck you too Rei. The redhead snapped at her teammate. Oh god this'll be too easy. The Nara was getting more confident. Takuto ignored his two bickering teammates and walked forward. Konoha Genin, we are after your scroll. I'd suggest you hand it over to avoid any conflict. He said. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have one. My team was attacked. Both my teammates are knocked out and we lost our scroll. Shikamaru grumbled. This was such a waste of time. Rei sighed. Takuto glared at his lanky teammate, causing him to stop complaining. The muscular Genin then turned to face Shikamaru again. Then you wouldn't mind if I check your belongings myself? I won't mess it up, just going to check to make sure you aren't lying. He stated. Oh come on, nearly all of our stuff was ruined when we were attacked. Don't mess it up anymore. Shikamaru complained. I'll be delicate. The muscular Taki Genin responded. This guy is much more intelligent and calm than his teammates. I won't be able to convince him of any bullshit. Shikamaru cursed. He took a second to look back. The clones were nowhere in sight, meaning they were able to get away without anyone noticing. He had to hide his smirk. But I guess it doesn't matter. I stalled enough. Well, I guess I can't convince you otherwise. Fine, here's the scroll. He sighed in frustration as he took out an earth scroll, one of the fake scrolls he designed. All eyes were on the scroll. Rei was the most surprised, but his eyes narrowed in suspicion soon after the initial shock. That's it? After lying about not having it, you're just going to give it up like that? Just because we continued to ask? He questioned. Shikamaru glared at him. I wasn't kidding when I said my team was attacked. They are knocked out and are in no condition to fight. I'm not going to risk their lives in a fight just to pass this exam. Makes sense. That makes you a good teammate to have. Asuna said. She seemed to be looking at the Nara with respect. The value of your comrades is more important than this exam, indeed. You will make a good Chunin one day Konoha Genin. Just not now. My apologies. Takuto apologized before holding out his hand. We will take the earth scroll and leave you and your team be. Shikamaru tossed over the scroll to the muscular Genin. The Taki Genin studied it for a second. He noticed something about it that felt off. Something looks wrong about this. He noted to himself. The Nara started to back off and made a hand sign. The scroll lit up, about to explode. Shit. Takuto cursed before dropping the scroll and making a hand sign. Earth release armor. Takuto's body was covered in stones just in time before the explosion. Shikamaru proceeded to make more hand signs before running away. Wait, he's getting away, Asuna stated. She was about to chase him, but a loud noise from the tree above caused her to stop. AHH. The entire clearing was filled with explosions. Trees were blowing up, causing different branches and limbs to hit the ground. The ground was sinking and dust was covering the entire area. Takuto made another hand sign, causing his teammates to be covered in the same armor he was wearing. The armor protected them from the dangers of the explosions, but caused them to become immobile. They waited until all of the explosions stopped, leaving them alone in the destroyed clearing. Holy shit, how did he do that? Rei gasped. He rigged this whole entire area with explosives. Takuto deadpanned, looking annoyed. I'm disappointed that none of us didn't notice any of this. Asuna was fuming. She gripped the scythe on her back tightly. We are hunting him down. He is going to pay for that. The red-headed Taki Kunoichi hurried off into the forest in the direction Shikamaru had went. Her two teammates followed behind. At first, Shikamaru had ran into the forest in a random direction to get away from the clearing and the Taki genin. After a few minutes of running, however, he ran into one of the Naruto clones. Shikamaru. This way. He shouted before heading off. The Nara followed the clone to an unusually large tree, even for this forest. At the base of the tree was a hole. Shikamaru and the clone entered the hole. The other Naruto clone and Shikamaru's unconscious teammates were there. You guys got out quickly and without being noticed. Good job. He told the clones. The boss is stealthy, so naturally we are as well. One of the clones exclaimed, puffing out his chest. So, what did you to get away? I blew up the clearing. Shikamaru answered. The clones gaped, causing the Nara to sigh. I said I was putting up traps throughout the area. What did you think I meant by that? Shikamaru, you're scary. The clones stated in unison. Heh. Really? Shikamaru smirked. I'll make sure Naruto knows that his clones think I'm scary when he wakes up. Conversation stopped as Shikamaru and the clones turned their attention to the unconscious teammates. They remained still for 30 minutes until the clones dispelled, alerting Shikamaru. What? He exclaimed as L looked around the area, trying to discover what happened to the clones. Minutes passed by before he calmed down, realizing that no one was in the area. He then realized what happened to the clones, causing him to sigh. I guess the clones ran out of chakra. They've been around for a while, I guess, so it makes sense they'd dispel at some point. Shikamaru focused all of his attention on his teammates. His eyes never moved from either of their bodies as he sat by their side and did everything he could to help them. Another hour had passed before he saw movement. Hinata's eyes were starting to open. Ugh. She groaned as she tried to pull herself up. Shikamaru immediately went to her side and helped her stand up. Looks like you decided to finally wake up, he said teasingly. A smile was on his face. It took a few seconds before Hinata was fully aware of where she was. Her eyes opened and looked around the area. Shikamaru-kun. What happened? Where are we? She asked almost frantically. Whoa, calm down, Hinata. Shikamaru responded. The Nara took the time to fill in the girl about what happened. He reminded her of Orochimaru's attack on their team and told her that the Sannin was able to knock out both her and Naruto. He then told her that he and two of Naruto's clones had been taking care of them while they were unconscious. Shikamaru also mentioned the team from Takigakure that attacked and how he and the clones were able to get away from them. How long was I knocked out? Hinata asked after hearing Shikamaru's explanation. I don't really know. Maybe 10, 11, 12 hours? Somewhere around there. He answered with a shrug. I see, I'm sorry for being a burden to you, she said, looking down to the ground. Burden? Please. Shikamaru shook his head. We went up against a Sannin. It's a miracle we even lived. Don't be sorry about what happened. But I've been out for so long. It must have been hard being on your own for so long and having to take care of us. You must be tired. Hinata responded, still not looking up. Nah, I'm not. Not anymore at least. I'm kind of running on pure adrenaline right now, so I doubt I'll be able to sleep until we get out of this damn forest. Shikamaru said with a sigh. But dash. Besides, it doesn't matter in the end. The Nara interrupted Hinata before she could say anything else, slightly self-deprecating. We all made it out okay and alive. All that's left is for Naruto to get up and we're alright. Naruto-kun. Hinata's eyes wandered over to her unconscious crush. Don't worry about him. He'll probably be up in a little bit himself. Your boyfriend will be alright. Shikamaru said teasingly, trying to get his teammate to stop being upset. His plan worked. A red blush covered her face. We aren't dating yet. She answered. The key word in that sentence was yet. Shikamaru retorted. The Hyuga's blush, somehow, got worse. Anyway, do you mind activating your Byakugan and keeping an eye on the area around of us? That way we know if anyone's coming our way. Hinata nodded and immediately activated her Byakugan. Oh, Hinata, Shikamaru spoke up. The Hyuga turned to face him. I was starting to get worried about you guys, so I'm glad you are okay. The Nara, for a second, expected another self-deprecating remark from the Hyuga. Instead, he received a bright smile from her, a smile that he returned with one of his own. Thank you for watching over us. I'll be able to help look after Naruto-kun. Hinata stated before she focused her attention on the surrounding environment, looking for any possible approaching threats. Where am I? Naruto continued to ask himself that question. The last thing he remembered was he and his friends were being attacked by Orochimaru. Now, though, he was in a place that reminded him of a sewer. The Uzumaki had no idea how he got here and had no idea how to get it. I need to get out of here and find Shikamaru and Hinata. I wonder if they are here somewhere. He wondered. The blonde continued to wander aimlessly until he came across something in the sewer, a large cage. Naruto felt himself drawn to the cage for some reason. He proceeded to walk towards it. So, my jailer decides to finally pay me a visit. A voice called out from the cage. Naruto stopped walking and looked around in confusion. Who is there? He asked. A figure appeared near the bars of the cage. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight. He was standing in front of the Kyubi no Kitsune. Kyubi. Naruto mumbled in shock. But how? You're supposed to be locked in me. How are you out of me? Idiot. The Kyubi rolled his eyes. This is your mind. This is the damp prison I've been in for the last 12 years. This is my mind. Naruto took another look at the sewer around. But this place is a dump. Fitting, isn't it? The fox remarked dryly. The blonde scowled. He seemingly lost his fear about being in the presence of the fox. He was now simply irritated and angry. You're right. It is fitting, a fitting prison for a demon that killed so many innocent lives in Konoha. He shouted. Humph. Impudent brat. You have some nerve to speak to me with that tone. I should eat you for that. Kyubi commented. Too bad you can't, cause you're locked up. The Uzumaki taunted, eliciting a snarl from the fox. So, Kyubi, how did I get here? The Kyubi gave an annoyed grunt before speaking. You've been using more of my chakra. You have, in the process, strengthened the connection between us. Your meditations have also helped increase this connection. Our minds are slowly becoming linked and we become connected whenever you use my chakra. When you were knocked out using my chakra, our minds were still connected. Therefore, although your body is knocked out, your mind is not. So here you are, within your mind and with me. Huh, I see. Naruto nodded in understanding. The blonde now seemed to be interested. So does that mean the other Jinchuriki and their Biju are connected like this? Are Hanenii and the Gobi connected like this? It would depend on how often the Jinchuriki uses their Biju's chakra. I would assume that the armored Jinchuriki has a similar connection to Kokuo. The Kyuubi answered. Kokuo? Naruto gave a look. You know him as the Gobi. The fox answered. Wait, you guys have names? The blonde questioned. Then what's yours? You're an annoying brat. You keep me locked up inside of you for the past 12 years, you come in and start shouting me, you ask me stupid questions, and you have the nerve to ask me for my name. Curse your yondaime. I would tear you apart and feast on your limbs. The fox growled. Naruto didn't respond. He didn't know how you respond to such a proclamation. He remained quiet, just staring at the fox. There's more to the fox than I realized. Naruto inwardly noted. He had always associated the fox as some mindless, evil demon that terrorized Konoha one day. Now, though, he can see there is a lot more depth to the fox. He can tell from the fox's words, voice, and overall attitude that he doesn't understand the fox at all. The Kyuubi, both annoyed and bored, laid down his head in an attempt to go to sleep. Naruto's mind was quiet. The Taki Genin had been moving through the forest of death, trying to find Shikamaru and his team. Asuna led her team. The redhead was studying the area around her intently. We're getting closer. I can feel it. Asuna declared as she continued to move. That's what you've been saying forever. Seriously, the dude got away. Rei grumbled. Rei, I swear to God, can you go 1 minute without complaining? The Kunoichi snapped. I'm serious. I can feel him nearby this time. Look, I know you can sense other people's chakras. Doesn't change the fact that you're not good at it. You're just not a good sensor at the moment. If you were, we would have found him when we first started to hunt him. The lanky Taki Genin informed her. Shut up. Asuna hissed. I'm serious. I can feel it. I can feel his chakra nearby. Rei was about to make another comment but Takuto spoke up first. How close? Very. He's in a hole by a nearby tree. I think one of his teammates is up, cause I sense another chakra right by him, but whatever. We'll take them on as well. Just follow me. She informed them as she hurried off. That stupid girl's wasting our time again. Rei grumbled. Rei, be quiet. Takuto ordered. You know how prideful she is. The fact that the Nara tricked us and got away so easily has hurt her pride badly. Mine too actually. I would love to take him down. So quit your bitching and follow us. Takuto hurried after his Kunoichi teammate. Rei gave an exasperated sigh before following his team further into the forest. Shikamaru, I see people coming our way. Hinata informed the Nara. Of course. Of frickin' course. He cursed. How close are they? And can you tell who they are? They're probably a minute away. And they are from Taki. She answered. Shikamaru's eyes widened. Could they be the same team from earlier? A smirk then developed on his face. Based on their reaction to the Earth Scroll, I bet they got a Heaven Scroll. And I think Hinata and I can take them. Remember that team I got away from? I think it might be them. And I think they got a Heaven Scroll we can get. Just be careful. Shikamaru advised. The Hyuga gave him a nod before the two teammates walked out of the hole. They got into a fighting position. Shortly after, the Taki Genin arrived. You. We finally found you. Asuna hissed as she reached for her scythe. Were you hunting me this whole time? Really? Shikamaru asked. Naturally. You hurt her pride after. Rei mumbled with an eye roll. Asuna didn't even take the time to respond to her teammate or the Nara, she simply charged, gripping her scythe tightly. She moved quickly and swung her scythe aggressively, but Shikamaru was able to avoid. He tossed Konao in her direction, which she deflected with her scythe. Takuto charged at Hinata, holding on to his axe. The Hyuga avoided his first strike. The muscular Genin then swung again. She avoided the second strike and packed away, putting distance between her and the Taki Genin. Shikamaru-kun, what did you say you did to these guys to get them so mad? Hinata asked, noticing the Takigenin's aggression. "I'll tell you later." Shikamaru responded as he made hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Shikamaru released a series of fireballs from his mouth. Rei finally moved forward, making hand signs of his own. Water came out of the canteens he was carrying. The water formed a wall that blocked the fireballs. Of course one of them uses waster-style ninjutsu. It's just one of those days. Shikamaru groaned. Rei made a hand gesture, causing the water to come together and fling at the Nara in the form of a whip. Shikamaru was knocked back, taking the breath out of him. Takuto and Asuna both charged at him. Hinata took out her bow and launched arrows at the approaching Takigenin. Takuto got away in time but Asuna could not and an arrow punctured her shoulder. Shit. That hurt. She groaned before she turned to Hinata. She struggled to ignore the pain as she charged at her. Hinata responded by jumping onto one of the branches of the tall tree. She then proceeded to fire more arrows from the top. Asuna was able to avoid these, but Hinata kept firing. "Get off of there!" Asuna shouted as she swung her scythe in Hinata's direction. Wind style, air cutter. Asuna's scythe was able to cut through the air, releasing wind that flew towards Hinata in the form of circular blades. Hinata moved through different branches of the tree, avoiding each of the wind blades. Asuna continued to reuse her jutsu, trying to land a good hit on the Hyaga. "Stand still, will ya?" she mumbled as she tried to swing again. She then noticed that she couldn't, her body was frozen. What the? Shadow possession was a success. Shikamaru noted. The redhead Kunoichi realized what had happened, the Nara had connected their shadows and had paralyzed her. Let go of me!" she shouted. "Not yet," Shikamaru stated with a smirk. He made a throwing gesture, which Asuna mimicked. She ended up throwing her scythe away from the battlefield completely. The redhead realized what he was doing. That scythe is very important to me," she hissed. "Yeah, my life, the lives of my teammates, and my scroll is also very important to me," Shikamaru remarked dryly. At that moment, Takuto charged at the Nara. Shikamaru tried to dodge the strike but then realized the muscular genin never tried to strike, he was trying to fake him out. Takuto then made a real swing this time. Shikamaru was forced to use the substitution jutsu. The use of the jutsu separated his shadow from Asuna's, freeing her from his jutsu. Shikamaru appeared right next to Hinata on the same branch of the tree. Hinata started to make hand signs before releasing her water style, gunshot. She released her water bullets towards the Takigenin. Rei walked forward again and raised his right hand. The water bullets immediately changed directions. Hinata and Shikamaru, who were not expecting this, were hit hard and knocked off the tree. "Damn! That guy's got a really strong water affinity," Shikamaru noted as he was falling. An idea immediately came into his mind. "Wait, I know how to turn this situation to an advantage. Good thing I have one more left." When Shikamaru and Hinata hit the ground, a scroll fell out of one Shikamaru's pockets and rolled to the middle of the clearing. The three Takigenin noticed this instantly. "So this is the real one," Rei noted smugly as he went over to grab it. "Heh. Nope. Naruto actually has the real one," Shikamaru noted inwardly as he made a hand sign. The scroll in Rei's hand lit up and exploded. The explosion knocked Rei back and caused him to hit another nearby tree hard head first. The lanky Takigenin was knocked out immediately. "Rei!" Asuna gasped before turning her attention to the Nara. "Holy shit! How many explosives do you got?" "That's actually a good question," Hinata wondered to herself. "Asuna, we have to take this seriously. End this now," Takuto informed his teammate as he slammed his axe into the ground. The Takigenin started to make hand signs. His red-headed teammate started to make hand signs of her own. Earth style, rising boulder. Wind style, great breakthrough. Multiple stones rose from the ground and remained in air in front of the Takigenin. Asuna then released a blast of wind that sent the boulders flying towards Hinata and Shikamaru at rapid, different speeds. Hinata and Shikamaru struggled to avoid them all. This is getting annoying. Shikamaru groaned as he tried his best to avoid the stones. Although he could avoid the large ones, the little ones would almost always hit him. He was starting to get injured in nearly every part of this body. Hinata didn't say anything. Being more flexible than Shikamaru, she was able to avoid the stones with little problem. She was, however, tiring herself out in the process. Let's keep this up, Asuna. They are getting tired, so it won't be long. Takuto noted as he made the hand signs again. Right. Asuna agreed as she made her hand signs, ready to redo the collaborative jutsu. In Naruto's mind, the blonde and the Kyuubi no Kitsune were still facing each other, not speaking. The Uzumaki wanted to say something, but he didn't really know what to say nor how to say it. The fox seemingly did not want to speak to him at all. After spending plenty of time in thought, the blonde finally had a question. Hey Kyuubi. Naruto started. Why did you attack Konoha? The Kyuubi opened his eyes and stared at him in almost amusement. And why do you want to know? He asked out of annoyance. Well, you wouldn't wonder why someone attacked your home. Naruto asked. Humph. The Kyuubi closed his eyes again. I don't need to answer. Now just leave me. I want to sleep. No, seriously. Just answer. Naruto requested. Look, I just did a lot of thinking over here. Like it or not, we're stuck with each other. So if we have to be together, I think we need to get along with each other. So, just let me know why. So that way I can understand. Understand? The fox scoffed. Humans fail to understand many things. The human comment only added more fire to Naruto's drive to figure out. Naruto started to compare the Kyuubi to Han, who also hated humanity. I'm being serious. Please. Just, let me try and understand. Naruto asked. The Kyuubi opened his eyes again and stared at Naruto. He studied him for what felt like hours to the blonde. Finally, the Kyuubi finally spoke. Believe me when I say this, I did not want to attack your village. It is beneath me to attack humans. He stated. Huh? What do you mean? Naruto seemed confused. Does that mean someone forced you? Humph. We'll continue this conversation some other day. But for now, you really should be getting back to your world. Your friends may need some assistance after all. The fox noted. The comment about Naruto's friends caused the blonde's eyes to widen. But how? How can I? Naruto asked. Your body has had enough time to recover. The only reason you haven't woken up is because your mind is here. Simply will yourself to leave. The Kyuubi informed him. Now get out of here. Naruto nodded in understanding. Before he left though, he spoke up one more time. Hey Kyuubi, or whatever your name is, we're going to be together for some time. Let's try and work together from now on, okay? You can have your secrets if you want, but just trust me and I'll trust you. We're stuck with each other after all, so let's try and be friends. Naruto gave the Kyuubi a thumbs up before disappearing from his mind. The Kyuubi was left alone. Friend. The Kyuubi scoffed before laying his head down on the ground. The brat is more interesting than I thought. We can't get in close. Not without taking too many hits. Hinata noted as she and Shikamaru continued to try and avoid the assault from Takuto and Asuna's collaboration jutsu. This is getting very troublesome. We need to get these two to stop. We have to hit them from range. But how? Both of our long-range jutsus will just cancelled out by these stupid stones. Shikamaru's mind was working hard to figure out a way to end the jutsu. Just a little more. Asuna said excitedly. Right. Takuto agreed. The two Taki Genin were about to restart the jutsu when the ground underneath them started to crack. They both take a second to look at it in confusion. Takuto wondered. A figure immediately popped out from underneath the ground. Naruto had jumped out from under the ground and delivered a strong punch to Takuto's jaw. The Taki Genin coughed up blood. Naruto-kun! Hinata shouted in excitement from seeing that her crush was awake. And there's how we stop it. Shikamaru noted with a smirk. Naruto immediately made hand signs and delivered his wind style, great breakthrough at Takuto in close range. The muscular Taki Genin had no time to react and was sent flying backwards into another tree nearby REI. He, too, was knocked unconscious. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. But I'm here now. Naruto told his teammates with a grin on his face. Kariado Asuna was staring in disbelief. In a matter of seconds, this blonde Konoha Genin had appeared, interrupted their jutsu, and knocked Takuto out before she could even react. She didn't even sense that the boy had woken up. And now that he was in front of her, she could sense the massive chakra that he had. How did I not even notice him? Asuna asked herself before she shook her head. Damn it, never mind. I really do need a lot more training. Guess I'm not ready for Chunin. Peace, peace. She stated, holding up her right hand. Her left hand was digging into a large pocket of her black pants. She pulled out the heaven scroll of her team. Consider this a surrender. So you're going to give us the scroll? Shikamaru asked. I'm not smart enough to pull off a 3 versus 1 fight. Besides, I may not be good friends with them, but I don't want my teammates getting injured in the crossfire. Asuna said with a sigh. The members of Team 3 nodded in understanding. Naruto took the heaven scroll Asuna offered him. The Taki Kunoichi proceeded to head over to her unconscious teammates and picked them up over her shoulder. She then headed off slowly in the direction Shikamaru had tossed her scythe in. Well, I didn't have to do much, but hey, we got ourselves a heaven scroll. Naruto informed his teammates with a chuckle. Hinata responded by rushing over to his side and asking questions. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? You're not hurt or anything. How long have you been awake for? Hinata, relax. He was just in the same position you were. Shikamaru said with a chuckle as he walked towards his teammates. Hey Naruto, you alright now after your sleep? Naruto gave a foxy grin in response. Of course I am, Dadabia. He answered. How did you get into the earth, by the way? I wasn't aware you dug any holes. The Nara questioned. Oh, that? Heh, I guess you guys have never seen my earth style, headhunter jutsu. Naruto said with a grin. Oh. That jutsu Hansama gave you? Hinata asked. Yup. I was able to get underneath them and surprise them easily. The blonde nodded in affirmation. Now, what happened while I was knocked out, you guys? Let's just get out of this damn forest. I think I'm going to go insane if we stay in here for any longer. Shikamaru stated. I'll answer when we get out. Heh, yeah. I understand. Naruto laughed. Alright, so let's get out of here. The 3 members of Team 3 hurried off. Now that all 3 members were awake and that they had both scrolls, they could get out of the forest and complete their second exam. Hey guys! There's the tower. Naruto shouted. It didn't take long before Team 3 had found the tower at the center of the forest. Naruto and Hinata stared at the tower with excitement and relief. Shikamaru had similar feelings, but his adrenaline had officially stopped working at this point. Alright, let's go finish the exam now. Naruto noted excitedly. Thud. Nara Shikamaru passed out on the floor and drifted off to sleep. Naruto and Hinata looked at their friend in surprise before laughing to themselves. Typical Shikamaru. Naruto noted between laughs. True, but he earned it. After taking care of us for so long. Hinata said with a smile. Yeah. I know. The blonde nodded in agreement before he picked up the sleeping Nara and placed him on his back. Let's get inside the tower and get him to a nice bed. The members of Team 3 continued from there, finishing their final short moments in the Forest of Death. For them, the second part of the Chunin exams was complete. Chapter 17, Second Exam Complete. Iruka-sensei. Naruto mumbled in surprise. He and Hinata were both equally confused. After walking into the tower and realizing they needed to open both the Heaven and Earth Scroll, their academy instructor, Umino Iruka, appeared in front of them in a cloud of smoke. The man looked at his 2 former students, a proud smile on his face. It's been a while, hasn't it? He joked. I'm here to let you guys know that you all passed the second exam. Hell yeah! Naruto cheered as he jumped up and down. Shikamaru, who was still asleep on Naruto's back, was starting to mumble in his sleep about an earthquake. This caused Naruto to stop jumping and caused Hinata to giggle. Typical. I haven't seen him in months since you all graduated, and the first time I see him he is asleep. This feels nostalgic. Iruka said with a sigh. Shikamaru-kun hasn't changed much, Iruka-sensei. Hinata elaborated as she continued to giggle. I can see. The academy instructor said with another sigh. He then looked back at the awake members of Team 3 with a smile. I am proud of you all. I knew you would do great in your exam. Naruto and Hinata returned his smile with a large smile of their own. Both of their smiles were filled with pride and happiness. It was evident to Iruka, who merely chuckled. I'd love to keep chatting with you guys, but I think you all might want to get to a room and let Shikamaru sleep on a bed. All of you genin teams will be staying in rooms down that hallway while you wait for the time limit to end. You can take any bedroom that isn't already used. Iruka stated as he pointed to a hallway to the left of the shinobi. We all need to talk sometime soon. I'll treat you guys to ramen when the exam is over. Thank you. Hinata bowed to her former sensei. I'd love that, Databia. Naruto stated excitedly. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. Iruka watched as the two genin rushed off down the hallway. The Chunin chuckled to himself. They don't have to call me Iruka-sensei anymore. They aren't my students. And they'll probably be on my level soon too. He noted, still chuckling. We really do need to get ramen again. I missed you all, my precious students. The bedrooms were all plain, simple rooms. There were 3 beds, one for each member of a genin team, along with a table and floor mats to the side of it. There was also a mini kitchen in the corner of the room. The room was simple, but comfortable. Naruto laid Shikamaru on one of the beds in the room and covered him in a blanket. He and Hinata then walked out of the room. The two walked down the hallway in comfortable silence until they were interrupted by a loud, familiar voice. I was wondering when you guys would get here. The two genin turned around and saw Anko walking towards them. Their Jonin-sensei had a wide grin on her face. Anko-sensei. What are you doing here? Naruto asked as he and Hinata walked up to her. All of the Jonin-senseis have been cooped up in this tower since the start of the second exam. We've been waiting for you brats to finish this exam already. She answered as her hands went towards her 2 students and ruffled their hair. An irritated groan came from Naruto's mouth and a gasp from Hinata's, which caused Anko to laugh. Good to have you guys here and see that you all passed. Where's Shikamaru? The two genin pulled themselves away from their sensei before Naruto answered, asleep. We laid him on the bed in our room. Heh. Typical lazy ass. I'll harass him when he wakes up. Anko laughed. So spill the dirt. How was the exam? You guys did finish pretty early, you know? It's only the second day after all. Hinata was about to answer when she remembered something that happened early in the exam. Naruto remembered it as well. They needed to let their sensei know. Anko-sensei, we need to talk. Hinata said seriously. Okay. What's with all the doom and gloom? Anko asked with confusion. During the exam, we were attacked. Naruto answered. And? Anko asked, still confused about what was so serious. That's kind of what's supposed to happen, you know? Genin attacking genin and shit. None of you guys seem really injured or anything either. We weren't attacked by another genin. It was Orochimaru. Hinata clarified. All confusion left Anko's face. The Takubetsu Jonin's mouth fell wide open as she openly gaped in front of her students. Her eyes were wide. The scene could have been enough to make anyone, especially her students, laugh. Then. Excuse me. The shock on her face was converted to rage and anger. Her mouth turned to an angry scowl and her eyes were narrowed in rage. The snake summoner was also unconsciously releasing killing intent. The amount of rage projected from her was frightening to her students. He attacked us at the beginning of the exam. He knocked Hinata and Emmy unconscious. The exam proctor apparently came and confronted him. If she didn't, Shikamaru thinks we would have probably been killed. Naruto answered with a slight stutter due to his sensei's killing intent. The killing intent seemingly doubled along with Anko's rage. Her hands were clenched into fists. The tension in the room was nearly suffocating to the genin. I'm going to kill him, I'm going to fucking kill him. Anko screamed in her head. Her killing intent was still increasing. Come at me all you want, try and make my life worse, but don't you dare go after my students. You will regret this, you piece of shit traitor. You will fucking. Anko-sensei. Anko was snapped out of her thoughts. Her students were not used to seeing her like this, and therefore, were quite scared of her right now. The Takubetsu Jonin frowned at the sight of them and did her best to calm down. After her rage had calmed, another thought entered her mind. Anko's eyes widened again, but this time in fear. He wouldn't, no. She immediately grabbed Naruto by the neck and pulled his jumpsuit's collar down slightly. All she saw was bare skin. Before he could say anything, she pushed him away and grabbed Hinata's neck. She studied it and saw only bare skin too. She released a sigh of relief. Thank God, they weren't marked, unless... Anko-sensei, what the dash? Does Shikamaru have a strange mark on his neck? Anko interrupted Naruto's sentence. The two genin stared at their sensei in confusion. At one moment, she was filled with rage and genuinely terrifying. Now, she looked frantic and scared. No. I didn't see anything. Hinata was the one to answer. She noticed Anko take another sigh of relief. Anko-sensei, are you okay? Yeah. I'm fine. I'm sorry about all of that. She apologized. I think we need to have a talk. All of us. Can you guys take me to Shikamaru? I'll wake him up. Both Naruto and Hinata nodded. The three shinobi walked down the hallway again in silence. Anko seemed in deep thought. Naruto and Hinata stared at their sensei. Although they were relieved to see her no longer enraged, they were still concerned. The three walked inside Team 3's room. Shikamaru was still asleep. Anko walked over to the Nara, put her hand on his shoulder, and shook him gently. Ugh, Mom, I've already graduated the academy. I don't need to wake up early for it. He grumbled in resistance. The snake summoner had a slight smile on her face, but she continued to push him. Not your mother. Sorry, but we need to talk. Around 10 minutes passed before Shikamaru got himself out of bed and was awake enough to carry a conversation. What is so important that we need to talk about now? Shikamaru asked with a yawn. Orochimaru. His sensei answered. Shikamaru's eyes widened and he made a conscious effort to wake himself up further. He knew he had to take this conversation seriously. Naruto told me you guys were attacked by him. The Takubetsu Jonin started. I know that bastard loves to hear himself talk. What did he say to you all? Did he mention anything about me? He said that he was your sensei and that he wanted to see what your students could do in a fight. Shikamaru answered. I see. Well, he wasn't lying. Back before he betrayed Konoha, Orochimaru was my sensei. Anko stated with a sigh. Since that bastard has appeared again in my life and has now gone after you guys, I'd like to tell you my story with him. It'll probably explain a few things about myself and him. If anything, I'd like you guys to know why I may be a raging bitch in the next few days if anything happens involving him. A moment of silence passed. Anko looked uncomfortable, as if she didn't want to talk about this, but she felt that she needed to. Eventually, she finally found the strength to speak against her discomfort. Orochimaru taking a genin team was a big deal. The Sannin were considered the best trio of ninjas ever assembled and they were only behind the Hokage in strength. Furthermore, the village just saw Jiraiya train a genin team that was becoming a legend of their own. So when it was announced that Orochimaru, who was considered the strongest of the Sannin, was going to be my sensei, I was fucking excited. I just knew I was going to become a legendary shinobi. My teammates thought so too. Anko started. Her eyes instinctively started to water when she mentioned her teammates, but she shook her head and continued. We started out like a normal team. Basic missions and training. All that normal shit that every team goes through. Then, my teammates disappeared. No trace. Anko released a deep sigh, trying to fight back her tears again. She did so by shaking her head once more. So, it was just me and Orochimaru. He took me up as his apprentice. This is when things really started to change. His teaching and his mannerisms became crueler. He was never the most emotional, warm-hearted person, but he was just getting downright cold. But I had built up so much respect for him and the legacy that he had created for himself that I didn't care about any of the changes. It made me blind to who he was becoming, and the things he was doing. This is when Orochimaru began doing the research and experiments he is infamous for. And I actually helped him do some of the research. Anko said, her voice now filled with shame. She couldn't hold back, tears were starting to come down her face. Not like I knew what he was really doing, but I still helped. I finally realized the true horror of his experiments when he started doing them on me. Anko pulled down the collar of her trench coat and showed off her neck. A black seal was noticeable to her genin students. Naruto noticed something. Was that what Anko-sensei was checking for earlier? If we had that thing? Naruto wondered. This is a curse seal, Orochimaru's cursed seal of heaven. This seal provides those with it with extra chakra and power, but at a cost. The chakra given is Orochimaru's. His essence lives inside this damn seal. This essence taints the mind of those who have the seal, makes you more violent and power-hungry. And the survival rate of receiving this seal is low. Anko looked down as her crying seemingly worsened. Her students walked forward to her and hugged her. I was the first one to survive receiving this seal. Everyone else he tried on had died, including my genin teammates. Anko was now starting to shake, which only caused her students to tighten their hug. A few seconds of silence passed with the only noise being Anko's sobbing. Finally, she stopped shaking and crying long enough to continue. That piece of shit left Konoha soon after. The rest is history. She stated. That man has been hell in my life and it seems he's returned and set his eyes on you. I'm sorry about getting you all involved with him. Sorry? Don't be sorry, Anko-sensei. Naruto answered. You didn't do anything at all. Orochimaru's a fucked up case, but that doesn't mean you are responsible for it. Naruto-kun's right. Don't feel responsible for us getting attacked. Hinata answered with determination. She, like her sensei, was also crying. Anko-sensei, I knew you were a strong ninja, but knowing that you've overcome Orochimaru, you are a role model. You are the strongest kunoichi I've ever met. But dash. Don't try and argue, Anko-sensei. Shikamaru interrupted. A sincere smile was on his face. We wouldn't lie about anything. Nothing is your fault. And you are one of the strongest ninjas Konoha has ever had. We've always thought that and now we know that for sure. Naruto agreed. Orochimaru will pay for all this shit. We'll be there by your side to make sure you get the job. I'll make sure that bastard gets what he deserves for all that shit. Anko's emotions were running hectic. Tears were running down her face again. This time, however, they were tears of happiness. They were from the relief that her team was okay. They were from joy from hearing their kind words and praise. They were from feeling content, from belonging to a family, Team 3. Anko finally returned the group hug. The team stayed like this for a few more moments before Anko broke the hug as she rubbed away her tears. Okay, enough of this sappy, mushy stuff. I don't think my emotions can take any more of this. You guys are too much for me, I swear. She said jokingly. The happiness in her tone of voice was evident to anyone. Now, how about you all fill me on the rest of the exam? Like how you got your scroll. Conversation turned to normal again as Anko's genin informed her of the Taki genin and Shikamaru's work in looking after Naruto. The Takubutsu Jonin was surprised and impressed with the Nara's strategies and the overall skill of her genin. Well, you guys did good. I'm very impressed with you all. Anko said when they finished. She started to walk towards the door. Anyway, I'll let you all relax now. Just wanted to catch up and see how you are all doing. If you want to find me, us Jonin instructors have our own hallway. The mention of other Jonin instructors reminded Naruto of something. Oh, that reminds me, Naruto said in realization. He then rushed over to the door and ran out. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to go pay someone a visit. The other members of Team 3 watched the blonde storm out. Does he even know where he's going? Hinata asked. Probably not. Shikamaru sighed. Heh. Hope the brat enjoys searching through this maze of a tower. Anko chuckled. Anko was right, the tower was a maze. Naruto ran through hallway after hallway, trying to find a certain person. After nearly 2 hours of searching and irritation, the Uzumaki finally found a large, open room that looked like an auditorium. Inside the room was the person Naruto was looking for, a familiar armored shinobi. The man had a pen in his hand and was staring intently at a piece of paper. He didn't notice the Uzumaki enter. Hanenii! Naruto shouted as he ran towards him. The armored shinobi finally looked up just in time to see the blonde run up to him and deliver a tackling hug to him. The man was shocked for a second before he returned the hug, a smile on his face. Naruto. It's good to see you again. I see you passed the exam. Han stated. His voice had an unusual happy edge to it. Of course I passed Databia. The blonde answered proudly. He then let go of Han and gave him a wide smile. I've been looking for you for the past 2 hours. I didn't know you were sending your team to the exam. It was a slightly last-minute decision. The Tsuchikage decided that he wanted to send a team or two to the exam this year and I volunteered my team. Han answered. Well, I'm glad you did. It's great to see you again. Naruto stated excitedly. How have you been? The Gobi Jinchuriki shrugged. I can't complain. IWA is the same as always, but things have been relatively peaceful. Especially since I got to Konoha. I really like it here. It's very quiet and calm. Naruto nodded in agreement. Konoha's great. He laughed. What have you been doing here? You should have visited me. I haven't been here for too long, Naruto. Besides, I don't know where you live in the village. The IWA Jonin answered. No excuses. Han actually chuckled a little when he saw the blonde pout. What I have done so far is that I've been to your hot springs. And I've been working on a couple of illustrations. Han pointed to the paper in front of him. The paper had a depiction of a fight between two shinobi in a forest. It was a detailed drawing and looked very realistic. Your village is very good for inspiration. You draw? Naruto asked, still studying the paper. This is great. It's only a small hobby, but thanks. Han responded nonchalantly. That's enough about me though. How have you been doing? How's your training? The two Jinchuriki continued to discuss Naruto's training. The Uzumaki brought up his mastery of the headhunter jutsu to his ability to channel a portion of the Kyuubi's chakra. They then continued to catch up, discussing the events in their life. So, how much longer do you think it'll take before your team gets here? Naruto asked. They've been here. Han answered. What? They beat us. Naruto shouted, pouting slightly. The Gobi Jinchuriki chuckled at Naruto's facial expression. Correct. They've been here since the first day. I believe they were the first team to arrive. The second being a team from Suna and the third being your team. The Uzumaki grumbled to himself about getting beaten before he sighed and accepted it. He was happy to hear that Kurotsuki and Roto had passed after all. You and your team should pay them a visit, by the way. I'm sure they would enjoy it. Han commented. Really? Naruto asked. Kurotsuki and Roto would be. The Jonin amended. That sound about right. Risho's too much of a jackass to care about us. Naruto snickered. Anyway, yeah, I'm sure Hinata and Shikamaru would love to visit them. We'll go say hi to them now. With that notion in head, Naruto started to walk off. I'll talk to you later, Hanenii. The blonde stated before his walking turned to running. Han bid him farewell before turning back to his drawing. He had a smile on his face the rest of the time as he continued to work on it. Lazy ass. You and your team passed. Kurotsuki stated excitedly. Shikamaru sighed in frustration. Naruto came running back to the room, interrupted his sleep, and dragged him and Hinata to the room a few doors down to hang out with the team from IWA. Normally this wouldn't that be much of an issue. Shikamaru, however, was running on very little sleep and he was extremely tired. He was very irritated and things were more troublesome than usual. "Don't call me that," the Nara said with a groan. "I call anyone whatever the hell I want to call them," Kurotsuki retorted with a grin. "You're lazy ass. Just like my Gramps' Gramps. It's a sign of affection. It's not a bad thing. She calls me dumbass sometimes and I don't get offended," Roto stated with a chuckle. He then turned to Hinata. A slight blush appeared on his face. "I'm glad you passed, Hinata-chan." "Hinata-chan." Naruto's eyes focused on Roto in a glare. "Thank you. I'm glad you guys passed as well," Hinata said back. "Humph." Risho groaned. The Kurogane got up from sitting down on his bed and left the room immediately, closing the door loudly. All eyes turned to it. "The hell's up his butt?" Naruto asked. "I knew he doesn't like us, but I figured he'd just go to sleep or ignore us. He's been like that ever since he got to Konoha, more aggressive, more angry, and more of a dick than usual. And that says something," Roto said with a sigh. "Anyway, you guys are just in time," Kurotsuka stated as she reached into her weapons pouch on her pants. Instead of pulling out a weapon, she pulled out a deck of cards. "We were going to play a game. But since Risho just bailed on us, we can play with you guys." "I'm game," Naruto said excitedly. "Sure." Hinata agreed. "A card game?" "Nah. Sorry. I'm going back to our room and sleeping," Shikamaru said dismissively. "What?" the room chorused, Naruto and Kurotsuka being the loudest. "Come on, Shikamaru. Have a little fun," the Uzumaki encouraged with his traditional grin. "We just wanna have fun and talk a little. Catch up. Do what friends do," Kurotsuki added, a grin of her own on her face. "I'm going to sleep," Shikamaru said again as he walked to the door. Kurotsuki rolled her eyes. "You always sleep. Lazy ass." "I haven't all day today. I'm getting sleep," he answered as he opened the door. "Just play one game. Come on. If you don't, I'll get revenge on you somehow," the IWA Kunoichi threatened. Her voice was low and intimidating to the other genin in the room. The Nara responded by walking out of the door and closing it. The four shinobi in the room stared at the door for a second before groaning. "I just wanted to play a little and see how he's doing." "Humph." Kurotsuka scoffed in irritation. "He's going to regret this. I'll get him back." The other three shinobi were staring at the IWA Kunoichi with a trace of fear in their eyes. What's she going to do?" Hinata whispered to Roto, her stutter returning slightly. "I don't know. Nothing lethal at least. But Kurotsuka gets scary when she's irritated, so I don't wanna be Shikamaru right now," he responded with a shudder. "Well, screw him for now." Kurotsuka spoke up, ending the conversation. She then proceeded to shuffle the cards. "Well, let's forget about him. Who's ready for a game?" The four genin proceeded to play a variety of card games. They chatted about various topics as they played, ranging from how they passed the second exam to things going on their village. Naruto and Hinata learned that Roto has a sister who just got married a week before the games. They also learned that Kurotsuki helped teach a class at the Iwagakure Ninja Academy and that she has a soft spot for kids. In turn, the two IWA shinobi learned things about Naruto and Hinata. The four ninja continued to play different card games and bond, having fun while doing it. Hours passed before Roto ended up getting tired. He headed over to his bed and fell asleep. Soon after, Hinata got tired and left the room to go get sleep of her own. Naruto and Kurotsuka were alone, playing cards with each other. Conversation got less frequent and a slight tension filled the room. Kurotsuka finally broke the tension with a question she had been meaning to ask the blonde. "Naruto, has anyone told you look like the Yellow Flash?" she asked as she drew another card. "Huh?" Like the Yondaime Hokage? Naruto asked in clarification as he put a card down on the table. No. No one has. Really? The Iwa Kunoichi turned her attention away from the cards and towards Naruto. She studied his face before speaking again. Because you look like an identical copy of him. I swear, he has to be related to you somehow. Like your dad or your uncle or something. Naruto seemed to be in deep thought before he shook his head. Nah, I'm just an orphan. I'm sure I would have been told if I was related to the Yondaime. Hell, someone would have probably adopted me if I was. He responded with a sigh. He got a dreamy look in his eyes. Would be kinda cool if I was though. He's been my idol for some time, so it would be kinda funny if he was my uncle or something like that. Huh, kinda cool huh? Kuratsuka's tone of voice became cold. A scowl developed on her face. Sure. Being related to a mass murderer would be kinda cool to some people I guess. Naruto glared at her, a scowl developing on his face. Don't say that about him. The Yondaime was a great guy and one of Konoha's greatest heroes. He was no mass murderer. He responded. Did you study the Third Shinobi World War at all? Kuratsuka rolled her eyes. Your great hero slaughtered hundreds of Iwa shinobi. So many lives lost in a flash, that is no hero. I call it as it is, he's a murderer. He didn't kill anyone for no reason. Everything he did was to protect Konoha. The Uzumaki retorted angrily. If he didn't do what he did, then many Konoha ninjas would have died. The way you're talking makes it sound like Iwa was some giant monster nation. Like as if we started the war. The Iwa Kunoichi was getting angry as well. Well, Konoha didn't start the war. Naruto responded. And neither did Iwa. Kuratsuka hissed back. The two genin said nothing else. Tension filled the room. Naruto spent the entire team thinking. At first, he was angry at Kuratsuka and Iwa. Then, his thoughts turned deeper. Kuratsuka was correct, the Yondaime Hokage did kill hundreds of Iwa shinobi during the war. But it was also true that he was killing for Konoha and to make sure that the village and its people were safe. He knew that Konoha did not cause nor want the war. Iwa, however, didn't want or cause the war either. Neither side wanted it, and neither side wanted their people to die. Slowly, Naruto's anger turned to sadness. His rage-filled face turned to a frown, which soon turned to a neutral, thoughtful face. This is what war causes huh? Naruto spoke up, alerting Kuratsuka. It just causes many people to die. It causes suffering. It creates hate. It causes good people to do bad things. Kuratsuka was staring at Naruto in surprise, wondering where this was coming from. He returned her stare, his eyes filled with determination. When I am Hokage, I will make sure there is no more war. That way no one has to suffer around the world. That is my promise. He stated with determination. Kuratsuka was now gaping at the blonde. She had never heard such a declaration from someone. From her first impression of Naruto, she would have never expected something like this from him. You think that that's possible? She asked. It's only impossible if you don't try. I really think it is. If we try, if everyone tries, we can create a world of peace. Naruto affirmed his newfound belief. Something about his words appealed to Kuratsuka. It made sense in her head. She agreed with his ideal for peace, and she entertained the idea that he could create such a world. If he thinks he can, then so can I. She told herself, a smile appearing on her face. Then, when I am Tsuchikage, I will help create this world without a war, a world filled with peace. The Iwa Kunoichi said. Naruto turned to Kuratsuka. He grinned in response. It's a promise then. He stated as he held out his fist. A promise that'll become a reality. She agreed as the two bumped fists. The two genin were done with card games. After their conversation, they bid each other good night and headed off to bed. The two Kage-to-be went to sleep with big ideals and plans for the future. Day 3 in the tower began early in the morning for Mitarashi Anko. A loud knock on the door in her room woke her up. The knocking continued, forcing her out of bed. The sleepy Takubetsu Jonin walked towards the door at a sluggish pace. "Who is it?" she asked with a yawn as she opened the door and saw the second exam proctor. She then blinked. "Kurane. Anko, we need to talk," the red-eyed woman stated. The snake summoner led her friend into her room. The two kunoichi sat down on Anko's bed. "I've been busy with the Hokage recently, so I haven't gotten the chance to let you know. But you need to know this." Kurane started. "Orochimaru dash. He's here and he attacked my team." "I know already," she interrupted. It was Kurane's turn to blink in surprise. "You know?" "Yup. My brats got to the tower yesterday and told me. We had a long conversation about it," Anko noted. "So your team is okay then?" Kurane asked, sighing in relief. "Yup. They got here safely, thanks to you. If you didn't interfere, then that snake might have gotten the change to kill them," Anko stated. She gave her friend a smile and a hug before continuing. "Guess I owe you one. Thank you so much for saving them, Kurane." Kurane returned the hug and gave a smile of her own. "You don't owe me anything. I'm just glad that they're okay." The two broke the hug and sat in comfortable silence for a moment. Anko finally broke it with a sigh, her face becoming more serious. "What did the Hokage say about any of this? Do we have any idea what the snake is here for?" she questioned. The Genjutsu specialist shook her head. "We don't know what he's after. It has something to do with the Chunin exams, though. He threatened me in the forest when I confronted him that if we cancelled them for any reason, he would destroy the village." Anko's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "The Hokage isn't cancelling them. He's tightening the security in the village and any area associated with the exams. The Umbu are also scanning Konoha as we speak and will be continuing to do so until the exams are over. We're hoping to catch Orochimaru before he goes through with whatever he's planning." "Naturally." Anko nodded in understanding. "How are you doing with all of this?" the red-eyed Jonin asked. Anko sighed. "I mean, I'm okay, I guess. I'm just confused about why he's back now." "Why now? What does that snake have planned?" Her hand then clenched into a fist. "And I am still pissed about him attacking my team. I highly doubt that was part of his plans to attack them. He just did it to fuck with me. And I'm not going to let him get away with that." "We aren't," Kurane corrected. "I don't know what Orochimaru has planned, but coming to Konoha will prove to be a mistake. We are going to finally get rid of that traitor while he's here. He will be put to justice." Anko nodded in agreement. "Anyway, while we wait for him to come out, let's enjoy ourselves," Kurane said as she got off the bed and held out her hand. "Come on. Let's go get ourselves a drink." Anko nearly choked as she took her friend's hand and got out of bed. You are going to invite me to get a drink? Are you finally gonna stop being a prude and actually drink?" "No. But I think you may need some sake," her friend informed her. "You do as well. You're always so stiff and stuff. You need something to lighten you up a little," her friend pointed out to her with a playful smirk. "Perhaps if you did, maybe you'll get lucky with Asuma." "Anko." The Takubetsu Jonin laughed as she watched her normally calm, serious friend blush in embarrassment. The two friends soon walked out of the room and headed off to get something to drink. "So this is day 3, right?" Naruto asked his teammates. "Not that much longer until the exam ends, huh?" "Not really. Just 2 more days," Shikamaru answered. "I'm sure the team's still in the forest and starting to get a little uneasy. They don't have too much time to get their scrolls." "Probably." Hinata nodded in agreement. "Good thing we don't have to worry about that though." "Heh. Good thing indeed." Naruto gave his teammates a grin. "Anyway, let's kill the day with Han's team again. Another set of card games? Count me out." Shikamaru yawned. "You know, Kuratsuka will probably do something to you if you refuse to play again. She was pissed that you left last night," the blonde informed him. "What's the worst she could do?" The Nara answered with a shrug. I think it'd be fun to go visit them again. It was fun last night, Hinata said, ignoring her lazy friend. 2 votes against 1. We win, Naruto said smugly before grabbing Shikamaru's hand and pulled him off the bed, causing him to groan. Now let's head on out. Naruto and Hinata then hurried out of the room, dragging Shikamaru with them. As they exited their room, they noticed another team of genin in the hallway. The team turned their attention to the members of Team 3. The team was another team from Konoha. The first and most apparent member of the team was a boy with very thick eyebrows wearing all green spandex with orange leg warmers. He wore a red forehead protector as a belt and he had a bowl-cut styled hair. The second member of the team was a girl with brown hair that was put in 2 buns. She wore a pink sleeveless blouse, dark green pants, and blue sandals. The final member was a boy with long black hair that wore it in a ponytail. He wore a khaki shirt, dark brown shorts, blue sandals, and he had bandages over his right arm and right leg. Ah! We were not the first team from Konoha to pass. It seems we need more training. I'll make sure to do another 20 laps around the village in addition to my usual training, the boy wearing green spandex stated. He then rushed forward to Naruto, who was the closest member of Team 3 to him. It's a pleasure to meet you 3, my youthful competition. Naruto gave him a strange look out of confusion. Shikamaru emulated it. May I have your name? He asked, getting in Naruto's face. The blonde thought he could see fire coming out of his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto answered in confusion. Wait a second. You're Rock Lee, aren't you? You're that guy Sasuke wanted to know information about. Shikamaru remembered from before the first exam. The boy turned towards Shikamaru and nodded. Yes, my name is Rock Lee. And these are my youthful teammates, Tenten and Hyuga. Hey. The girl, Tenten, greeted them with a wave. Hyuga. Naruto and Shikamaru recognized the name. Their eyes darted back and forth between Hinata and the other boy, Neji. Their teammate was staring at the ground while Neji was glaring at her. Hinata-sama, it seems you have passed the second exam, Neji said after a period of prolonged silence. Why yes Neji Nii-san. Hinata answered, her stutter returning. Nii-san. Naruto seemed confused. He knew Hinata had a younger sister, but she made no mention of an older brother. For your team to have finished the exam so fast, your teammates must be really something. Neji's eyes then turned to study Naruto and Shikamaru. He then focused his attention to Shikamaru. You're a Nara aren't you? Yeah. The name's Nara Shikamaru. What of it? He asked. You must be a genius even amongst your clan to be able to drag these 2 failures here this fast. I must say, I can't wait to test my strength against you. The Hyuga stated, a smug grin on his face. Neji. Tenten spoke up in annoyance. She already could tell where this conversation was going. Hey. I am no failure and neither is Hinata-chan. Who the hell do you think you are? Naruto shouted at the boy loudly. No, the more appropriate question is who do you think you are? Neji returned Naruto's question. I recognize you. You are the boy that failed the graduation exam at the academy twice. Just because you finally passed the exam does not change who you are. Once a failure, always a failure. But that is just your opinion, Neji. Lee stated. Anything can be changed if you work hard enough. Any failure can become a genius of hard work if they put forth the right effort. Ugh. This is happening again. Tenten groaned, not wanting to hear the argument between her 2 teammates. This was clearly not something new to her. Try as hard as you may, we cannot change who we are. No one can change fate. Neji answered dismissively. Isn't that right Hinata-sama? And no. Hinata shook her head. You may have been born in the main branch of the Hyuga clan, but you will always be the weak, stuttering girl you've always been. The older Hyuga continued to speak, ignoring her answer. Believe whatever the hell you want, but don't talk down to Hinata-chan. Or anyone for that matter. Naruto shouted at him. Fate doesn't exist, and if it does, then it can be changed if you put your mind to it. YOSH. Lee rushed back over to Naruto, his eyes seemingly gleaming with excitement. You are a genius of hard work as well? How very youthful. I hope we get the chance to spar at some point, Naruto-kun. Ahem. Tenten coughed loudly, causing everyone to stare at her. I'm sorry to break up this discussion on hard work and fate and stuff, but my team just finished the second exam and I feel like we should finally get a room and lay down. Niji nodded in agreement and, after giving one more glare to Hinata, walked down the hallway. Lee gave an elaborate bow to Team 3 before following behind his teammate. I'm sorry about them. They're eccentric and very firm in their beliefs. Tenten apologized to the members of Team 3. It was nice to meet you all. Congrats on passing as well. The Kunoichi then ran back down the hallway, following her teammates. Team 3 was left alone again. So that happened. Shikamaru finally spoke up. Lee's cool. A little strange. Naruto shivered at the way Lee's eyes lit up and his enthusiasm for a second. He then grinned before he continued. But hey, the guy's cool. And he's right. With the right work, anyone can change. MMM. Hinata hummed to herself looking down. Hey Hinata, who was that guy? Shikamaru asked. Seems like a real jackass. That's my cousin. She answered. He wasn't always like that. Please don't hate him for that. He has his reasons for his behavior. I don't care what reasons he has, no one can be that rude to you. He better hope we don't have to fight. Naruto said with affirmation. Hinata looked down again. Come on. Let's go visit Han's team. Pass the time peacefully. Shikamaru offered. Naruto and Hinata took him on the offer. They went back to the room the team from IWA was staying and hanged out with the genin. In a little bit, Hinata was able to forget that encounter with her cousin. The team was able to enjoy themselves and their time in the tower. They only had a little bit more time left for relaxation and peace. Time went by faster. The 5-day time limit ended and all the genin teams were led to a large open room similar to an auditorium. Altogether, 8 teams had passed, 5 from Konoha, 1 from Suna, 1 from IWA, and 1 from Oto. 24 genin had passed. Looks like the teams that all stood out passed. Sasuke noted with a smirk as his eyes wandered from Rock Lee to Gaara to Kurotsuki. All the rookie teams passed. Niji realized before his eyes focused on a glare towards Hinata. How the hell did those Oto guys still pass? We took their scroll in the forest when they attacked us. Kiba groaned as he looked at the team from Otogakure. Whatever. We can take them. Those guys and the IWA team are going down. On a raised platform, the Sandaime Hokage stood at a podium. The Jonin senseis of the 8 genin teams were standing by his side along with the Chunin exam proctors. All of them were staring at the genin intently. I never thought I'd see the day when 24 brats passed. Kurane, you were soft during your exam. Ibiki inwardly noted. Or perhaps the candidates this year are even better than I thought. I never expected 8 teams to pass, I really thought it would be in the single digits. 4 teams tops. Kurane was surprised. Her eyes then focused on Team 3 and she instinctively released a sigh of relief. Anko, your team looks fine. At least they got out of that thing alive. Kurane stepped forward towards the edge of the raised platform and proceeded to speak. I must congratulate you all on passing the second exam. She informed them with a small smile on her face. This is my first year proctoring, so I am very impressed to see so many teams have passed. Damn right it's your first year. I would have never passed this many. Anko grumbled, still bitter about not being able to be a proctor. I must echo Kurane-san's praise. You have all done well so far. Hiruzen spoke up. I will now explain the third exam, but before I do, I'd like to elaborate more on the purpose of this exam. Kurane-san, if you may. The exam proctor nodded in understanding before walking back in line with the other spectators. The Sandaime Hokage proceeded to explain the purpose of the Chunin exams, a substitution for war. Many of the genins were shocked by this realization. War? These exams are like war. Naruto repeated the idea, feeling uncomfortable. Kuratsuki had a similar uncomfortable feeling about the idea. War, huh? Risho mumbled, taking a second to look at the various Konoha genin around him. His hand instinctively went to his sword as a smirk developed on his face. Heh. Seems fitting. The Sandaime continued his lecture. He mentioned the politics involved with the exam and that many visitors will be watching, including daimyos and noblemen. Hiruzen stated how the exams were also a way to show them the power of each shinobi village. When his lecture was finished, Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to explain what the third exam was when a man appeared on the floor of the auditorium. He was a sickly man with brown hair that was covered by a Konoha forehead protector that was worn like a bandana. He wore the traditional Konoha shinobi uniform, including the flak jacket. He also had katana strapped on his back. "Forgive me, Hokage-sama." The man spoke with a cough. "But, allow me, Gekko Hate, to continue from here." "Go ahead." The Sandaime permitted. The man, Hate, stood up and turned his attention to the genin teams. He raised his hands as he coughed again before he started to speak again. "As you have heard, my name is Gekko Hate. While, it is good that so many of you had passed, it also proposes a problem. Too many of you have passed." He told them, still coughing. "Therefore, we are going to hold a preliminary exam right now to determine who will participate in the third exam." Chapter 18, Beginning the Preliminaries. A preliminary exam? The hell? Kiba asked. Most of the 24 genin had similar concerns. They were all confused about what was happening. According to exam protocol, we are, required to have a preliminary exam if the number of participants goes over a certain limit. Hate explained before he went into a coughing fit. He waited until he finished coughing before continuing to speak. Sorry about that. Anyway, as Hokage-sama said, many important guests and potential clients will be attending the exams, so we will do our best to ensure that they are fast-paced and intense. Therefore we will have a preliminary exam right now. What? Now? Ino shrieked. Yes. Now. The exam proctor affirmed. If this is an issue to anyone, you can walk away and leave the exam. From this point, the Chunin exams will be based on the individual, so a team will not be disqualified if one member has to leave. Naruto turned to his two teammates. The three friends gave each other a look. All three would stay and compete. Excuse me. I'll walk out then. All genin turned to face the voice. Yakushi Kabuto was rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Kabuto-san, you are leaving? Sakura asked with wide eyes. Yeah. I have some injuries from the forest that I need to get treated. He answered with a frustrated sigh. I don't think I could handle another exam right now. My health is more important. Guess I'll just have to try again next time. Yakushi Kabuto, of Konoha's Team 19. Hey, questioned the silver-haired genin. The genin nodded in response. Very well then. You are free to go. Kabuto immediately broke formation and started to walk away. The genin in the room stared at him as he left. Some were staring in shock and others in disbelief that somebody would have to quit the Chunin exams after coming so far. A few, however, were looking at him with suspicion for that reason. So that's the 7th time that guy failed. Naruto wondered as he narrowed his eyes. I don't get. He just quit before even hearing what the preliminary exam was like. He could maybe have done it, no matter what injuries he has. Is he not even trying to pass? Shikamaru was wondering the same thing. His eyes turned to focus on one of the Oto genins, a black-haired boy that had his arms wrapped up in a sling. That guy's still competing with 2 broken arms. And Kabuto, who seems physically fine, quits and fails the exams. Again. He closes his eyes in thought. That guy, there's something going on with him. Silence filled the room as Hayate waited to see if anyone else would quit. It soon became apparent that no one else would. If no one else is planning on leaving, then, I'll explain the rules of the preliminary exam. It will be series of 1 versus 1 fights. Hate explained as he pointed a finger upwards towards a large screen on the ceiling. That screen will display 2 names at random. When your name is shown, you will fight against the other person chosen. The winner will move on to the 3rd exam and the loser will fail. Hate's explanation was interrupted by another cough. There will be 12 matches in total. Since there is an odd number of you, the 12th match will be between the person who hasn't fought yet and one person chosen at random from the winners of the previous 11 matches. Wait, what? So that means that one of us will have to win 2 matches to pass the preliminaries? Sakura asked as some fear crept onto her face. That's a bunch of bull. Kiba shouted. That means one person is going to have an easy match against someone who was tired out. That's not even fair. Ino shouted. Call it whatever you like, but you're not going to change the system. Hate stated firmly. Troublesome. Shikamaru sighed in frustration. For the love of God, please don't let me have to do 2 fights. The preliminary exam will begin now. Hate declared. The screen lit up and names started flashing on the screen. All the genin focused intently on the screen. A full minute passed by before the screen stopped on 2 names. Hyuga Neji vs Abumi Zaku. This is the first match. You 2 will stay here. Will all the other combatants please move to the raised platform? The exam proctor stated as he gestured to the stairs in the room. The genin all nodded in response as they, excluding Neji and Zaku, headed to the stairs. So that jerk is going first, huh? Naruto noted as a smirk developed on his face. Heh, alright then. Let's see if you can back up any of your big talk. Neji and I-san, good luck. Hinata mentally wished her cousin good luck. The genin finally reached the upper platform and stood near the rails of the platform to watch the matches. The Jonin senseis walked over to meet up with their students. Yo guys! Anko called out as she walked behind her students. Gotta say, I don't remember seeing a preliminary ever. This is actually exciting to me. You all better not fuck up your fights. Do you honestly think we will? Naruto rolled his eyes at her question. Not really. She shrugged in response. She then turned to Hinata. So, one of those guys is a Hyuga. You know him? Yeah. Hinata answered quietly. Anko realized that Hinata didn't seem to want about the guy. She decided to comply to her student's desire. Well, the match I guess is about to start. The members of Team 3 stared down at the 2 genin. Neji chuckled to himself. Zaku noticed this and scowled. You have something to say? The Oto genin asked sharply. I'd advise you quit now. Neji advised. Zaku's eyes widened at the declaration before they narrowed into a glare. And why do you say that, punk? While I do not know much of Oto nor do I know your skills, I can see that you are crippled. You cannot hope to beat with that kind of a handicap. Neji answered, giving a condescending smirk. Fate has decided you will not pass. Just quit and save everyone the time. Zaku grit his teeth as he glared at the boy in front of him. You arrogant piece of... He growled before his mouth turned upward into a smirk. He got into a position to charge. He then wiggled his right arm a little. Well, look at that. Guess I can use this to beat your punk-ass face into the ground. Humph. Neji shook his head before he got into the stance of the gentle fist. You'll regret this. Hei looked back and forth between the 2 genin before he raised his hand. First match, begin. He stated. Zaku made the first move, charging towards Neji. He removed his right arm from his sling and tried to land a punch at Neji's face. The Hyuga only smirked as he used his hand to push Zaku's fist away. He then used his other hand to deliver a palm to Zaku's chest, knocking him backwards a few feet. Neji proceeded to make a hand sign. Byakugan. He shouted. Neji charged at the Oto genin. Zaku attempted to avoid the Hyuga's palms and fight back, but he couldn't. The Hyuga was moving too quick to avoid all of his attacks. Zaku also realized that each time he blocked, it still felt like he was getting hit. Zaku moved back and tried to land a kick at the Hyuga's stomach. Neji easily dodged it and hit Zaku's chest with another palm. The Oto genin was sent flying backwards. He hit the ground and coughed up blood. Just give up. You can't win. Niji advised again, the condescending smirk still on his face. Fuck you. Zuko hissed in response as he lifted the right hand. He pointed it at the Hyuga. Decapitating airwave. A blast of air was fired directly towards Niji. The Konoha Genin avoided the attack and charged again. The Oto Genin smirked as the Hyuga proceeded to get in close to him. He then pulled his left arm out of the sling and aimed at Niji. Zuko attempted to use another blast of air from his left hand. Niji, however, moved faster and landed a palm strike on Zuko's hand at a point where a hole was. Zuko's jutsu was not released through his hand. The air blast was released through his left arm, puncturing his skin and creating holes so it could be released. The Oto Genin screamed in pain as he fell to his knees. Ah! He moaned, trying to pull himself up. His effort failed and the boy fell face first to the ground. What the fuck did you to me? My Byakugan allows me to see your chakra network. I saw how those tunnels in your arms since I activated, and I also saw how that air technique worked. You release the chakra through those holes in your hands. So, I sealed off the tenketsu in your hand at the point where the hole was located. Niji answered. Your chakra couldn't get released from the hole, but it needed to get released somehow. So, it released itself at the expense of your arm. The Hyuga proceeded to walk away, towards the stairs. Proctor, call the match. It's over and he will not get up. Zuko could not retort this. The boy succumbed to the pain in his arm and chest and passed out. Hate signaled for medical service as he pointed to Niji. Winner, Hyuga Niji. Damn. Naruto whistled. I guess he can back up some of the stuff he says. Niji Nii-san is considered a prodigy in the Hyuga clan. Hinata stated quietly with a smile. Hinata-chan, I don't know why you are so happy he won. That guy was a jackass to you earlier. The Uzumaki commented. Hinata looked down. It's complicated. Niji walked upstairs and headed to his team while Zuko was carried away by medics. Hate took the time to speak up. The second match will begin now. He stated as the screen lit up. All eyes were focused on the screen again. Another minute passed before the screen stopped on another two names. Akimichi Koji vs Nara Shikamaru. Naruto's and Hinata's eyes went wide as they turned to face their teammate. Shikamaru's mouth dropped for a second before it twisted into a frown. You have got to be kidding me. The Nara groaned as he shook his head. Isn't that the Akimichi boy you guys hang out with sometimes? Anko asked. Yeah. Naruto answered. Shikamaru-kun. Hinata frowned as she looked over at her teammate and friend. Whatever. It's what was picked, so I guess it is happening. Shikamaru sighed as he walked towards the stairs. Shikamaru's lazy. He won't want to do shit. You can totally kick his ass. Go Koji. Ino shouted as she watched Koji walk down the stairs. Both Asuma and Shino sighed. The two of them were cheering for the Akimichi as well, but they felt like keeping their comments to themselves, unlike a certain blonde member of their team. Shikamaru and Koji finally reached the fighting ground. The two boys stared at each other, both frowning. Koji, himself, almost looked ill at the prospect of fighting his best friend. The two continued to stare for a few seconds before Shikamaru finally broke the silence with a sigh. It can't be helped. Let's just get this over with, Koji. He commented as he got into a stance. You really want to fight, Shikamaru? Koji asked hesitantly. I don't think I can. I don't want to have to fight you. Koji, you are way too gentle. Shikamaru shook his head before speaking. I don't want to either, but it is what it is. And after the hell I went through in the second exam, I'm not quitting, and I don't want to see you quit either. We just have to do this. So, let's just give it our best and see what happens. No regrets and all that. Koji still looked hesitant to fight. Shikamaru's eyes then widened as an idea entered his head. Koji, let's turn this fight into a bet. If I win, you have to help me out with a few chores at my house. And if you win, I'll take you out for barbecue, my treat. He suggested. Shikamaru's plan worked. At the mention of barbecue, Koji's eyes brightened. His disposition changed entirely as he got into a fighting position. "You're going to regret that," begged Shikamaru. The Akimichi declared confidently, all traces of hesitation gone from his voice. "Now that barbecue is on the line, I can't lose." Typical Koji. The way to motivate him is through the stomach. Shikamaru chuckled to himself before speaking aloud. "Well, my mom has a few things she needs me to get done and it's all going to be a pain in the ass, so I'm going need your help with it. I won't lose either." Height raised his hand. "Second match, begin." Koji quickly made a hand sign and shouted, "Expansion Jutsu." The boy's body expanded, causing him to look like a giant ball. Human boulder. Koji tucked in his limbs and then rolled towards Shikamaru at great speeds, resembling a moving boulder. The Nara jumped out of the way of his rolling friend. Koji responded by changing directions, aiming once again for Shikamaru. Shikamaru continued to dodge his rolling friend while Koji continued to try and run him over. "I can't do a damn thing to him with that expansion jutsu activated. I need to end that jutsu of his," Shikamaru mentally noted. The Nara pulled out a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it. He then threw it onto the ground directly in front of Koji's rolling body. The Akimichi rolled over it almost immediately and the tag went off. The explosion caused Koji's rolling body to fly into the air. The Nara smirked as he tossed another kunai with another explosive tag attached to it at Koji's body. To avoid the explosion, Koji cancelled his jutsu, making his body return to normal size. Koji was then able to avoid the kunai and land on the ground unsafely. There was a noticeable chunk of his shirt missing and the exposed skin on his stomach looked as if it was burned. Those explosive tags really hurt. Koji winced as he attempted to ignore the pain. He then made another hand sign. "Partial expansion jutsu." He shouted as he made a punching gesture. The Akimichi's arm expanded in size. The enlarged fist zoomed across the arena. Shikamaru avoided a punch directly to the face. Koji then enlarged his other arm and made a pushing gesture. His hand was able to hit Shikamaru. The Nara was then pushed against a wall and held there from the waist down. Shikamaru immediately started coughing from pain. "Ugh, this is new." Shikamaru spoke up with a slight cough. "Yup. Dad taught to me about a week or two ago." "Pretty cool, huh?" Koji said, proud of his jutsu. "I guess this is game, huh, Shikamaru? Barbecue is all mine." "Not yet." The Nara responded as he lifted his hands and made a hand sign. "Shadow Possession Jutsu." Koji immediately lost the ability to move his body. He felt himself letting go of Shikamaru. "That was a good try, but next tune you try and restrain me or anyone, make sure you also restrain the hands." Shikamaru noted, a smirk on his face. "I thought I did." Koji sighed in frustration. "And because my hands were still holding you in place, our shadows were connected. I set that up for you easily, didn't I?" "Yup." The Nara said as he raised his right hand and brought up to his face. Koji's enlarged right arm was also brought to his face as well. "Koji, I'd suggest you forfeit, otherwise I will punch myself in the face. It'll hurt me a little bit, but considering that huge ass hand of yours, it'll probably hurt you a lot more. Your jutsu only paralyzes my body, you know. Not my chakra." Koji commented as his arms decreased in size back to normal. A smirk developed on his face. "Still want to punch yourself?" "Nah, I don't see the point anymore. But I do have something just as effective." Shikamaru commented as he pulled out another kunai with an explosive tag. "I don't remember you ever having this many explosive tags." Koji laughed a little as he pulled out a kunai of his own. His, however, didn't have a tag on it. "I was getting tired of all the comments about not being offensive. What is more offensive than big explosions?" Shikamaru answered with a snicker. The two friends threw their kunais directly in front of the other. "And that's game, Koji. All I need to do is activate the seal on the tag. Unless you surrender, of course." Shikamaru noted. Koji let out a deep sigh. "You're right. I surrender." Winner, Nara Shikamaru. Height called the match. Shikamaru immediately cancelled his jutsu, freeing Koji. He then walked over to his friend and extended his fist. Almost had me there. You did good, Koji. Shikamaru complimented, a smile on his face. Koji returned the smile with one of his own as he bumped fists with the Nara. You did good yourself. You'll make Chunin easily by the end of this. Hopefully. This exam has been too troublesome to not walk away from it without a promotion. Shikamaru claimed. The two best friends laughed as they headed up the stairs and walked back to their respective teammates. Got to say, lazy ass, you did a good job. Anko said to the Nara as he came up. Yeah, you and Koji really kicked ass. Naruto said as he raised his hand. Shikamaru responded by giving him a high five. We tried to. Shikamaru-kun. Hinata started as she dug into her weapons pouch. Instead of a weapon, however, she pulled out a small container. Here. It's a cream for your injuries. You made this? Shikamaru asked, impressed. He opened the container and started to rub the cream on some of the bruises he got from his fight. Hinata replied. I'll go give one to Koji-kun too. I hope that helps. Heh. The Nara gave the Hyuga a smile in response. You're way too kind, Hinata. Hey. Shikamaru. The members of Team 3 turned their heads to see Kuratsuki approaching them. Good job out there. Thought he almost had you, but you reacted quickly and effectively. She complimented before a playful smirk appeared on her face. Heh, looks like you can actually do things besides lying down and sleeping. Anko and Naruto laughed loudly, Hinata giggled, and Shikamaru rolled his eyes in response. Thanks, I guess. The Nara said with a shrug. No, seriously, I meant it. Good job. Kuratsuka said seriously, giving him a pat on the back. Shikamaru was about to respond back to her, but was cut off as the screen started to brighten up. All attention was focused on it as it went through the various names. Inyazuka Kiba vs. Kurogane Risho. Kiba is going to fight Risho? The guy who hates IWA more than anyone here versus the guy who hates Konoha more than anyone here. Shikamaru commented. Kiba hates IWA? Naruto asked. It didn't surprise him too much, considering he had an issue with IWA at first before meeting Han's team, but it was still news to him. Oh yeah. Shikamaru sighed. He was being really troublesome about it. I almost feel bad for the dog boy. Kuratsuka said with a frown on her face. All eyes turned to her. Why's that? Hinata asked her. Roto mentioned it once before last night. Risho's been pretty antsy ever since we got to Konoha. Kuratsuka sighed in response. I'd hate to fight him right now when he's like that. I don't think he's going to be gentle with the Inyazuka. And neither will Kiba. This match isn't going to end pretty for the loser. Shikamaru shook his head. Kiba and Risho stood across from each other in the arena. The two of them were glaring at each other. It's only fitting I get an IWA scum to fight. Kiba said, a feral grin on his face. Akamaru barked in agreement. Humph. And why's that, Konoha trash? Risho asked back with a scowl. Kiba's grin turned into a scowl as he started to clench his fists. You know of another Inyazuka Kiba? The Konoha genin asked with a growl. That was the name of my mom's older brother. He died in the last war at the hands of you stupid scum. You all killed him and his partner. Kiba's voice was now getting louder. You all killed him and so many Inyazuka shinobi. It's only fitting that I, named after my uncle who you killed, rip you apart. Who the fuck cares about your damn uncle? Risho shouted back. Obviously not you, you damn murderer. Kiba growled in response. Akamaru growled back with equal passion. Fuck you. He pointed a finger at the Inyazuka. Your uncle, the rest of your filthy clan, and your village killed IWA shinobi too. Do you have an idea how many Kurogane shinobi died in the war? Risho then clenched his fists. Over a third of Iwa's casualties came from my clan alone. A fucking third. And a lot of them were genin. They weren't experienced killers, they were just kids thrown into war that were focused in fights first because of our Kekkei Genkai. Don't you dare talk to me about deaths in the war. As Kiba and Risho continued to curse each other out, the people observing the fight were getting more and more uncomfortable. Otsum, your son is so full of hate. Sarutobi lamented, a large frown on his face. This is what war really causes, it only sows more hate. Kurotsuke, is all of that true? Naruto asked the IWA girl. Yup. Team 3 turned their heads to see Roto and Han approach the group. Roto, being the one who answered, continued to speak. The Kurogane clan is one of the 3 most important clans in Iwagakure. Their Kekkei Genkai is infamous throughout the shinobi nations. So yeah, the Kurogane members were focused whenever one of them was in a battle. The clan was devastated in the war. There aren't too many left either. Roto explained. There are around 15 to 20 Kurogane clan members left. Han clarified. Originally, they had a population similar to that of your Hyuga clan with both branches. Hinata nearly gagged at the mental image of her clan losing that many members. That's horrible. It is. Anko nodded, a frown on her face. But it's what happens in war. So many people just end up dead. Naruto and Kurotsuka looked at each other. Both of them could see the determination in the other as they remembered their conversation a few nights ago. We have to make sure that never happens again. We have to end all wars. Naruto told himself. Kurotsuka was having similar thoughts. The 2 genin in the arena stopped arguing and instead got into position to fight. Hei took this time to raise his hand. Match 3, begin. He stated. Kiba immediately made a hand sign and shouted, Ninja art of beast mimicry, all fours jutsu. The Inuzuka positioned his body with his hands on the ground as chakra coursed through his body. He became more feral as his teeth and nails grew sharper and his eyes developed slits. He then charged forward at Risho like a wild animal. Risho smirked as he drew his sword. Kiba swung his claws at him. The Iwa genin blocked the claws with his blade. He then attempted to slice Kiba, but the Inuzuka jumped out of the way. Risho proceeded to charge after him, gripping his sword tightly. Kiba avoided another of Risho's attacks and proceeded to strike again with his claws. Risho was able to block the claws with his sword's blade again. The Kurogane then used his force to push Kiba backwards. The Inuzuka, as he was sent flying backwards, grabbed a smoke ball from his weapon's pouch and dropped it on the ground. The smoke soon covered the arena. Akamaru, at the sight of the smoke, charged into it. The white dog moved its way through the smoke until it reached the Kurogane. It immediately jumped towards the boy in attempt to bite him. Risho, however, was able to see Akamaru's attack and he intercepted Akamaru by giving the dog a kick. Akamaru was sent flying backwards into the ground. It whined at impact before pulling himself up and growling in anger. The dog then rejoined his partner. I have a teammate who specializes on stealth. Don't you dare even try that bullshit on me. Risho taunted as he pointed his sword at Kiba. Humph. Kiba scoffed before turning to Akamaru. Come on Akamaru, let's kick some ass. You ready? Akamaru barked in agreement. Kiba bent over and Akamaru jumped on his back. Man-beast clone. Akamaru transformed into a near-perfect clone of Kiba. He jumped off his partner's back. They then got on all fours and charged towards Risho. Kiba reached Risho first and swung his claws again at him. The Kurogane moved backwards to avoid the strike. Akamaru then jumped in and tried to elbow him. Risho blocked it with the hilt of his sword. Akamaru then responded by trying to claw him. Risho was forced to put distance between him and the 2 partners. Kiba and Akamaru charged again. Risho gripped his sword tightly. Kurogane Kenjutsu style, intercepting blade. As Kiba and Akamaru attacked Risho, he spun around in a circular fashion. He moved his sword at a rapid speed. The hilt intercepted the claws of his attackers. Upon intercepting, Risho would turn his sword around to make a tiny cut onto Kiba and Akamaru. He blocked all strikes and successfully retaliated with plentiful cuts. Kiba and Akamaru eventually ended their attack and made distance. They were breathing hard and covered in cuts. Some blood was leaking and stained their clothes. Risho, on the other hand, was perfectly fine. The hell was that? Kiba asked before he shook his head. Never mind, it doesn't matter. You may have blocked that, but I know as hell you won't be able to block this. Kiba and Akamaru moved in opposite directions. Both dropped smoke balls, covering the arena once again in smoke with Risho at the center of the smoke. The two partners then started to spin and rotate rapidly. Ninja art of beast mimicry, fang over fang. Kiba and Akamaru, still spinning, charged into the smoke and drilled through it. They could feel themselves make contact with something, which caused the two to grin. Kiba and Akamaru eventually ended their assault and waited to see the Kurogane on the ground, covered in wounds. Instead, when the smoke cleared, they saw Risho standing perfectly still. His body was covered in a silver-grayish colored armor. Kiba and Akamaru were gaping at the sight. What is that? Kiba asked from the shock. Maikeki Genkai, the iron release. Congrats, your attack made me actually have to use it. Risho answered with a malicious grin. Now, you had your chance to finish me off. I believe it's my turn now. Risho charged forwards. He took advantage of Kiba and Akamaru's shock to get in close. He delivered a cut into Akamaru's chest. The white dog was forced out of his clone as it fell down in pain, a large cut running down his chest. Akamaru! Kiba shouted before he turned his attention to the Kurogane. His eyes almost looked red. You. Oh relax, that cut isn't enough to kill him. No way in hell was it deep enough to do so. Risho responded nonchalantly. Just needed to knock him out for a bit. You on the other hand, we'll see how deep your cut will be. Kiba wasted not another second. He charged at Risho with his claws raised. Risho used his sword's blade to block the claws. He then pushed back with more force again, knocking Kiba backwards. This time, though, Risho then stabbed Kiba in the stomach with his sword. Ah! The Inyazuka hissed in pain. He started to cough up blood. How does it feel, Konoha trash? Risho taunted as he dug his blade further into Kiba. In seconds, he pulled the sword out of Kiba. The Inyazuka coughed up more blood and fell down to the ground. Blood from his wound started to leak onto the ground. Should I? Risho debated aloud as he raised his sword as if he was about to strike again. Immediately, Han and Heitake Kakashi jumped into the arena. Han restrained his student from the back while Heitake Kakashi stood in front of him, a kunao in his hand and aimed directly at the Iwa Genin's chest. Hate also interfered, gripping the Kurogane's sword tightly. What the Desh Risho started to say before he was silenced by a glare from the Konoha Jonin in front of him. The match is over. Kiba is in no condition to fight. There is no reason to continue. Kakashi stated sharply. You aren't going to do any more damage. And why not? Risho shouted, not even caring that the man in front of him was a Jonin. I thought your damn Hokage said this was a substitute for war. People die in war. I am not going to let you kill my student, Genin. I will sooner kill you. Kakashi threatened. There will be no meaningless deaths. Hate affirmed. Risho, the match is over. Head back upstairs. Han ordered. The Jonin eventually released Risho. The Kurogane scoffed as he sheathed his sword and walked away towards the stairs. This was war, why interfere? He asked himself. His eyes were still clouded with anger from his fight. No one bothered to interfere during any of the battles with clansmen, so why get all moral and intervene in now? Hate made a hand gesture, calling for medical assistance. He then finally made the call for the match. Winner, Kurogane Risho. Medics arrived in the arena and picked up Kiba and Akamaru's bodies before they were carried off. Kiba. Sakura watched her teammate and his partner get taken away with a concerned look on her face. The two genin of Team 7 continued to stare at Kiba until he was removed from the room. They said no word until Sasuke finally broke the silence. Kiba deserved better than that. Sasuke concluded, a scowl on his face. Kurogane better hope I don't have to fight him anytime soon. Agreed. Sakura nodded. Her eyes started to water slightly. Kiba can be annoying at times, but he is a nice guy. There was no need to go that far. Sakura couldn't help but glare at Risho as he walked up the stairs. All she could hope for was that the boy would get his ass kicked when the true third exam occurred. Silence had filled the area around Team 3 and the other members of Han's Genin team. Risho had walked up the stairs and headed to a corner away from his team and Team 3. Han then appeared again in the group. At the sight of the IWA Jonin, Roto broke the silence. Was Risho really about to kill that guy? He asked hesitantly. I couldn't tell, but I wasn't going to risk the Inyazuka's life by assuming he wouldn't. Han answered. There was a disappointed edge to his voice. I must say, I've never seen Risho that angry or violent before. That was. The IWA Jonin stopped mid-sentence, looking for the right word to say. Disgusting. Naruto finished Han's sentence with a slight growl. The blonde was clenching his fists tightly. Even if he lost most of his clan, even if Kiba was also being an ass, that is no excuse for that. He looked like he was going to straight up kill him, and Kiba didn't do a damn thing. He wasn't the one who killed anyone in war. The Uzumaki turned his look over to where Risho was in the corner of the room. His eyes narrowed. It's disgusting and pathetic. Hinata put her hand on his shoulder, gripping it tightly. Naruto-kun. Naruto took in a deep breath. After a few seconds, his anger subsided a little bit. He turned to Hinata and sighed. Thanks. I needed that. Silence filled the area again as Hayate decided to announce the fourth match. The screen started to flash with different names appearing on the screen. Eventually, the screen stopped on two more names. Rock Lee vs. Tsurugi Misumi. YOSH. Everyone turned their heads to face the direction of the noise. Rock Lee was practically jumping up and down in place, a large smile on his face. I didn't have to wait too long at all. He exclaimed happily and loudly. That's right, Lee. Not long at all. Guy, his sensei, shouted back with equal intensity and volume. It is now your turn to show everyone here the flames of your youth. Go Lee. Make me and your teammates proud. Yes sir, Guy sensei. Lee nearly screamed as he jumped off the railing, not even bothering to take the stairs. Guy looked down at Lee, pride beaming in his eyes. Tenten appeared embarrassed by the actions of her teammate and sensei. Niji acted as if he didn't notice a thing, although his eyes were twitching slightly. Tsurugi Misumi took the stairs down and reacted much more calmly to the news of his fight. He stood across the arena from Lee, who was already in position to fight. Misumi-san, is it? Let us have a wonderful fight. Lee stated to his opponent. Humph. Sure. Misumi responded with a scoff as he got into position of his own. Better be ready, freak, because I'm going to take you down hard. Hayate raised his hand. Fourth match, begin. Misumi charged, making the first move. He attempted to land a punch on Lee, but the spandex-wearing genin blocked the blow with his arm. Misumi's arm then stretched. It wrapped itself around Lee's arm before he could react. What? Lee gasped as he struggled to pull himself out. His attempts ultimately failed. The elder Konoha genin had wrapped his entire body around him. A part of his stretched-out arm had started to choke Lee's neck. I can dislocate any of the joints in my body and then, using my chakra, can soften my skin and then stretch it. Misumi explained his technique with a smirk. Surrender now, kid. Or else you're going to end up with a broken neck. Wouldn't want that, would you? Due to the way Misumi had tangled himself around him, Lee was unable to move his arms and legs to break free. The spandex-wearing genin, however, knew of another method to break free. He made eye contact with his Jonin sensei. Guy simply nodded his head, giving Lee approval to use it. I'm afraid I have to decline, Misumi-san. Lee responded as he closed his eyes. Gate of opening, open. Lee's body was now able to utilize 100% of its strength. Using this strength, he was able to now finally move his arms and pull Misumi and his stretched limbs off him before the elder genin could react. Misumi was sent backwards, his eyes wide. How did you break free? He questioned. That kid can open the 8 gates. Anko's eyes went wide. Well damn. 8 gates. Naruto repeated the phrase. I've heard about that before. Hinata closed her eyes, trying to think where she had heard it. She soon realized what they were and her eyes went wide. Wait, aren't those the 8 central points in a person's chakra pathway system? Bingo! It's possible to open those points and, in return, gain access to strength, speed, and power that would normally be impossible for their body to utilize. Anko explained. Her eyes were fixated on the boy. But still, opening even one of the gates puts a great deal of physical stress and damage on the body. They are considered forbidden techniques. And this kid knows how to open at least one of them. How strong is Lee? Naruto asked himself as he turned back to the fight. Upon breaking free from his constraint, Rock Lee undid the bandages on his arms. He then rushed forward to the still shocked Misumi and delivered a strong kick upward into the elder Genin's jaw. Misumi was sent flying into the air. Lee then jumped up and his bandages wrapped around him and his stretched out limbs. Once Misumi was wrapped up, the two Konoha Genin started to fall downwards. Lee soon began to spin himself and the wrapped up Misumi. Primary Lotus. The two Genin made contact with the arena ground, filling the arena with dust. Once the dust cleared, Lee could be seen standing in the middle of the arena breathing hard. Misumi, however, was laying on his back, unconscious. Winner of the 4th match, Rock Lee. Hayate called the match as he motioned for medical assistance. Despite his exhausted physical condition, Lee couldn't hide his excitement. YOSH! Excellent work, Lee! Guy shouted down to his student. Guy-sensei! Lee shouted as he rushed back upstairs. Lee! Guy-sensei! Lee! Guy-sensei! You Konoha shinobi are weird. Roto shuddered as he stared at the two spandex-wearing shinobi celebrating. Agreed. Kuratsuki and Han said in unison. I like to think we aren't like that. No, not like that all. Shikamaru said with a shiver. Not even a little bit. Anko nodded with a shiver of her own. Guy is a special case. I think they look kinda cool. Naruto said quietly. Naruto-kun, it really isn't. Hinata said back with a frown. The screen lit up again and started to flash more names before it stopped on another two. Aberame Shino vs. Harano Sakura. Heh. Calling it right now, Shino wins this easily. Shikamaru said with a chuckle. You never know. Sakura-chan could give him a run for his money. Naruto responded. Sakura-chan. Roto repeated the name. She somebody you close with? Well, yes. Naruto answered hesitantly before he sighed and shook his head. No. Not really. At least on her end. I used to have a crush on her back when we're in the academy days. She would always blow me off when I tried to ask her out though. I don't think she likes me that much at all honestly. Do you still have a crush on her? Roto asked with a slight hopeful edge to his voice. Hinata was now listening very closely for the blonde's response. Nah. We are on 2 separate teams and I haven't really seen her that much since we became Genin. After a couple of months, I guess I just stared to realize that she never liked me and that a crush on her was kinda pointless. Naruto answered. Roto mumbled with a sigh. Hopefully he's not interested in Hinata-chan now though. Hinata also sighed, but her sight was out of relief. Shino and Sakura walked down to the arena. Sakura's eyes were still wet from Kiba's fight, but they were also filled with determination. Shino was strong in the academy, but I know that his taijutsu was not good at all. If I can get up close and fight him like that, I can win this thing. She told herself. She then noticed her eyes wander to where Risho was in the corner of the raised platform. Then I can maybe get a chance at fighting him. 5th match, begin. Hayate stated as he raised his hand, calling the match. Sakura was the one who made the first move. She ran forwards, pulling out shuriken and tossing them at the Aberame. Shino avoided the shuriken and attempted to put more distance between the two. Sakura, however, continued to come after him. The pink-haired Kunoichi got up to the Aberame and attempted to punch him in the face. Shino blocked the attack with his arm. Sakura then responded by delivering a sweeping kick. The Aberame jumped to avoid the kick, but in the process left himself open. Sakura delivered a punch straight to his stomach, knocking him down to the ground. Sakura hurried over to the boy and waited for him to get up. To her surprise, though, he remained motionless. There's no way that was enough. She noted suspiciously. What are you up to, Shino? Sakura received her answer as the Shino in front of her soon changed shape into multiple Kikaichu insects. You, a bee-bug clone. Sakura mentally realized before her eyes wandered over the arena. When did he make one? And where is he now? Once again, Sakura received her answer as she felt herself get backhanded. The real Shino had been able to sneak up behind her. The pink-haired Kunoichi hit the ground hard on her back. As she slowly pulled herself up, she noticed Shino approaching her slowly. She also noticed that on the other side of her, the Kikaichu insects approaching her at a similar pace. Crap! She realized after she pulled herself up. Once the Kunoichi had gotten up, the Kikaichu moved at a faster speed. They latched onto the girl and started consuming her chakra. She screamed in response as she tried to pry the insects off her. Sakura-san, I believe this is the end. You may wish to surrender. Shino suggested. Why, you ask? Because the Kikaichu are slowly consuming your chakra. The longer this goes, the less chakra you will have, and the more likely you will fall unconscious. Sakura shook her head, refusing his suggestion. Soon, though, she realized he was right. She could feel her low chakra reserves starting to fade. The Kikaichu insects were not coming off no matter how hard she tried to get them off. She was getting exhausted. Damn. I still can't do anything. She realized and tears started to drip down her face. Proctor, I surrender. Hey nodded. Winner, Aberame Shino. Shino nodded his head at the result and called off his insects. The Kikaichu left Sakura alone and returned back to the Aberame. Sakura immediately then ran off towards the upstairs platform. I couldn't do anything in Wave, I couldn't do anything in the forest without help, I couldn't even land a solid hit on Shino, I really am pathetic. She told herself as she ran to the bathroom. Good work, Shino. Koji told his teammate with a smile. The Aberame nodded in response. It was quick and impressive. I have a feeling you are going to earn your promotion in the real exams quite easily. Asuma added with a chuckle. Ino said nothing as she turned her head towards the direction of the bathroom. A frown soon developed on her face. While she was glad that her teammate, no matter how creepy he is, won his match, she was also upset to see Sakura react so negatively. While she and the pink-haired girl were by no means friends anymore, she remembered a time when they were. Ino? Are you okay? Koji asked his teammate. Oh yeah. Yeah. Congrats, Shino. She answered quickly before she stared to walk off. Hey guys, I've got to do something for a little bit. I'll be back soon. Shouldn't you wait until they announce your match? You wouldn't want to miss it, right? Asuma asked his student. I'm not going to miss it. She dismissed before she walked off. Ino walked back to the bathroom. Inside, she saw Sakura crying in the corner of the room. She didn't notice that she walked into the room. Ino hesitated for a second but after a deep breath, finally walked forward and put her hand on Sakura's shoulder. The pink-haired girl turned around and finally noticed her. What do you want, Ino? She asked with a sniffle. She rubbed away the tears that were on her cheeks. Yeah, Shino won. I get it. Can you rub it in my face some other time? Ino's frown deepened. She sighed before she started to talk. I'm not here to rub it in your face. Let's talk for a little bit. I've never seen Sakura-chan cry like that before. Naruto noted with a sigh. Hope she's okay. She'll be fine. People cry at times, you know. Just give her some time to let out whatever's bugging her and she'll be fine later. Anko told her student. That's actually pretty wise. Shikamaru stated. Your beautiful and lovely Jonin-sensei is filled with plenty of ancient wisdom. Ask and you shall receive any answer. She responded with a dramatic bow. The Nara rolled his eyes in response. Maybe I should go check up on her as well. Hinata wondered, looking back at the restroom. Sakura was always nice to her and she has always had respect for her fellow kunoichi, with an exception made for whenever Naruto was involved. Hinata was about to walk over and see how she was when the screen started to flash. I'll just see who the match is really quick. The screen eventually stopped on 2 names. Hinata's eyes immediately widened. Well, guess I'm not checking on her yet. Hyaga Hinata vs. Yaomuzi Roto. Shit. Roto cursed. Of all the people here, it just had to be Hinata. That's another bad matchup. Are we just going to end up fighting friends this entire time? Naruto asked with a scowl on his face. I'd like to see people I like actually get a chance to become Chunin. You're telling me? Shikamaru said with a scoff. He was still a little sore about the fact that he had to fight Koji. It's just bad luck. Anko answered with a sigh. It is what it is. Roto eventually walked over to the stairs with Hinata walking by his side. Well, good luck Hinata-chan. May the best shinobi win. Roto stated. Same to you Roto-kun. Hinata responded with a smile Roto returned. Roto-kun. Naruto repeated the name in the back of his head. He didn't like it. Is it bad that I'm hoping Hinata-chan kicks his ass? The Uzumaki wondered to himself. The 2 genin stood facing each other in the arena. Hayate raised his hand. 6th match, begin. He declared. Byakugan. Hinata shouted, activating her Kekii Genkai. She then got into the gentle fist stance. Roto got into position. He started digging into his pockets, his mind working out a strategy. The Byakugan pretty much makes it useless to try being stealthy, and she'd be a nightmare to fight against Taijutsu-wise. My best bet is to keep as much distance as possible and try and knock her out with some poison. Hinata made the first move, charging the Iwa Genin. Roto quickly moved backwards and tossed a poison smoke bomb onto the ground. Hinata stopped rushing forward and moved away from the smoke. The smoke quickly disappeared, but Roto was able to use it to make a significant amount of distance between him and the Hyaga. He then made a hand sign. Earth Style, Earth Clone Jutsu. 4 clones of Roto appeared from the ground of the arena and pulled themselves up. They all stared at Hinata. Keep her away from for a while, will ya? Roto asked his clones. They nodded in response. 2 of the clones charged forward toward the Hyaga. Hinata proceeded to dodge the clones' attacks. She was then able to land palms onto the clones. After a few successful hits, she was able to destroy the clones, causing them to turn to mud and sink back into the ground. Ninja Art, Poison Darts Jutsu. Roto spat out multiple shots of poison that were shaped like darts. Hinata managed to dodge the poison. She responded by quickly pulling out her bow and launching arrows towards the Iwa Genin. One of the 2 remaining clones, however, took the arrow shots head-on, blocking them all before he turned into mud and sank back to the ground. Roto proceeded to toss multiple poison smoke bombs at Hinata. She was able to avoid the smoke clouds and ran forward at the Iwa Genin. He proceeded to spit out more poison darts, but she was able to avoid the poison. Hinata finally got up close enough to deliver a palm directly to Roto's chest. The Iwa Genin's eyes widened before he turned to mud and sunk into the ground. This caused Hinata's eyes to widen. But that was the real one. I know it was. Then what? Hinata's mind realized what was happening. He used substitution with his last remaining clone. Roto had released another barrage of poison darts at the Hyaga while she was shocked. The girl attempted to dodge them, but was hit by a few of the darts. The girl winced in pain. Suddenly, the world in her eyes started to spin. What? She mumbled as she tried to remain steady. The poison utilized messes with your perception. The world's probably spinning right now, isn't it? Roto asked with a smile. Why yeah. Hinata answered. The Hyaga took a deep breath and made a much more conscious effort to remain steady. Slowly, she was becoming used to the changes to her perception. Guess I didn't hit you with enough poison to truly knock you out. Roto's smile turned to a frown. Fine. Let's end this Hinata. Right. She agreed. I still feel dizzy, I can move but everything is still spinning. I can't let him hit me again or else the fight will be impossible. I have to end it now, before he lands another hit on me. Hinata charged forward again, slower than previously. Roto, once again, threw out another poison smoke ball, hoping to create distance again. Hinata, however, decided to make hand signs instead of backing off. Water style, gunshot. Hinata released a giant ball of water from her mouth that went through the smoke. The water ball pushed the smoke away and smacked into the IWA genin, soaking him and knocking him backwards. Hinata was then able to reach him and deliver another palm to his chest. He immediately choked, spitting out some blood. She then made a sweeping kick, sending the IWA genin down to the ground. Hinata then held him down against the ground. Damn it! He cursed as he tried to struggle and pull himself up. Roto-kun, it's over. She told him. I don't quit. Roto declared as he continued in his efforts to pull himself up. I can still win this. Hinata frowned to herself. I didn't want to really hurt him, but if he isn't giving up. Hinata made a chop to his neck. Roto's eyes widened in pain before he eventually succumbed to the pain and fell unconscious. The Hyaga got up. There. That shouldn't have hurt too much. Hinata told herself. Sorry again, Roto-kun. You put up a great fight. Winner of the 6th match, Hyaga Hinata. Hayate called the match as Medical came to give Roto assistance. Humph. Of course he loses. Risho rolled his eyes as he watched Roto get taken away. A civilian-born idiot like him brings shame to any true IWA shinobi. Hinata had just made it up the stairs when Naruto ran over to her and gave her a hug. You did great, Hinata-chan. He told her as he proceeded to spin her around. Hinata's face was turning a mixture of red from the hug and blue from sickness. Her face was slowly becoming purple. And Naruto-kun, I am still feeling dizzy. Please put me down before I faint. Hinata begged. She didn't really know if she was going to faint from the dizziness or from the hug. Oh. Naruto immediately dropped her and rubbed his head in embarrassment. Heh, sorry about that. Just wanted to tell you good job and stuff. No, it's fine. Thank you. She said with a smile. The two genin walked back to their group. That's 2 for 2. Am I a great sensei or what? Anko exclaimed, a large grin on her face. Her grin soon turned into a normal smile though as she faced Hinata. You did good out there. Yep. Shikamaru nodded in agreement with his own smile. Heh, thanks. Hinata giggled in response. She was happy to hear the praise given to her from her team. Roto really needs to get his physical condition better. All it took was for her to get in close to him and he was done. Kuratsuka commented, a frown on her face. He never listened to our suggestions on his fighting style before. Perhaps he will take this loss as a sign to improve his taijutsu and his strength. Han responded. He was good though. His poison is really effective. I'm still dizzy actually. Hinata told them, defending her opponent. Oh, I know, his poisons are great. Honestly, he will probably end up surpassing most poison users once he gets more experience. He just needs to improve his other skills. Han clarified. Good job out there yourself, by the way. Kuratsuka told her. Oh, and the poison will fade off in about 5 minutes. Roto wouldn't use any of his long-lasting or lethal stuff on a friend of his. Hinata smiled and was about to respond when the screen lit up again. All eyes focused on that as everyone awaited the next match. Chapter 19, Preliminary Conclusion. Seconds passed before the screen finally stopped on 2 names. Everyone read the names intently to see who was fighting in the 7th match. Temari vs. Kuratsuki. My turn, huh? Kuratsuki asked. A grin appeared on her face as she cracked her knuckles. About time. I was starting to get bored of standing around and doing nothing. And what's wrong with doing nothing? Shikamaru questioned. I hate doing nothing. I need to be something. She responded sharply. The IWA genin walked away from the group and headed towards the stairs, ready for her match. Kuratsuki. Shikamaru called out. The kunoichi stopped walking and turned around. The Nara gave her a wave. Good luck out there. Kuratsuki responded by giving him a wave back in a smile. She then returned on her way to the stairs. She probably appreciated the sentiment, but I doubt my student needed the good luck. Han spoke up as he watched his student head down. I believe she will walk away the victor. Team 3 turned to face the IWA Jonin. You sure about that, Han? Kuratsuki is good, I know that, but we don't anything about the girl she's going to fight. Anko noted. Heh. The armor-wearing Jinchuriki chuckled lightly before speaking. To be frank, Anko-san, I'd be surprised if Kuratsuki would lose a fight to anyone in this room. Temari and Kuratsuki stood across from each other. The two kunoichi were studying the other intently. A few seconds passed by before Temari smirked as she reached for her fan. I remember the information said about you at the first exam. You actually seem like a true shinobi, not one of those pathetic excuses that ruin the image of kunoichi. Temari stated. She pulled the fan off her back and gripped it tightly in her hands. I'm not going to hold anything back, and I hope you don't either. Let's show everyone here what two kunoichi can really do. Kuratsuki returned Temari's smirk with one of her own as she dropped into a fighting position. Fine with me. Come on, show me what you got. Hey took this time to raise his hand. 7th match, begin. Temari and Kuratsuki immediately jumped back, placing distance between each other. The two kunoichi moved around the arena as they tried to judge and study the other shinobi, waiting for one of them to make the first move. Kuratsuki decided to attack first. She pulled out 3 shuriken and threw them at Temari. The Suna kunoichi only smirked as she waved her fan in front of her. The shuriken were blown away. So she's a wind-style specialist, huh? That means using weapons like shuriken from long range will be a waste. Kuratsuki realized. I'll have to take this fight to close range. The IWA kunoichi charged forward. Temari raised her fan again and waved it. Ninja art, Wind Scythe Jutsu. Earth style, Headhunter Jutsu. A giant gale of wind was released from Temari's fan. The wind moved forward and headed towards Kuratsuki in a circular, tornado-like shape. The IWA genin, however, sunk straight into the ground of the arena and avoided the wind blast. Good reaction time. Temari noted as her eyes focused on the ground. Alright, so where are you? Temari's jutsu ended and the gale disappeared. Seconds after, the ground under Temari started to crack. The Suna kunoichi jumped immediately into the air. She barely avoided Kuratsuki, who had just jumped out of the ground and attempted to punch the blonde in the jaw. Get back down there. Temari shouted as she waved her fan at Kuratsuki. Another blast of wind was released from the fan. The wind struck Kuratsuki and caused the girl to hit the ground hard. She cursed from the pain as she pulled herself up from the ground. Temari landed on the ground, ran over to Kuratsuki and raised her fan. She was about to slam it into the girl's back and send her back to the ground when the IWA kunoichi made hand signs. Lava style, Quicklime Jutsu. Kuratsuki breathed out her corrosive quicklime gas at Temari. The Suna kunoichi's eyes widened as she jumped backwards to avoid the attack. The gas continued to float her way and seemed to be following her. Temari then waved her fan and blew the gas away from her. The gas evaporated almost immediately after. Almost had me there. Temari noted. I know. Kuratsuki responded. The two proceeded to move throughout the arena, trying to figure out their next plan of attack. Yeah, this is the kind of match I like to see. Anko exclaimed as she eyed the two kunoichi fight. Those two remind me of Kurane and me sparring in the training fields. What's so special about this match? Naruto asked with curiosity. I mean it's good and all, but so are the other ones. Don't even lie, this is the most exciting one yet. His sensei stated sharply. Besides, it's good to see two strong kunoichi actually fight and behave like actual shinobi. You have no idea how much I hate the modern kunoichi of your generation. The only two in your generation I trust to ever be a successful shinobi is Hinata and maybe the girl on Guy's team. But I've seen so many dem fangirl kunoichi that it's a breath of fresh air to see true, legit kunoichi fight. Anko's face then turned sour. Shame though that both of them aren't Konoha shinobi. They are really impressive. Hinata stated as she watched in awe as her fellow kunoichi fought. IWA is very proud of Kurotsuki. Give her a few years and I expect she will have made a good reputation for herself. Han noted nonchalantly. Although I will give the same compliment to the Sand Kunoichi. She is indeed talented as well. After waiting for an opening, Kurotsuki charged forward at Temari. To her surprise, Temari didn't try to put distance again, instead, she charged as well. The two kunoichi proceeded to get into a fight as they tried to land a hit on the other. Temari swung her fan like a sword, but Kurotsuki avoided it and tried to land a punch on the girl. The Suna kunoichi used her fan as a shield to block the attack. She then used a sweeping kick, but Kurotsuki jumped in time and avoided the attack. The IWA Genin attempted to land a kick at Temari, but the blonde blocked the kick with the fan again and then pushed forward. Kurotsuki was sent backwards. Temari then waved her fan again. Ninja art, wind scythe jutsu. Shit. Kurotsuki cursed as she quickly made hand signs. Please work in time. Earth style, headhunter jutsu. Kurotsuki had sunk into the earth just in time before Temari's gale tornado appeared. The Suna kunoichi frowned. Again. She groaned as she kept an eye on the ground. Once the wind faded away, Kurotsuki had jumped out of the ground behind Temari. This time, however, she proceeded to make hand signs. Lava style, quicklime jutsu. Kurotsuki released the quicklime gas at Temari. The Suna kunoichi's frown turned into a smirk as she waved her fan again, about to blow the gas away. Kurotsuki, however, had other plans as she started to make more hand signs. Water style, water trumpet. A jet of water was released from Kurotsuki's mouth. The water combined with the quicklime gas and caused it to harden into a cement-like substance. Temari's wind was not able to blow away the quicklime-water combination. It went straight through the wind and hit Temari's stomach. The Suna kunoichi was knocked down to the ground with a loud thump. The cement had covered nearly her entire body. It then proceeded to harden and dry almost immediately after. What the? Temari tried to pull herself up, but she couldn't. The cement-like substance covering her prevented her from moving. What did you do? The combination of the quicklime gas and water creates a substance that hardens and dries extremely fast. And considering the location where it hit, you cannot apply the needed force to break it. Kurotsuki declared. I can break this. The Suna kunoichi declared stubbornly as she continued to struggle. Kurotsuki sighed before turning to Hate. Seriously, she won't be able to get up. Just call the match and I'll get her out. Hate gave Temari a few more seconds to see if she could break the substance. When it became evident she could not and that she could no longer fight, he called the match. Winner, Kurotsuki. Kurotsuki smirked in response as she walked over to Temari. She cancelled the jutsu, removing the substance. She then helped the Suna kunoichi up and held out her hand. Nice fight. She told her, a smile on her face. Temari scowled. She was visibly irritated that she lost in the manner that she did. However, she still had to respect her opponent for beating her. She shook her hand. Good job. Great fight, Kurotsuki. Naruto told the IWA kunoichi as she came back upstairs. You did great out there. Hinata nodded in agreement. The Hyuga was very impressed with the fight she watched and felt more determination to strengthen her skill as a kunoichi. Like a true kunoichi. Anko stated simply with a nod. Heh, thanks guys. Kurotsuki responded sheepishly, rubbing the back of her head. She then turned to face Han. How do you think I do, sensei? As expected. He replied simply, although his tone of voice sounded proud. You did good, Kurotsuki. Kurotsuki smiled at her sensei. Hey. Shikamaru spoke up, causing the IWA kunoichi turn her head to face him. I can see why they say you are a good tactician. That was some quick thinking with the combination of your jutsus. Did you come up with that? Kurotsuki nodded her head. I was experimenting with jutsu once and that was the result. You should continue doing the experiments then. That was pretty cool. The Nara noted with a smirk. Maybe I will. Maybe you can come with and help me out a little. she suggested with a playful smile. Your input could help make some interesting combinations. Maybe. Sometime after the preliminaries, sure. He nodded. I'm going to hold you to that lazy ass, she stated. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. He was about to respond when he was cut off by the screen. Conversation ended and all eyes focused on the screen. The silence was broken soon though by Naruto. Come on, come on, come on. He mumbled to himself. It's been 7 matches already. Let this one be my turn. The screen stopped on a pair of names almost immediately after he finished mumbling. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Tsukakin. Oh come on. Naruto shouted, drawing attention to him. The blonde's right eye was twitching after reading the name of the fighters. It still isn't my turn and the team gets to fight before me. Anko's response to her student's shout was to smack him across the head. He yelped in pain. Calm down, Whiskers. You can wait for your damn turn. It's not like you are going to have to wait too much longer. She scolded him. AHH. Naruto rubbed his head to ease the pain. After a few seconds, he was able to ignore the pain. A single thought entered his head as he saw the match was about to start. Sasuke, I wonder how much stronger you got since the academy. I got that curse mark on Sasuke's neck sealed off, so he'll be able to use his chakra just fine without being corrupted. I'm glad he was able to get out of the forest yesterday. Imagine if I had to wait till the last second, he probably wouldn't have been able to use his chakra in the preliminary. Still, I can't help but wonder if he'll be okay in his fight. Kakashi wondered, concerned about his student. Kakashi-sensei, sorry about that. Kakashi's thoughts ended as he turned and saw Sakura approaching him. She and Ino had just came back from the bathroom. The pink-haired girl's eyes were still red from crying, but she seemed a lot calmer. Don't be sorry, Sakura. I'm not upset or anything. It was a bad matchup for you. I felt you did a good job. Kakashi told her with an eye smile. Are you okay? I'm fine, just needed to let out a couple of things. The girl sighed. She then looked around. How many matches did I miss? Did Sasuke-kun already fight? You came just in time for it. The masked Jonin stated, pointing to the arena. Sakura stood at the edge of the raised platform and looked down. She stared at her teammate in crush. Sasuke-kun, be careful. Uchiha Sasuke and the Oto Genin, Tsukakin, exchanged no words as they faced each other in the arena. Kin glared at Sasuke while Sasuke was studying her, trying to analyze her fighting style. Match 8, begin. Kin began the match by throwing 2 senbon with bells attached to them at Sasuke. The Uchiha dodged them easily and tossed a kunao back in response. The Oto Kunoichi avoided the kunao and threw 2 more senbon, one with a bell and one without a bell. Sasuke was able to avoid the senbon with a bell easily, but the second senbon had managed to hit him in the knee. The Uchiha winced in pain. How did? Sasuke finally noticed that the second that hit him had no bell. She threw 2 with bells at first so that way I would use my hearing to avoid the senbon and, therefore, would get hit by the silent one. Not bad. The Uchiha proceeded to pull out the senbon and grab another kunao. But now that I know your trick, this'll be easy. Kin proceeded to toss more senbon, one with a bell and one without a bell each time. Sasuke, now aware of her strategy, was able to avoid each senbon she tossed. After a few seconds of dodging, Sasuke tossed a shuriken at the kunoichi. The weapon hit her in the side. Her eyes widened and she hissed in pain. Blood dripped out of her side as she took out the shuriken and tossed it away. The Oto Genin made a hand gesture with some wire, causing a bell to sound from behind Sasuke. What? Sasuke's eyes widened as he looked back, trying to avoid an attack from behind. Immediately upon looking, though, he realized that there was no senbon. Wait, shit. Kin took advantage of him while his back was turned and threw more senbon. Sasuke was hit hard and fell to the ground. After pulling himself up, his head started to spin. A loud ringing pain then entered his ear and seemed to affect his brain. What the? Sasuke fell to his knees and gripped his head tightly. All of a sudden, there were multiple versions of Kin standing in front of him. All of them looked identical from each and all were holding senbon. You're hallucinating right now. My bells produced a specific sound wave that is affecting your brain. You probably see multiple versions of me and your motor control is failing. Kin taunted. This match is over. You're dead. Sasuke shook his head in defiance. This is just a genjutsu. Come on, Sasuke. The Uchiha looked over at all the Kins. He soon noticed something. One of the versions of Kin was standing near a small blood puddle. That must have dripped onto the ground after I hit her with my shuriken. He realized. Sasuke proceeded to make a few hand signs. Save your breath, brat. Even if you have the motor control to use a jutsu, you won't hit me. You don't know which version of me to hit. Kin scoffed as she prepared to toss her senbon. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke released a fireball from his mouth in the direction of the Kin standing by the blood puddle. Kin, due to her cockiness about Sasuke not being able to hit her, wasted too much time. By the time she realized the fireball was aiming for the real her, it was too late. The fire jutsu hit her hard head on. The Oto Kunoichi screamed in pain from the burning before falling to the ground unconscious. Hey didn't waste a second to call for medical. As Kin was being taken away, he raised his hand towards Sasuke. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. With Kin gone, her genjutsu was over. Sasuke was able to get up and walk normally. A proud smirk developed on his face as he walked away. A couple of mistakes on my part, but overall, not too bad. And I'll only get stronger. Now it's just me left. Kinyuta Doso, the final Oto Genin, told himself with a sigh. The bandaged Genin turned to face his sensei, a disguised Orochimaru. The man was staring at the Uchiha as he walked up the stairs. He was staring at him with excitement. He was pleased with the fight and impressed with the Uchiha. Doso deduced this quite easily from his master's facial expression. He noticed another thing in the process, though. He doesn't care about us. Doso noted. He had no reaction when Zuka was defeated. He didn't care that Kin just took a fireball head-on. He's not even remotely concerned. He's celebrating the guy who defeated her. The Oto Genin stood there in silence as he wished his teammate good health as she was carried off. Someone needs to after all. His mind was constantly replaying one thought in his head, we really don't mean anything to him. We are Orochimaru-sama's pawns. So that's the great Uchiha I've heard so many things about. Kuratsuki noted. He doesn't seem that bad. He's okay, but any of us could take him. Naruto scoffed in annoyance. I didn't say we couldn't. I could take that guy with my hands tied behind my back. The Iwa Kunoichi commented. Same. Hell, I could do it blindfolded too. Naruto added. And on one leg. Hell, who needs legs against him? I could take him on with just my body and teeth. I never realized how alike those two were. Han noted in amusement. Both are troublesome. Shikamaru nodded in agreement. He was just as amused as the armored Jonin was. The screen came back on and flashed through the remaining names. Eventually it stopped on another pair. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Tenten. Hell yeah. Naruto cheered loudly with a grin on his face. Finally. It's my turn to get in on the action. So you can quit your bitching about waiting now. Anko and Shikamaru asked almost the exact same sentence. You two are mean to me. Naruto's grin faded as he hung his head. They're just teasing Naruto-kun. Hinata noted with a giggle. She placed her shoulder on Naruto's shoulder. Good luck out there, Naruto-kun. You'll definitely do great. Heh. Naruto lifted his head and grinned back. He lifted his hand to her hand and gave it a tight squeeze, which caused the Hyuga to blush. Thanks, Hinata-chan. Fight well, Naruto. We will be watching. Han told the boy. Yup. Kick ass out there. Kuratsuki added. Naruto nodded to everyone and then ran off towards the stairs. Otauto, you don't need the luck. You'll do just fine. Show everyone here your strength. Han said mentally as he watched his fellow Jinchuriki head to the arena. Naruto and Tenten stood across from each other in the arena. The two were in position to start fighting whenever the match was called. You know, my teammates have been talking about you ever since we got here. Tenten told him, a playful smirk on her face. Naruto blinked in confusion. What do you mean? What have they been saying? Your attitude really impressed Lee. He thinks you two have a similar ideology on being a shinobi, and therefore, he thinks you are a great ninja. The Kunoichi explained. Naruto smiled in response. Niji, on the other hand, thinks you really aren't worth much because of your scores in the academy. Naruto scowled in response. He's a jackass, you know that right? Heh. I know. She laughed in response. But yeah, both of my teammates have some extreme opinions about you, Naruto. Personally, I don't have an opinion one way or the other. So how about we get this fight started? You'll give me an opinion about you and our fight will probably shut up my two teammates. Naruto's scowl turned into a smirk. Alright, fine with me. Bring it. Hey, realizing they were ready, raised his hand. Ninth match, begin. Tenten jumped backwards, placing distance between her and Naruto. The blonde made a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 10 Naruto clones appeared in a poof of smoke. The clones proceeded to charge at Tenten while the original Naruto waited in the back. Tenten responded by pulling out multiple kunai knives. She tossed them almost simultaneously. All 10 kunai hit the clones before they got in close to her, causing them to disappear. Once she eliminated the clones, Tenten tossed another set of kunai at Naruto. The blonde quickly avoided one of the knives, but was struck in the elbow by another. Ah! He hissed in pain. He quickly pulled out the knife and tossed it back at Tenten. He then pulled out kunai of his own and tossed them at her. The Kunoichi developed a grin as she pulled out another kunai. Using it, she was able to deflect all of Naruto's incoming kunai. Once she was done, she pulled out a scroll and, using a hand seal, released multiple different kunai knives from within the seal. The knives shot out of the seal and flew towards the Uzumaki. Naruto's eyes widened as he attempted to dodge them. He was unable to avoid all of the kunai, however, and he received multiple kunai to the back. Shit. He mentally cursed. How does she keep hitting me? I have way better reaction time than that. Had enough, Naruto? I wanna have a little bit more fun, so try to fight for a little bit longer please. Tenten requested, her grin still on her face. She pulled out another kunai knife. Damn. Naruto's fighting someone with good aim. Anko noted with a whistle. What do you mean by that? Hinata questioned worriedly. She was feeling nervous watching Naruto take so many hits from the Kunoichi. All of her kunai knives are thrown at precise angles for a purpose. She was able to wipe out an entire set of his clones in seconds. She then was able to toss her knives in a way that he couldn't avoid getting hit. One is tossed so that he avoids it, only to be in the range of fire of a different knife. She's setting up her shots so that way every time, she lands a hit on him. The sensei explained. She's really good with those weapons. Makes you worried about what else she can do. Okay, think Naruto. You need a way to block those kunai. No matter how many times you try and dodge them, you keep getting hit. There has to be another way. Naruto told himself. As the Uzumaki rattled his brain, he remembered something from one of the previous matches in the preliminaries. He saw how Kurotsuka tried to attack with shuriken at the beginning of her fight and he saw how Temari blocked the kunai with her wind. That's it. Tenten raised her hands, which were filled with kunai knives. She threw them at the Uzumaki. He responded, instead of trying to avoid them again, by making hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto released a large gust of wind that intercepted the approaching kunai and stopped their movement. They fell to the ground with a loud clang against the ground. Oh. You use wind ninjutsu. Great. Tenten groaned. Now that I know how to counter your weapons, I can finally go on the offensive. Naruto declared as he charged forward at the girl. Don't even think about it. The Kunoichi responded as she pulled out another scroll. So you have some wind that can block some of my weapons. Let's see just how many you can block. Tenten jumped into the air and unrolled her scroll. She started to spin in a circle, holding her scroll with her right hand. Using her left hand, she unsealed a variety of different sharp, metal weapons from the scroll ranging from kunai to shuriken to rods to maces. As each weapon was released, she proceeded to toss them down towards Naruto. Shit! He cursed, quickly making a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto created another set of 10 shadow clones. He and his clones then quickly made another set of hand signs. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Naruto and his clones released 11 different gusts of wind into the air. The gusts were able to block most of the lighter weapons Tenten threw, but a couple of the heavier weapons had managed to break through. The maces and other large metal weapons hit 5 of Naruto's clones, causing them to disappear immediately on contact. I'm going to need to make more clones for her next attack, Naruto noted with a deep breath. So with his clones using the same jutsu, he will be able to block most of my weapons. Tenten noted as she pulled out another scroll. Maybe I'll switch tactics for a little bit. Tenten made a seal and released the contents of her next scroll, 2 sharp, iron swords. She held one in each hand and charged forward at Naruto. Heh, so I guess it's time for some good old-fashioned close-range combat. Naruto grinned as he and his remaining clones pulled out a kunai each. Tenten had reached Naruto and his clones quickly. She stabbed one of his clones immediately, causing it to disappear. Naruto then took the time to get in and try and stab her with his kunai. She blocked it with one of her swords and then tried to stab him with the other. The blonde quickly substituted with his clones, who disappeared upon getting stabbed. Naruto proceeded to try again and stab the girl, this time from behind. He landed a cut on her shoulder, which caused her to wince in pain before she turned around and delivered a kick to his face. The blonde was sent flying backwards to the ground, where he rolled for a few feet. With Naruto on the ground, Tenten took the time to attack his remaining clones. She swung her swords at 2 separate clones, causing them to disappear immediately. She then turned to the last clone. It tried to land a hit on her with its knife, but the kunoichi moved too quickly and was able to slice it in half, destroying it. Once she was finished with his clones, Tenten her head toward the direction she kicked Naruto in. When she looked over, though, he wasn't there. The boy had disappeared. Huh. She blinked in confusion before looking frantically around the arena. Dang it! I should have kept a better eye on him. But he can't just disappear. So where did he go? After a few seconds of searching, Tenten received her answer when she felt a hand come out of the ground and grab her by the leg. What the dash, the kunoichi couldn't finish her sentence as she felt herself sinking into the ground. The weapons expert sunk into the ground of the arena floor. Her whole body was underground with her face being the only thing above it. In front of her face was the blonde she had been searching for. Earth Style, Headhunter Jutsu. Naruto stated the name of his technique, a proud smirk on his face. So he did learn the jutsu. Han noted. I forgot you were the one who gave him the scroll for that jutsu. Anko stated with a laugh. Yup. He's had that jutsu down for about or 2 now. He actually likes it a lot. I can imagine. The Iwa Jonin stated with a chuckle. Naruto, well done. Damn it. This match isn't over. Tenten declared as she struggled to pull herself out of the ground. Naruto shook his head. I'm pretty sure the match is over. Unless you know a jutsu or something that can pull you out, you're screwed. Tenten continued to struggle for a few seconds before she realized that Naruto was right. She couldn't pull herself out with her body trapped in the earth. She didn't know any jutsu that could help her out right now. The kunoichi let out a deep sigh. Damn it. Hey noticed the kunoichi's situation and, realizing she couldn't find, decided to end the match. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Dadabiya. Naruto cheered loudly. The Uzumaki, after getting his excitement out of his system, helped pull out Tenten from the ground. The kunoichi seemed miffed about losing in the manner she did, but she was also impressed. She couldn't deny that the fight was fun and challenging. I guess I got an opinion of you now, Naruto. You're pretty good. Tenten told him, a small playful smile appearing on her face. She held out her hand to him. I would like to challenge you again sometime though. I know I can and will kick your ass next time. Naruto smirked back as he shook her head. You're good yourself. And I'll take you on whenever you want Databia. Upon getting back to his team, Naruto was greeted by Hinata giving him a hug. The Hyuga had a large smile on her face. You did great out there, Naruto-kun. She told him, tightening the hug. Heh, Naruto blushed a little before returning the hug. Thanks, Hinata-chan. Break it up, you two. Refrain from your public displays of affection. Shikamaru stated as he walked over to them. Almost immediately after he finished his words, Hinata realized what she was doing and pulled away with a large blush on her face. Naruto's face was similarly red. Shikamaru laughed at his two teammates. Shut up, Shikamaru. The blonde shouted with a scowl. Just messing with you. Take it easy, Naruto. The Nara claimed. He raised his hand towards the blonde. Good job out there. Naruto gave Shikamaru a high five. Thanks. All of my students passed the preliminaries. Am I the best Jonin sensei or what? Anko spoke up with a laugh. Don't let it get to your head, Anko-san. Han rolled his eyes slightly before facing Naruto with a smile. You did great out there, Naruto. Kuratsuki nodded in agreement. Yeah, you really did good job, Whiskers. Anko finally gave her student her praise. Heh, thanks. The blonde rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Conversation ended soon as the screen started to light up. It went through the remaining names. So who is left? Naruto asked. Ino, one of Kabuto's teammates, the mummy guy from Oto, and the two guys from Suna. Shikamaru answered. Naruto involuntarily shivered as he thought of Gaara and how he murdered that team in the forest. I wish anyone who fights him good luck. The screen eventually stopped on the next two names. Yamanaka Ino vs. Kinyuta Dosu. Ino's up now, huh? Shikamaru noted. Friend of yours? Kuratsuki asked out of curiosity. Nope. Acquaintance is probably the best word for her. The Nara answered with a shrug. They aren't that close, so you don't have to worry about Shikamaru being interested in her. He's all yours, Kuratsuki. Naruto commented slyly. Naruto, what do you mean by that? Kuratsuki asked ominously. Yeah, please elaborate. Shikamaru agreed with a similar ominous tone of voice. Unconsciously, the two genin released a decent amount of killing intent. Naruto gulped in fear at their reaction. He then turned his head to the arena and pointed. Oh, look at that. The match is about to start. Heh, heh. He noted with an uneasy laugh. Ino and Dosu shared no words once they were in the arena. Ino studied Dosu intently, preparing for his first move. He's one of the guys that attacked Sasuke-kun and Sakura while they were in the forest. Ino noted, thinking back to a memory from the second exam. He was the most cautious one. Everything he does is going to be calculated. I don't think I saw what he was able to do when my team interfered, so I have no idea what he can do. I'll have to be careful, and I'm going to have to attack him before he gets too many plans set up. Dosu, unlike the blonde, was not thinking about their fight. Instead, he was busy staring at his sensei. Orochimaru-sama, you think of me as a pawn. He repeated the idea in his head. His visible eye narrowed. I'll show you I'm more than that. Hate raised his hand. 10th match, begin. Dosu pulled on his sleeve, revealing a metal device that covered his arm. He then charged forward at Ino, his fist extended. The Yamanaka blocked his fist with her arm, which collided against the metal device on her arm. Ino was about to counter-attack with a punch of her own, but she couldn't. A loud, piercing sound entered her head. Immediately, Ino fell to the ground, clutching her ears. Ah! She screamed, tightening her grip on her ears. Blood was starting to drip from them. Ino tried to pull herself up, but she realized she couldn't. The girl's head was spinning and she was starting to feel nauseous. Her ears were still ringing and dripping blood. Dosu took this moment to land a chop to her neck with his other hand. The ringing in Ino's head stopped almost immediately as she fell unconscious. Hate quickly signaled for medical before calling the match. Winner, Kinyuta Dosu. Dosu nodded in acknowledgement. He looked upward in the direction of his sensei when he noticed that he left. Despite the fight's rather short length, he had managed to leave in that time. Dosu sighed deeply as he walked upstairs before standing in an area by himself. Damn, that was fast. Kuratsuki noted with wide eyes. How did he get it done that fast? Naruto asked, his eyes equally wide. Ino wasn't bad at the academy. There's no way someone should have taken her out that quickly. I believe her opponent was using some form of sound ninjutsu. Han spoke up. What do you mean? Sound. Naruto repeated. I was paying attention to that device on his arms when he revealed it. When he attacked and the kunoichi blocked, the device started to vibrate considerably. I would assume it amplifies sounds and can turn it into a weapon. The Iwa Jonin stated his thought. So he had all of that sound attack her ears? Kuratsuki asked. It probably did what that other Oto ninja did to Sasuke, only his version probably hurt worse. Shikamaru noted. That guy will be tough to fight in the exams. Kuratsuki noted with a smirk. I'd love to try and take him on. Shikamaru sighed. Usually when someone appears to be strong, you would be a little afraid to fight them. But with her, God, she's almost worse than Naruto in this regard. The screen lit up once more and went through the final 3 names. After a few seconds, it stopped on the penultimate match. Akadu Yoroi vs. Kankuro. So that means the final match will be between one of the previous winners and Gaara. Naruto noted with a grimace. Naruto-kun. Hinata frowned. She remembered what Naruto told her and Shikamaru about what he saw Gaara do. She also noticed how Naruto seemed almost scared of Gaara. That'll be a pain in the ass. Hopefully none of us have to take him on. Shikamaru sighed. Yoroi and Kankuro faced each other in the arena, both with cocky grins on their faces. Yoroi had already gotten into a fighting stance and looked as if he was going to charge any second. Kankuro had taken off the bandaged object on his back and was gripping it tightly with his left hand. Just do yourself a favor and quit now. It'll save you a trip to the hospital. Kankuro taunted. Funny, I was going to say something similar. Yoroi responded with the same taunting tone of voice. This match is mine, Suna Punk. Hey, noticing that the genin were ready to fight, raised his hand. 11th match, begin. Yoroi immediately charged at Kankuro. As he ran, his hand started to glow blue. He tried to punch Kankuro, but the Suna genin blocked his fist. Yoroi grinned as he grabbed Kankuro's arm with his glowing hand. The grin faded after a second when he realized something. What the hell? Do you not have any chakra? The Konoha genin shouted. Of course I do. Kankuro shouted back. My technique lets me drain chakra. So what the hell are you doing that's stopping me? Yoroi demanded. It's probably not working because you aren't really attacking me. The Suna genin answered. After answering the question, Kankuro opened his mouth wide. A poison smoke ball shot out of his mouth and hit Yoroi directly in the face. He fell backwards to the ground. He then started to cough as he pulled himself up. Kankuro's face and body started to fall apart, revealing a human-sized puppet in its place. The wrapped object unwrapped itself, revealing the real Kankuro. The Suna genin had blue chakra strings connected to the puppet. And that's game. Kankuro said with a smirk. After all that poison that Karasu hit you with, you will be knocked out in about 30 seconds at most. You. Yoroi growled as he finally pulled himself up. The Konoha genin charged again at the real Kankuro, his hands still glowing blue. Kankuro yawned in boredom as he pulled on his strings. The puppet, Karasu, intervened and tackled Yoroi back to the ground. It then held him down. Yoroi struggled against the puppet's restraint until he succumbed to the poison in his body and fell unconscious. That was too easy. Kankuro said with a frown as he made a gesture with his right hand. Karasu proceeded to wrap itself up in the bandages. As Kankuro wrapped Karasu up, Hayate called the match. Winner, Kankuro. So that was one of Suna's puppeteers. Kuratsuki noted. I was wondering if one of the Suna teams here had a puppeteer. It is a unique form of combat. A skilled puppeteer is rather dangerous. Han noted. You're telling me I had to fight one of those bastards during my Chunin exams. Not that fun. Anko commented with a shiver at the memory. Conversation ended there. Everyone was curious and, in some cases, nervous about who was going to have to fight Gaara. The screen lit up for the final time as it went through names. Seconds passed before it finally stopped on the final set of names. Sabaku no Gaara vs. Kinyuta Dosa. Okay, it's not one of us. Shikamaru sighed in relief, releasing a breath he didn't even realize he was holding. So the Oto guy is going to be fighting him. Naruto stared back and forth between Gaara and Dosa. I know that guy supposedly hasn't gotten hurt on any of his missions, but he can't be that bad. What's freaking you out so much, Naruto? Kurotsuka finally asked. You going to answer, Naruto? Anko asked. She was concerned that another genin here had Naruto unnerved, especially after he already saw and faced two high-ranked missing ninjas in their first C-rank mission. Hopefully you won't have to find out. The blonde answered. He didn't want to imagine watching Gaara kill another person. Han stared at Gaara intently. Something was off to him. A second passed before realization hit him. I knew I sensed another Biju here. It appears as if this Gaara is the Ichibai Jinchuriki. The group immediately focused on Han. Anko and the genin were all staring at him with wide eyes and open mouths. What? Shikamaru finally spoke up, echoing everyone else's thoughts. I've felt another Biju's chakra ever since this preliminary exam has started. After studying the Suna genin and sensing his chakra, I can tell it's him. Suna only has the Ichibai, so that's what must be sealed in him. The Iwa Jonin answered. So that's what he meant when he said we were alike. Naruto mumbled to himself. So he's a Jinchuriki? The boy that's almost radiating bloodlust and killing intent. Anko asked as she turned her head back to study Gaara. Yes. The Iwa Jonin answered. Although the amount of killing intent feels rather uncomfortable even for a Jinchuriki. I wonder just how sane he is. Naruto frowned as he studied Gaara, both nervous and anxious to see him fight. So that's Gaara. The container of Shukaku and one of the key components in Orochimaru-sama's plans. Dosa noted. The two genin were standing across each other in the arena. Gaara seemed both bored and impatient as he waited for the match to be called. Dosa was analyzing the boy. If I wish to prove myself to Orochimaru-sama, then this is the best way. I will show him my strength by taking down the Ichibai Jinchuriki. Dosa told himself. I need to play this smart and be careful. Hayate raised his hand. 12th and final match, begin. Dosa quickly put distance between him and Gaara. He then tossed two shuriken at him. The shuriken were immediately blocked as sand rushed out of the gourd on Gaara's back and defended him. The sand then immediately flung towards Dosa. The Oto genin rolled out of the way, avoiding the strike. So that's the defense I've heard about. Dosa studied the sand surrounding Gaara intently. It'll block any shuriken or kunai I try to throw at it. But Dosa pulled up his sleeve, revealing the device on his arm. Let's see if your sand can defend you from my sound. Dosa ran forward at Gaara. He attempted to punch Gaara in the face, but the sand blocked the fist. The device on Dosa's arm proceeded to release the sound waves and amplify them. Dosa then focused the sound directly at Gaara's ears. Gaara's eyes widened immediately as he started to scream in pain. The sound entered his ears and created a painful ringing noise. He clutched his ears tightly. What the? Kankuro's eyes were as wide as Gaara's. How is he doing that? Gaara's being hurt. Temari realized in panic. Orochimaru, why is one of your brats trying to defeat Gaara? He should know that Gaara is needed in the finals. Baki, the Suna Jonin, questioned with narrowed eyes. Well, I guess that the sand can't block the sound. Anko noted. Wow. Hinata mumbled in disbelief. That's the first time he's been hurt. It isn't over yet though. Han commented, his eyes focused on Gaara. He's taking damage, yes, but that does not mean he's over. Especially if he has the Ichibai in him. The noise. Make it stop. Now. A voice shouted in Gaara's head. Yes, mother. Gaara responded to the voice. Gaara, still clutching his head with his right hand, moved his left hand towards Dosu. Sand shot forward at a rapid speed, shoving the Oto Genin back. With Dosu distanced and his concentration broken, the ringing noise ended. Gaara let go of his head. Very interesting attack there. He spoke with a tone that was mixed with anger and excitement. I certainly hope you have something else to entertain me with. Gaara slammed his palms together. The sand changed shape to form a wave before chasing Dosu. The Oto Genin quickly backed away from the sand. The sand then continued to chase him. The bandaged-wearing Genin pulled out a kunai and proceeded to cut through some of the sand that was getting too close to him. His efforts to keep himself away failed, though, as the sand managed to catch his leg. Dosu was flung downwards hard against the ground. Fuck. He internally cursed. He used his kunai to cut the sand off his leg and then pulled himself up. Is that all? Gaara questioned. Not yet. Dosu answered as he made hand signs. He's not going to let me get up close to him after my last attack. I can get in close though if I disrupt that sand of his, though. After finishing his hand signs, Dosu slammed his fist downward, clashing the device on his arm against the ground. Crushing sound wave. The device released massive sound waves into the ground. The arena ground started to shake and started to crack. Gaara's sand, which was on the ground, started to sink further into the ground. He could feel the ground underneath him shaking. What? The Suna Genin looked at the ground in shock. Dosu took the opportunity to charge at Gaara. The Jinchuriki, realizing that Dosu was getting close enough to use that sound attack again, made a pushing gesture with his hands. More sand flied out of his gourd and, instead of blocking Dosu's fist, pushed the Oto Genin backwards away from Gaara. The sand then surrounded Dosu entirely, forming a giant ball of sand. Sand coffin. Gaara said the name of his jutsu with a smirk as he raised his right palm. The ball of sand raised into the sky. Sand B-. Gaara's jutsu was interrupted as the ball of sand exploded from the outside. The sand fell hard against the ground. Dosu landed atop the sand on his feet. What? How? Gaara's eyes widened again. I sent sound waves throughout the sand. It collapsed almost instantly. Dosu answered matter-of-factly. You're starting to really interest me. Gaara smirked. Dosu smirked back underneath in his bandages. It would be wise to not underestimate me again. It may be the death of you. That guy just got out of Gaara's sand coffin, I didn't even know that was possible. Kankuro was stunned as he watched the match. I can't believe it. Temari was openly gaping at the fight. Gaara's sand chased after Dosu again. The Oto Genin moved out of the way again of the first blast of sand, but a second wave of sand smacked him, sending him backwards towards the wall. Dosu pulled him up to notice another wave of sand hovering him, about to crush him further into the wall. The bandaged Genin jumped out of the way just in time. Dosu was getting bruised up. He was getting tired, and he knew it. The match can't last much longer at this rate, I need to end it now. If I can get in close one more time. Dosu planned his next plan of action. Let's just go straight for it. I will force my way to him. He decided. Dosu ran forward at Gaara, pulling out another kunai. Gaara moved his hands, creating multiple bars and waves of sand to intercept the Oto Genin. Dosu used his kunai to cut through the smaller chunks of sand while avoiding the larger waves of sand. He continued to move in closer to Gaara. The Suna Genin, after realizing that Dosu was able to avoid him, made another gesture with his hand. More sand was released from his gourd and was swung forward against Dosu with a great speed. The Oto Genin couldn't dodge this blast and was slammed against the ground. The sand managed to cover his entire chest and stomach and was slowly starting to cover his arms and legs. Heh, is this it? Gaara questioned with a grin, preparing to finish off the Oto Genin. No, I refuse. I refuse to die unrecognized. Dosu screamed internally. Dosu lifted the arm with the device on it and slammed it hard against the ground. The sound waves produced from the strike echoed into the ground and into the sand. The sand collapsed, freeing the Oto Genin. Doso then quickly moved in to attack Gaara. He landed a fist against the sand surrounding Gaara. Now that he was close enough, he released another sound wave from his device. The sound was amplified and directed at Gaara's ears. Ah! The red-headed started to scream again, clutching his hands against his ears once more. See me now, Orochimaru-sama? This is one of the main tools in your plan and I have him at my mercy. Doso's eyes were filled with passion. I am no mere pawn. I am Kinyuta Doso. End this. End this noise. Kill him. The voice in Gaara's head screamed. Yes, yes mother. Gaara responded. The Suna Genin let go of his ears and clenched his hands into fists. The sand rocketed forward against Doso, knocking the Oto Genin backwards again and into the ground hard. The ringing sensation stopped. Gaara immediately raised his hand, which caused the sand to come together. He then lowered his hand, causing all of the sand to lower down against Doso's body as he was trying to get up. The sheer force of the pain caused Doso's visible eye to widen as he coughed up blood. Ugh! He groaned from the pain. Gaara raised his hand again before dropping it almost immediately. The sand slammed itself again in Doso's back again as he tried to pull himself up, causing him to cough up more blood. With each hit, Doso was fading in consciousness. After 4 hits, Doso finally succumbed to the pain. Damn it, I'm a failure. The Oto Genin realized as he fell unconscious. Gaara noticed that Doso was no longer trying to get up. The Suna Genin's face developed a maniacal grin. If that is all you can do, then you'll die right here. He nearly shouted as he made a hand sign. Sand formed again into a hand that slowly started to creep towards Doso's unconscious body. No. Naruto's eyes widened as he noticed what Gaara was about to do. En Naruto-kun. Hinata mumbled her crush's name after hearing his voice. Images from his shadow clone's memory in the Forest of Death appeared in Naruto's mind. He watched Gaara murder the Kusa Genin. The blonde noticed that Doso was not going to get up and he knew what would happen. I can't do it. I can't watch him kill another person in front of me again. With that, Naruto jumped onto the railing of the raised platform and jumped downward. Naruto! Shikamaru, Hinata, and Anko nearly screamed the name of their teammate in unison. Wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto's wind collided against Gaara's sand, blocking it from reaching Doso. He then hurried over to the collapsed Oto Genin and picked him up. What are you doing here? Do you wish to die too? Gaara hissed as he made another hand sign. I'm not going to let you kill him. You already won your fight. Naruto shouted in response. He lost. He deserves to die. Gaara screamed manically as the sand started to come towards Naruto and Doso. The sand disappeared as 3 Jonin jumped into the battlefield. Hate had pulled out a sword and managed to cut through the incoming sand that was approaching Naruto. Anko and Han were positioned against Gaara, holding him back from unleashing more sound. That's enough. Uzumaki Naruto is correct. The fight is over. Hate declared affirmatively. It's not over until I see his corpse on the ground covered in blood. Gaara hissed. You have won the final match, Gaara. Continue fighting and you will be disqualified and imprisoned. The exam proctor stated, glaring at the redhead. Gaara! Baki shouted from the raised platform. Gaara glared at the Jonin in the area, at his sensei, and at Naruto, who was still holding on to the unconscious body of Doso. After glaring for a few seconds, Gaara called back the sand to his gourd and started to walk off. Make no mistakes, I will him later. And anyone who tries to interfere will die as well. He declared. With the match over and Gaara gone from the arena, Hate signaled for medical. The medic ninjas took Doso away from Naruto before taking him away to the infirmary. That was very brave of you, Naruto-san. Hate told the Genin. He gave the Genin a smile. I was going to interfere soon, but you jumped in first. You are a very caring person. Naruto nodded, accepting the compliment. Still, though, he was angry. Angry at Gaara. Hate's right. You did a good thing, Naruto. You have the right mentality to be a true shinobi. Anko told him with a similar smile. Thanks. Naruto returned the smile, although the smile was fake. Up to this point, Naruto had let fear guide his opinions of Gaara. Now, though, he was angry at a boy who would kill anyone simply for losing. Angry at a boy who constantly attacked someone who was down. Angry at somebody who gave people the perception that people like him were demons. Gaara, you better be ready, Naruto told himself as he gave the redhead a glare. I would like to congratulate the 11 of you, ahem, for advancing to the next round. Hey, told the genin in front of him. The 11 winners, Hyuga Neji, Nara Shikamaru, Kurogane Risho, Rock Lee, Abarame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, Kurotsuke, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Kankuro, and Gaara, stood next to each other. All of the genin were staring at the proctor. The third exam will be held exactly 1 month from today and will be held like a tournament. Each of you will participate in single battles, fighting one-on-one until the tournament ends. Hate explained. So it's a tournament? Does that mean only one of us becomes Chunin? Shikamaru asked. No. Hate shook his head. Winning matches doesn't determine who will become a Chunin. A group of judges, including the present Kage, will be observing the matches and making insight on who deserves to be promoted based on the fights. Winning is not a requirement for promotion. However, ahem. The proctor proceeded to cough loudly before continuing. Winning the matches let you fight in more matches. The more times you fight, the more chances you have to impress the judges and earn your promotion. So what are we supposed to do a month? Just sit around? Risho asked in annoyance. What you do that month is up to you. I would suggest training. Hate advised. He then pulled out a bag from his pocket. Ahem, in this bag, I have 11 different numbers. One at a time, I'd like you all to come forward and draw numbers. Once all numbers, ahem, have been drawn, we will know who is going to fight who. One by one, the genin walked forward and picked out a number from the bag. They then read off the names. I have 5. Hinata stated. 8. Kankuro stated. 7. Gaara read. Kankuro, immediately after, felt himself get nervous. I am number 4. Lee declared. 2. Shikamaru read. 11. Naruto said. 1. Shino stated. 6. Neji read as he gave a glare to Hinata. 3. Sasuke said. 9. Kurotsuki read. Hate nodded after receiving numbers and taking note of it on paper. He then presented the paper. Then, I present you all the match UPS for the third exam of the Chunin exams. He said. Match 1, Kurogane Risho vs. Uzumaki Naruto. Match 2, Abarame Shino vs. Nara Shikamaru. Match 3, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Rock Lee. Match 4, Hyuga Hinata vs. Hyuga Neji. Match 5, Sabaku no Gaara vs. Kankuro. Match 6, Kurotsuka vs. Winner of Match 1. Match 7, winner of Match 2 vs. Winner of Match 3. Match 8, winner of Match 5 vs. Winner of Match 6. Match 9, winner of Match 7 vs. Winner of Match 4. Match 10, winner of Match 8 vs. Winner of Match 9. Those are the matches for the third exam. Hate repeated. I would, ahem, advise that you train well this month. You are now all dismissed. Chapter 20, Let the training begin. Following the preliminary exam, Anko decided to take her students out to dinner to celebrate her treat. The 4 members of Team 3 headed off to Ichiraku's. Congrats you 3 on making it into the third exam. Tuka said proudly as he placed their orders on the table. Consider this a reward for all your hard work. Thank you very much. Hinata and Shikamaru thanked him as they took their bowls. Yeah, thanks old man. Naruto gave his thanks and immediately started to eat his ramen. Oh yeah, thanks for taking us out to eat Anko-sensei. Naruto managed to spit out some of his food when he thanked his sensei, causing Shikamaru to sigh. Naruto, don't talk with your mouth full. The Nara informed him. He has worse habits. Don't get onto him for that. Anko chuckled. But don't thank me. You all earned it. You all are the only full team to make it to the third exam. That says a lot about you guys. Hinata's eyes glowed with pride. Thank you, Anko-sensei. Did you make it past the preliminaries when you took the exam? Naruto asked in between bites. My year we didn't have a preliminary exam. Anko answered with a shrug. I just went into the third exam and kicked ass as usual. Naturally, I got promoted right after. On your first try? Shikamaru asked. Yup. So, you three have a lot to live up to. The snake summoner grinned at them. We'll do our best. Naruto declared as he finished his first bowl of ramen. He then pushed it to the side. I'm pretty pumped up for the exam. I can't wait to kick Risho's ass. Yeah, you have fun with that. Shikamaru said with a sigh. I'd like to put off this exam as long as possible. Shino's going to be a giant pain in the ass to fight. Hinata didn't say anything as she started to think about who she was going to fight. A frown crept onto her face as she imagined her fight with Niji. Anko cleared her throat before speaking. Well, since you all are so eager about the third exam, I might as well let you all know what our plans are for training. The three genin turned their attention to their sensei and stared at her intently. Yeah, how is this going to work out? Are we just going to train for the exams the same we always train? Shikamaru asked. Yeah, not really. Actually, I'm not going to be really training you guys. Anko said with a sigh. Her genin's eyes all widened. You see, all three of you made it to the exam. And that's great and all, but there's a chance that you may fight each other at some point in the exam. I don't want to risk favoritism in any way, so I'm not going to be directly training you guys during the month. She answered. Besides, it would be unfair to divide your training time amongst the three of you. You all need to focus on your own training, not each other's. So then what are we going to do? Hinata asked quietly. Well, I have a few things in mind. For starters, you and Shikamaru should get most of your training done with your clan. Let them know about the matches coming up. I'll fill your parents in about what I've been working with you guys, and then they can work on what they feel you all need for the exams. Her sensei responded. Shikamaru nodded in understanding and agreement. Hinata nodded as well, although hers was more hesitant. Naruto frowned. I wish I had clan that could help out with my training. Does this mean I have no one to help me out? Anko, as if reading Naruto's mind, turned her attention towards the blonde. Hey, Whiskers, don't get all sad and shit. I made some personal arrangements for you. I've got two of my real good friends to supervise your training. And believe me when I say this, they will get you training hard. Naruto's frown turned into an excited grin. Who are they? What kind of ninja are they? You'll find out tomorrow. And believe me, they kick ass. Anko explained simply with a smirk. So Naruto trains with your friends and we train with our clan. Is that all the plans you have made? Shikamaru asked. Well, not exactly. I'm still your sensei, so I'm going to pop in once a week or so on each of you. And when I come in, I'd like to give my own advice and maybe a scroll or two that could be helpful. Maybe a jutsu or some general strategy that can help you all. Anko answered as she rubbed the back of her head. So yeah, you all are kind of doing your own thing with your trainers, but I'd still like to help out a little. Just not too much, because this is your own training and I feel it isn't in my place to get involved that much. Sorry again about that. We understand. Hinata told her. Yeah. No big deal, sensei. Naruto told her with a smirk. Anko smiled in response. Conversation ended as the group continued to eat their ramen as Naruto started to receive another bowl. Around 30 minutes passed before the group finished eating. Alright, so you all should enjoy the night. Shikamaru, Hinata, break the news to your family. I'll come by tomorrow and let them in on what I've trained you guys on. Naruto, I'll be over at your apartment tomorrow at 6 AM and I'll take you over to your trainers. Gotcha! Naruto exclaimed. See you tomorrow, Anko-sensei. Bye. Hinata and Shikamaru shouted. The three genin hurried off in their own direction. Anko smiled as she watched her students walk off. "They're good kids," Tuka commented from the ramen stand. "Damn right they are." Anko nodded in agreement. "Great shinobi too. Those three are going places in the future." "I bet they are." The ramen chef chuckled as he pulled out a piece of paper. "Anyway, here's the bill for tonight, Anko-san." Anko took the bill and looked at the price. Her eyes widened and she dropped the piece of paper. "What the hell?" she gasped, her eyes focused on the price. "This is the first you've treated Naruto to ramen, isn't it?" Iruka-san and Hokage-sama reacted similarly their first time. Tuka chuckled. This is... Anko's hands instinctively went to her head as she started to groan loudly. "Naruto, what the fuck? How do you eat this much ramen?" Anko's mind was cursing her blonde student and crying for the money she was about to lose. By the time Team 3 finished their meal and discussion, the sun had long already set. It was late in the evening. Hinata arrived at the Hyuga compound and walked in as quietly as possible to not disturb anyone. Not too many members of her clan would be walking around in the night, so she was surprised to see her father was out by the entrance to the compound. Hayashi was sitting right by the entrance in a chair, drinking a cup of tea. "Hinata, it looks like you are finally back," Hayashi noted to her as he took a sip of his tea. Father." Hinata mumbled in embarrassment, looking down to the ground. What are you doing up this late?" You usually are in bed by now." "I was waiting for you. I figured we should talk," he answered, placing his teacup to the side on a nearby desk. "Niji informed us about the Chunin exams." Hinata frowned, still looking down. "Why yes." The Hyuga heiress blushed in embarrassment at the return of her stutter. "We are scheduled to fight each other." "That is what he said?" Hayashi nodded his head. Did he say anything else?" she asked. A slight trace of a frown appeared on Hayashi's face, but it disappeared as quickly as it appeared as he started to speak. "Nothing of worth. Anyway, I felt like the two us should discuss your training for the Chunin exams. Anko-sensei instructed me to spend the month training with our clan," she informed him. "I figured." Hayashi nodded in understanding. "Tomorrow, we will begin your training early in the morning when you wake up. You haven't gotten the chance to train in your gentle fist much recently, so it's about time we rectify that. I will personally be overseeing your training." That comment caused Hinata's head to look upwards towards her father in surprise. In the past few years, before becoming a genin, Hinata had been instructed to train with other members of the main branch while Hayashi spent most of his time training her sister Hanabi. It had been years since he personally oversaw her training. "We will continue where you left off. We have plenty of work to catch up on with you. You are going to be representing the Hyuga main branch in a month, and I'm going to do my part to make sure you represent us well," Hayashi stated firmly. Hinata's embarrassment disappeared. A smile slowly developed on her face. Maybe I can get his approval finally. Maybe he won't see me as a failure anymore." "Understood," she informed him. "Head to my personal training room after you've woken up and are prepared. We have a busy day tomorrow, so we should both go and get some sleep," Hayashi stated. "Right," Hinata said as she started to walk off. Hayashi watched his daughter bow to him before walking down the hallways of the compound towards her room. A few seconds passed before he spoke up again. "Hinata." He said her name. Hinata stopped immediately. "It is an honor to make it the third exam so early in your career. You've done a good job." Hinata continued to walk down the corridors of her compound. A wide smile had covered her face. "You made it to the final exams." Yoshino nearly shouted. Shikamaru didn't really know what he was expecting when he went home to tell his parents he made it the third exam in the Chunin exams. What he was not expecting, however, was his mother's screaming. "Geez, Mom, you're louder than when you're upset with me," the genin said as he rubbed his ears. "Of course I'm loud. Do you know how big of a deal this is?" the Nara matriarch exclaimed, clapping her hands together. Most people don't make it to the third exam on their first time. Not even your father and I. Really? Shikamaru's eyebrow rose in curiosity. His eyes turned from his mother to his father. Neither of you. Humph. Shikaku grumbled as he fiddled around with an empty sake bottle in his hands. In my defense, Inoichi got pretty injured during our second exam and we couldn't go further. Don't try and save face. I also remember you needed medical attention after that exam as well. Yoshino rolled her eyes at her husband's comments before continuing to speak. No, but it is amazing, Shikamaru. I am so proud of you. I knew you could do great things when you finally got around to doing them. Thanks. Shikamaru rubbed his head sheepishly. He was not used to receiving so much praise from his mother, so he didn't really know how to react. Your mom is right, Shikamaru. It is a big deal. Therefore, as much of a pain in the ass as it will be, we're going to be taking your training much more seriously. Shikaku informed him, placing his empty bottle down. What did your sensei tell you to do during the training month? She wanted me to focus on training with the clan. His son answered. Figured. The Jonin commander responded. That means your mom and I are going to oversee your training again. And we can finally actually teach you some of the more intricate techniques of the Nara clan. Yoshino smirked. Oh, this month is going to be fun. Yoshino giggled in a maniacal tone, which caused Shikamaru to gulp in fear. So, how do you want to do this? He asked his parents. Bright and early in the morning. Every morning. Yoshino smirked. And then we will train you into the dirt that it hurts to move. Shikamaru blinked in response. No son of mine is going to be a lazy chinin. You should have known what you're getting yourself into when you signed up to take the exam. Yoshino stated sharply before pointing toward a corridor. I'd advise you get as much as sleep as you can right now, because tomorrow, you're going to need it. Troublesome. Shikamaru grumbled his trademark expression as he bid farewell to his parents and walked towards his bedroom. I should have just stayed out of the exams. Been a genin forever. The two Nara parents waited for Shikamaru to leave the room before they turned to each other. We already discussed some of our training plans. You know it's not going to be that bad. Shikaku told her. Oh, I know. But I just wanted to mess with him a little. Easy opportunities like this don't come often. Yoshino giggled to herself. Scary woman. Shikaku chuckled as he stood up, taking his sake bottle to the trash. Oh, shut up. You know you love me. Yoshino giggled as she lightly punched Shikaku on the arm. The next morning came quickly for the members of Team 7. At 6 a.m., as the sun was rising, a loud knock was heard throughout Naruto's apartment. The blonde Jinchuriki was woken up immediately. He got dressed as quickly as he could before rushing over to the door, revealing his Jonin sensei. Morning, Anko sensei. Naruto mumbled with a yawn to her. Anko glared at her student. Let's get going, brat. Naruto nodded and the two were on their way. Anko was leading the way while her blonde student followed closely behind. Neither of the two were talking. Anko sensei, what are your friends like? Like personality-wise? Naruto asked after getting a little disturbed by the lack of conversation. That's a stupid question. You'll see in a little bit. She grumbled. Are you mad at me? The Uzumaki asked in confusion. You seem more annoyed than usual. What do you think? She rolled her eyes. Of course, dipshit. Why? What did I do? He asked frantically. Do you really have to ask? She shouted back. I decided to be a nice sensei and take my brats out to dinner for once in celebration of their good work, and what do? You bought so much damn food that I lost a week's worth of pay. Naruto's eyes blinked in surprise. Really? And I've been trying to save my money too. Damn it, Whiskers, that was a lot of money. Of course I'm pissed about losing all of it. But I was actually trying to not eat as much as I usually do to save you some money. The blonde mumbled in confusion. Anko immediately choked in response. Her anger had turned to surprise and fear. Not eat as much? But how much does he normally eat? How much does he normally pay? Anko-sensei, are you okay? Naruto asked, blinking again. Fine. I'm fine. Anko shook her head, removing her thoughts about the potential money lost. Anyway, we're almost there. Let's pick up the pace. Anko started to hurry her pace through Konoha, causing Naruto to sweat drop in response. She's pissed off 1 second, and then not right after. Naruto shook his head as he hurried behind his sensei. Anko-sensei has way too many mood swings. At their hastened pace, Naruto and Anko reached their destination soon after. They arrived at Training Ground 29. The training ground was located close to the gates of Konoha and was filled with training posts and stumps for shinobi to practice their jutsus and weapon throwing on. There were absolutely no trees in the area, it was simply an open field where shinobi could practice. Standing in the middle of this training ground were 2 shinobi Naruto recognized. They were the proctors of the first and second Chunin exams, Marino Ibiki and Ui Kurane. Anko, punctual as always. Ibiki noted when Anko and Naruto arrived. I expected you'd be late considering you had to get your student. I'm almost never late. Anko informed him with a smirk. Never. Except when you were late for that meeting to discuss the Chunin exams. Kurane pointed out with a smirk of her own. In my defense, no one told me about it. Besides, I technically wasn't even supposed to be there, cause someone had to go and replace me as the second exam proctor. Anko rolled her eyes in response, which only caused Kurane to chuckle. Naruto mumbled, his eyes wide as he stared at the 2 proctors. He hadn't expected them to be his sensei's friends. Oh yeah, introductions and shit. Anko realized as she pointed to the 2 proctors. Whiskers, I know you met them in the exam, but let me properly introduce you. This is Marino Ibiki and Ui Kurane. They are 2 of my friends and they have agreed to oversee your training during the month. Friend's a loose word, Anko. Ibiki pointed out quickly. Oh, be quiet you. You know you love me, don't you, Biki-kun? The purple-haired Kunoichi replied with an innocent tone of voice. Ibiki responded with a glare, which caused both Anko and Kurane to burst into laughter. Naruto blinked in confusion as he watched the 3. After a few seconds, he finally interrupted the laughter and spoke up. Not that I'm complaining or anything about them, but are they even allowed to train me? I mean, they are the proctors of the previous exams. Couldn't that be considered unfair? Naruto asked. Reasonable question. Ibiki responded with a nod. Some people could consider it unfair, but they would be people with no knowledge about how these exams are organized. Kurane-san nor I have no say in the decision-making process of the 3rd exam. We don't get to decide who will get promoted in the 3rd exam nor do we have any say in how it is run. Therefore, we are allowed to train anyone we want to for the 3rd and final exam. Kurane stated. And it just so happens that we are going to help with your training. Works for me. Naruto exclaimed. His confusion about seeing the 2 proctors had now seemingly disappeared and was now replaced with his trademark excitement. So what are we going to focus on? What are we going to train in today? We haven't fully decided yet. We would kinda like to see what you are capable of before we design something specific for you. Kurane stated. We saw what you can do to an extent during the exams and we know what Anko has told us, but we would like to see exactly what you can really do. Works for me. Naruto shrugged. And with that, I'm out. Anko shrugged before she started to walk off. I've got a couple more arrangements to take care of with Shikamaru and Hinata and a few other things. You all have fun. Check in on you sometime later this week, Whiskers. The Takubetsu Jonin disappeared in a poof of smoke, using the Shunshin. A scowl developed on Naruto's face as he pointed to where his sensei had previously been. Okay, that. She does that all the time and it's really annoying. Can you guys teach me that? He asked. Ibiki rubbed his hand against his head. You act just like Anko, in all the wrong ways. Naruto looked down in embarrassment. Sorry about that. I kinda just get excited a lot, you know? I'll try and keep it down. No need to keep your attitude in check, Naruto-kun. We work with Anko all the time. Trust me, It's not a bad thing to act like her at all. It keeps things interesting. Kurane said with a chuckle before her face turned serious. But yeah, let's get straight to business. Can you give us a demonstration of your techniques and discuss them with us? Naruto lifted his head and nodded before making a hand sign. Of course I can, Databia. Let's get started. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16. Hinata's voice started to fade as she focused more on landing her palms. Hayashi sighed as he watched his eldest daughter attack a training dummy he set up. The two of them had been practicing for around 2 hours now, and he had been watching his daughter very carefully. He had noticed her stamina and strength had, indeed, improved since her time at the academy, and began immediately in trying to immerse her in the forms and jutsu of the Hyuga main branch. Hinata, however, was having difficulty executing them. Hinata finished her attempt at the 8 trigrams, 32 palms when she turned to her father, breathing hard and sweating. How was that? The Hyuga clan head shook his head. Your palms hit the targets, but they do not have the necessary force. Oh. Hinata sighed in frustration. Also, your stance is still not satisfactory. It's too loose. Hayashi added. Hinata frowned in response. Her father, as well as the rest of her clan, has always had an issue with her stance. She was always too loose and not stern enough. She has always tried to rectify this complaint, but her attempts never work. She is always still too loose. Why is that, Hinata? Your skill with the gentle fist would improve greatly if we get your stance more firm. Hayashi told her. I don't know. His daughter replied quietly. It just never comes naturally to me. The stance just feels unnatural. Your natural element affinity is water, correct? I believe that's what your sensei told me when we talked. Hayashi asked. Hinata nodded in response. That would explain it. Water is considered more flexible and free. The gentle fist style is better suited towards somebody who is grounded and firm. That is why most Hyuga clan members have earth as their element. So it's impossible for someone with my affinity to properly use the gentle fist. Hinata asked quietly, downtrodden. Hayashi shook his head. No, it's still possible. There are a few Hyuga, including your mother, who are born with a fire affinity. They struggle learning the gentle fist, but they pick it up over time. It's very possible. We just have to focus on working on the aspects of your stance that your affinity holds you back in. Hinata frowned in response. Hold back. She had always thought that the water affinity was a strong, unique element in Konoha that would be able to help her. Up to this point, it has supplied her with ninjutsu and has added more variety to her offensive capabilities. The idea that the water affinity was a hindrance to her seemed off and uncomfortable to her. If anything, in Hinata's opinion, the gentle fist taijutsu style was being the hindrance to her, and it should be the one redesigned. Wait a second. The Hyuga heiress's eyes widened at the train of thought. Redesign, the gentle fist. Father. Hinata spoke up. Hayashi mentally sighed at hearing his daughter's stutter. He knew whatever she was going to say was uncomfortable to her, meaning it would probably frustrate him. Yes? Would it be possible to redesign the gentle fist, to suit my affinity? Hinata asked quietly. Hayashi's eyes widened at the idea. Redesign. The gentle fist had been passed down generations through generations in the Hyuga clan with little to no changes. Most Hyuga had been born with the proper affinity to practice the taijutsu style properly, and the ones who had not were forced to accommodate their physical limits in order to learn it. No Hyuga has ever tried to actually change the style to fit their own physical capabilities. The idea sounded foreign to Hayashi. Almost on instinct, the Hyuga clan head dismissed the idea. Before he spoke his dismissal to Hinata, he started to think more about it. Hinata's natural flexibility is going to make it hard to stiffen her stance. Water is free. The gentle fist needs to be grounded and constricted. She may one day be able to get the gentle fist down satisfactorily speaking, but she will never be a master in the style. He realized. So, if that is the case, maybe she can become a master in her own variant of the style. Something like this has never been done before. Hayashi started after a long period of silent thought. Hinata's head dropped in response. However, I will look into this. Perhaps the two of us can design a flexible gentle fist variant that is more suited to you. Really? Hinata's head rose again and she looked at her father with wide eyes. Yes. However, this is going to take a lot of time and effort on both of our parts to get this created. Do your part and I will try my best to help create this new gentle fist. Of course. Hinata exclaimed happily. Hayashi let a smile grace his lips for a second before it disappeared behind his usual, stoic demeanor. Now, show me a stance that feels natural to you. Shikamaru and his parents stood facing each other in his clan's garden. The genin was looking at the older, experienced shinobi intently. So, what's the plan? How's this training going to work? He asked with a yawn. Yoshino frowned. Are you honestly still tired? I even let you sleep in an extra 2 hours than I intended. I'm always tired. Shikamaru responded. Immediately, his mother tossed a kunai knife at him. His eyes widened as he dodged just in time before it hit him. What the dash? Well, now that you are more awake, how about we get started, Shikaku? The Nara matriarch chuckled to herself as she elbowed her husband. Shikaku sighed and mumbled something about bothersome wives before he pulled out a scroll from his jacket's pocket. He then tossed it over to Shikamaru, who looked over it immediately. Shadow Neck Binding Jutsu. Shikamaru repeated the name of the jutsu. His father nodded. It's a jutsu derived from the shadow paralysis. A more combat-oriented variation of it. Yoshino, would you like to demonstrate it? Yoshino opened her mouth to respond, but Shikaka then shook his head and started to speak again. Never mind, that was a stupid question. Of course you do. I'll be your target. Damn right you will. She exclaimed cheerfully as she made a hand sign. Shikamaru paid close attention as Yoshino's shadow came into contact with Shikaku's. After it made contact, the shadow went further up Shikaku's body. The younger Nara's eyes widened as he watched his father's body tense up. The shadow moved all the way up to Shikaku's neck and looked as if it was about to surround it before Yoshino released the jutsu, removing her shadow and freeing her husband. So you're able to utilize the shadow possession jutsu and then use the connected shadow to strangle the caught shinobi? Shikamaru asked. Pretty much. Although the jutsu can be used in a variety of different ways. It's just that strangulation is the most common and effective. Shikaku shrugged. I see. Shikamaru nodded as he studied the jutsu. It requires more chakra, concentration, and overall strength to pull the shadow onto someone caught in it. That's why the clan doesn't teach it to anyone until they are at least a decent genin. Yoshino explained. Still, it's probably the most basic variant of our shadow ninjutsu. Therefore, you need to learn this first before we can start getting into the fun stuff. Shikamaru nodded again. He continued to study the scroll in detail. A few minutes passed before he finally put the scroll away and spoke up. All right, I think I can try this. He said. You can use me as the target for the jutsu. Shikaku answered. We'll keep practicing it until you get exhausted from the practice. Realistically speaking, you shouldn't get it one day. The Nara clan head shrugged. You ready? Shikamaru nodded as he made the hand sign and began to practice the jutsu. So what do you two think? Naruto asked after showing off his jutsus. Ibiki and Kurane did not immediately respond. The two exam proctors had watched as Naruto showed them the jutsus he could use and to the extent he could use them. They also listened to him as he gave a verbal explanation of his skills and abilities. After absorbing the information, the two stared at each other as they both tried to think of a training regime. After a minute of silent thought, they both nodded. Ibiki was the one who spoke up. Naruto, are you aware of the memory transfer involved in your shadow clones? Ibiki asked. The blonde nodded. Yeah, I realized about it in the second exam actually. Good. The Takubitsu Jonin responded. Then I assume you know that anything your clones learn, you learn as well? Naruto's eyes widened for a few seconds before a wide smirk developed on his face. Heh, that makes sense now that I think about. So are my shadow clones basically the ultimate way to train? Ibiki nodded in affirmation. They are a great tool for training, and we will be taking advantage of that. During all of our training sessions, you will create a clone. You will train under one of us while the clone will train under the other so we can optimize the time effectively. He then turned to face his partner. Kurane-san, if memory recalls, you are rather close to a wind-style user in Konoha. Perhaps you can teach Naruto something you've learned from your acquaintance. Kurane's eyes narrowed at Ibiki. Are you implying something, Ibiki-san? I was just noting that you may know a wind jutsu to teach Naruto. Nothing more. The scarred shinobi responded, seemingly indifferent to Kurane's glare. The Jonin dropped her glare and turned to face Naruto. Ibiki-san's right. I do know a wind jutsu or two I could teach you. Maybe for the first week or so, I can work on improving your jutsu inventory. She noted. Awesome. Naruto shouted in excitement as he made a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A shadow clone appeared in a poof of smoke right next to Naruto. You're eager to learn, Naruto-kun. I like that. Kurane grinned as she walked off. Your clone can work with me today. Let's get to work. The clone jumped up in excitement before it hurried behind Kurane as she walked off to a place more secluded to practice jutsu. The original Naruto was left alone now with Ibiki. Okay, so while my clone is with Kurane-sensei, what am I going to learn from you, Ibiki-sensei? Any cool jutsu from you? Naruto asked excitedly. Ibiki's eyebrow rose at the sensei honorific, but he paid it no mind. Perhaps I'll teach you some jutsu down the road. For now, though, we'll be working on developing your strategic mind. Huh. Naruto's excitement started to fade. You are a talented kid, there's no point in denying that. You have a strong arsenal of jutsu and you even have some control of the Kyuubi. You're talented, but you're weak without a developed mind. Ibiki said bluntly. Naruto resisted the urge to glare at the exam proctor as he waited for him to continue. If you understand proper strategy, you can plan your attacks better and execute them at the right moments. You have potential, Naruto, and I'm going to make sure you develop it. Understood. Naruto responded. So, how are going to develop strategy then? I have a few books you can read in your spare time. Shogi and other similar games can also help. But for now, I'm just going to present you with scenarios and see how you handle them. Ibiki explained. Scenarios. The blonde blinked, repeating the phrase. I'll give you a verbal situation and you are going to tell me how you would respond. I'll let you know the result of your decisions. After a few of them, I'll make things a little more intricate. The exam proctor explained. Okay. Let's start this. Naruto declared. How bad can these be? Bad. Very bad. Very, very bad. Naruto mumbled to himself as he left the training ground. The Uzumaki had a massive headache. Ibiki's scenarios were always battles between two shinobi with a different environment, different available jutsus, different amount of weapons, and other variables. Naruto's responses often resulted in one phrase from Ibiki, with that response, in this scenario, you would be dead. Naruto had to learn exactly how his responses were incorrect. Ibiki spent a long time explaining the importance of monitoring the environment and exploiting it, paying attention to his opponent and understanding their psychology, and always planning ahead for anything. The head of the torture and investigation department spent most of his time teaching Naruto important strategic lessons. Once training had ended, Naruto had left with more knowledge, but also with a massive headache. Kurane-sensei also didn't help with her training, ugh. Naruto rubbed his head in pain. Kurane had started to teach Naruto the wind style, wind release stream jutsu. The jutsu had many practical uses, releasing a stream of wind from a person's mouth that can be used as an attack, blow up a dust cloud to conceal the user's movements, as well as help the user change directions and move faster while in the air. Naruto agreed with its practical use and his clone was excited to learn the jutsu, but the strain it put on his lungs during the practice session caused him a lot of pain. Furthermore, he had not managed to perform the jutsu correctly, meaning he would need more practice on the jutsu and, therefore, would be creating the same straining feeling on his lungs. Naruto was not one to whine. He was, however, not the kind of person to not acknowledge that he is exhausted in pain. I just wanna sleep. Naruto groaned as he walked back to his apartment. As Naruto neared his apartment, he noticed that he had company. A shinobi medic from the hospital was standing outside of his door. Naruto's eyebrows lifted in curiosity as he walked towards his apartment door. "Are you looking for me? Can I help you?" he asked the medic, ignoring the pain from his headache and his lungs. The medic turned around and faced Naruto. He sighed. "I was wondering where you were. Guess you were out." The medic commented. "You really should have left a note on your door that you weren't going to be home." "Sorry. I just don't get a lot of company often," Naruto said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. "What can I do for you though? One of our patients asked for us to fetch you. He wanted to talk to you," the medic responded. Naruto gave the medic a confused look. "A patient of yours? Wants to talk to me?" "Yes," the medic responded before he started to walk off. "Just follow me to the hospital." He seemed adamant about wanting to talk to you as soon as possible. Naruto followed the medic. His pain from earlier was still there and the blonde was still exhausted, but these feelings were overpowered by his curiosity. "Who actually wants to talk to me?" he wondered as he followed the medic to the hospital. "Doso-san, here is Uzumaki Naruto," the medic informed the patient as he left the hospital room. Naruto walked into the hospital room nervously. Sitting in the bed was the Oto Genin, Kinyuta Doso. The bandaged-wearing boy was covered in even more bandages, if that was even possible. His forehead protector, as well as the sound device on his arm, was placed to the side on a counter by the bed. The Oto Genin was staring directly at Naruto the second he walked in. "Naruto-san, thank you for coming by," Doso said. No problem. None at all," Naruto responded with an uneasy laugh. How are you doing? You know, after the fight with Gaara." Doso closes his visible eye as he spoke up. "Sabaku no Gaara did considerable damage to the bones in my body and according to the medics, it is going to take me a minimum of 2 weeks recovery before I am able to leave the hospital. However, physically speaking, I am mostly okay." Naruto nodded in understanding before giving a smile. "At least you're okay. I honestly thought Gaara was going to try and kill you. As far as I was aware, he did try," the Oto Genin replied dryly. Naruto's smile dropped and he frowned in response. "When I was knocked unconscious, I honestly thought I was going to die. To my complete surprise, I woke up in this hospital. I had questioned one of the medics who brought me here immediately when I woke up about what happened." Doso spoke with a quiet. His eye then shot open as he stared intently at Naruto. "I was told that you intervened and saved my life." "Me?" Naruto blinked before shaking his head. "I didn't save your life. Enko-sensei and Hanenai did. They were the ones who were able to actually restrain Gaara." "That may be true, but I was told you intervened first and the attack you prevented could have very well seriously injured me. Or worse." Doso's voice trailed off as he began to imagine what could have happened. Naruto mumbled in response. An awkward silence passed between the two genin. Naruto said nothing as Doso thought to himself about the situation. After 5 minutes, Doso finally spoke up. "Why?" he asked. "Huh? Why what?" Naruto asked back. "I am not a Konoha shinobi. Furthermore, I thought that my team angered you prior to the exams when we attacked the boy from your village with the cards. So, why did you intervene in the fight and save me?" he clarified. Naruto's eyes narrowed a little as he spoke up. "Just because you aren't from my village doesn't mean I shouldn't help you. And even if you and your teammates were being jackasses, it doesn't mean you should die because of it." "But you're not answering my question. Why save me?" Doso shouted the question, desperate. Naruto blinked in surprise at Doso's tone of voice, but then he shook his head to get over the surprise. "Because no one deserves to die like that. I hate seeing people suffer and I don't want to watch anyone die when I can prevent it. I didn't want you to die. Naruto responded, a smile appearing on his face. Doso did not respond for a few seconds. He was contemplating Naruto's answer. He then shook his head in disagreement. This would be so much easier if you would simply be honest, Naruto-san. Doso said quietly. You want some form of payment for saving my life, correct? Naruto's mouth dropped in response to Doso's accusation. His eyes then narrowed as the Oto Genin continued. I don't have too much money, so we'll have to make arrangements of another form of pay. A jutsu perhaps. Or maybe dash. Keep your money and your jutsus. Whatever. I don't want anything, damn it. Naruto shouted, interrupting the Oto Genin. God, can you not believe that or something? I just didn't want to see you die. I find that hard to believe, Naruto-san. Doso shook his head again. Naruto sighed in frustration. Does this guy have no faith in people or something? How many times am I going to have to say this, damn it? An idea soon entered Naruto's head. He immediately spoke up. Fine, you want to pay me back, Doso. The Oto Genin nodded. I don't like owing debts. What do you want in return? Then be my friend. The Uzumaki said with a smile. Excuse me. Doso blinked in confusion. I am being honest, I saved your life because I didn't want you to die. I don't think anyone's life should go to waste like that. So, if you really want to pay me back, then fine, you can. And I choose that you have to be my friend. Naruto answered, his smile growing bigger. Doso was quiet as he closed his eyes in thought. He didn't say anything for a few minutes before he let out a light, small chuckle. You are interesting. I don't believe Oto has any shinobi like you. Doso commented nonchalantly. Damn right they don't. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm an original Databia. Naruto proclaimed with a laugh. At that moment, Naruto let out a loud yawn. His exhaustion was returning to him again. Yeah, just saying, I'm kind of really tired. Long day training and stuff. I'm going to go back home and probably sleep. Naruto told the bandaged genin. But you understand what I was saying, right? There was no ulterior reason to save your life. I just didn't want to see you die. I understand. Doso nodded. Heh, good. Naruto responded as he started to walk out of the room. Naruto-san. Doso repeated the blonde's name, causing him to stop. If you really wish me to be your friend, does that imply that you will be visiting again sometime? Naruto's smile grew even larger at that comment. I'll come by sometime in the week. You take care, Doso. With that, Naruto left the room. Kinyuta Doso was left alone to his thoughts. He's different from Orochimaru-sama. Doso internally noted as he laid down on the hospital bed. His mind was rampant with differing thoughts. The next day, Naruto was awoken by another knock on the door. The blonde sleepily dragged himself to the door and opened it. At the door, he saw Anko standing outside. Anko-sensei, why are you waking me up now? Do you know what time it is, Databia? I'm not supposed to be at training for at least another 2 hours. Naruto mumbled in his tiredness. The Uzumaki rubbed his eyes before looking at his sensei again. Immediately his mind started to wake up as he noticed the condition of his sensei. She was dressed in all black, her purple hair was straight down and not in its usual ponytail, and she had a somber look on his face. Sorry about bothering you, Naruto, but... Anko took a deep breath before she spoke up. A friend of mine has just passed away and I know you know him. The funeral is in an hour and a half. I just felt that maybe you and your teammates would want to go. Naruto looked downward after hearing the news. I'm going to have to let Hinata and Shikamaru know about this. If you want to go, it's going to be held at the Memorial Stone. Anko said. She then bowed and walked off away from his apartment. Once his sensei left, Naruto returned upstairs and pulled out a pair of black clothes he had. As he prepared himself for the day and the funeral, only one thought remained in his head. Who died? Gekko Hayate. Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru were all dressed in black as they stared at Hayate's picture in front of the memorial stone. They were the only genin amongst a sea of shinobi that attended the funeral. Naruto recognized a few of the shinobi: Anko, Kurane, Ibiki, Iruka, the senseis of Team 7 and Team 10, and a few other people he had seen throughout the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood to the side of Hayate's picture and discussed the deceased shinobi's life. He talked about how prone Hayate was to getting sick, how skilled he was with the sword, but more than anything, how Hayate was a textbook example of the will of fire. We literally just saw him at the preliminary exams. It hasn't even been a week since. And now he's dead. Shikamaru shook his head as he listened to the Sandaime. Hinata's eyes focused on a particular shinobi, a woman with purple hair similar to Anko. The woman had been crying since the beginning of the funeral. Hayate-san, it was not your time. He had just complimented me during the preliminaries. And now? Naruto felt himself near tears. I never even got to thank him for what he told me. And now I never will. The ceremony was around an hour and a half in length. Once the ceremony was over, the visitors left a flower on the memorial stone in honor of their deceased comrade. While most of the shinobi left after leaving a flower to honor Hayate, a few people remained by the grave. Among them was Anko. The genin members of Team 3 walked over to her. So you guys did come. Anko noted quietly. Hokage-sama never said, what happened to Hayate? Shikamaru asked. We don't know exactly. All we know is that he was murdered. He had plenty of cuts throughout his body. By the shape of them, it's hypothesized that he was killed with a wind jutsu, we just don't know what bastard did this. Anko's voice was slowly becoming angrier. She spat out the word bastard as if it was venom. How did you know Hayate-san? Hinata questioned. Anko's anger disappeared as she took a deep sigh in. Well, Hayate and I met in our own Chunin exams. I actually fought his genin team during the second part of our exam and they actually kicked my ass. But we still managed to make it to the third part of the exam and we fought again. I got to go one-on-one with him and we actually managed a draw. We were both promoted and because of that, we ended up celebrating together. Anko looked towards the memorial stone, tears threatening to leak from her eyes as she continued. Hayate, he became one of my best friends. We would always go out drinking. He was Ibiki's genin teammate. You see that purple-haired woman over there? Anko pointed towards the girl Hinata was watching during the funeral. That's Yojao. That was his fiancée. Anko stopped speaking as she rubbed her tears away with her shirt. When they were gone, she continued. Hayate, he was a great guy and a great shinobi. And a lot of people are going to miss him. The three genin did not respond as they looked downward. None of had nothing to say. They didn't know what could they say. One reason I wanted you guys to come to this is to understand something, the shinobi lifestyle is very real. People do die. And when you do, you leave behind friends and family to mourn. Anko said. I've watched enough of my friends get buried already to last a lifetime. I want you guys to understand what a shinobi's death brings to the village. And you all will be careful in your future missions. I hope to never experience the day where I have to watch one of you three get buried here. With those words, Anko finally decided to leave. She said farewell to her students and wandered off. Her students were left there at the memorial stone. All three were pondering the full meaning of her words. Check the description for the links to the author.